Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to the finale of What If Shadow Monarch Ashborn was reincarnated in the beginning after the end. Let the tale begin. Chapter 61. When the world needed him the most, he came back. Ashborn has ascended yet another relic tomb with relative ease, despite having slight problems. He teleported back to the entrance of the relic tomb, directly in the center of the massively guarded place. It didn't matter to him who was guarding the place. This time he hastily began exiting the building. Despite his presence in the building, he walked like a shadow, and the guards present were unable to see him. Silred has disappeared. A few days ago, the Shadow Monarch lost a connection to one of his soldiers. A very important shadow soldier at that, the one who monitored and protected his so-called spy. Just like any other, he was supposed to be an unkillable being, but Ashborn lost track of Silred, who vanished with no trace. I doubt it was the Azuras. No, it was something different. Obviously, Ashborn could understand that some outer threat had manifested on this planet. No matter what, the shadow soldiers were all the same, it was just a difference in strength. No matter how hard you beat them in physical combat, they will rise until their liege is standing. Silred vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of his mana. The Azuran magic? I doubt anyone, least of all the Azuras, was capable of erasing Silred. In the meantime, he had already exited the relic tomb. He saw a few more soldiers guarding the place, but all of them, as expected, couldn't notice him. Yes, now he could keep his mana in check. I should try and find Ceres. Silred was always in her shadow. If something happened to Silred, then the elegant woman would be the first one to actually witness it. Or so he thought. As the mana exploded out of his repaired black heart and swept through the continent of Alacria in a matter of seconds, Ashborn couldn't locate the familiar mana of Ceres. Even her mana disappeared. This could only indicate that she is dead. Not just dead, but literally erased, that is. There was a possibility of her being in another dimension, but Silred would not have let that happen. No, the case was entirely how Ash had concluded. I can't meddle with the future, but it's predictable. He had already tried to view the upcoming events by looking into the future, but who would have thought that there wouldn't be anything else but darkness? Perhaps the so-called ancient mages were correct. The past, which is rife with bloodbaths and constant loss of life, the past of the world, which fell into darkness and became the epitome of devastation. Ashborn was familiar with this. He experienced true hell at that time. His path was filled with only suffering. It wasn't something to get over easily. Maybe it's never meant for him to get over it. So it's repeating? He wouldn't want it to repeat, but he can't stop it as someone else is already restraining him to do so. The individual with the power to pry the stream of existence, who could it be? Not an ordinary human, nor an Azura. No, it's someone with even greater force. Although it's trying to hide its presence, it's there, and the Shadow Monarch can feel it well. He was prepared for a clash between himself and that individual. He merely had to proceed with his plan. For now, let's search for the Vritras. He still remembered them, as they were still first in line to repay the debt. Vritras might know the situation in Ceres, since there were quite a few of them working under Agrona. There are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Vritra-blooded Alacrians on this continent, so who should be paid first? If Ashborn remembered correctly, Ceres had a student who was also Vritra-blooded. It was decided he would visit her first and ask if she knew at least something else, but since he never left a soldier in her shadow, he'd have to search. Those not assigned, search for the Vritra-blooded Alacrian, with the crimson eyes and blue hair. The shadow under him expanded, and the hundreds of dark figures eagerly jumped out. Those silhouettes instantly hid in the nearby shadows and, like water in pipes, traveled through the shadows deeper into the continent. Although the command wasn't what they expected, they were still all in for it. They wanted to rip and tear the enemies of their liege, not to search for some teen. Anyway, the command was a command, and they had to accomplish it nonetheless. Ashborn was already adapted to these fetishes of his soldiers. All of them were loyal AF to him. If one country had soldiers with the same sense of loyalty as the Shadow Soldier, there would be no doubt that they would be dominating their realm. Those richer-blooded though. Just like the Chinese, with their faces alike, the richer-blooded Alacrians have the same mana presence. Also, the student of Ceres was still growing and her mana pool wasn't large enough so that Ashborn could differentiate her from others. He never ingrained her in his memory either, so now he had to search through various places to find her. While the soldiers were looking for a girl, Ashborn could just check the Denoir mansion. Thus, he sank into his own shadow, disappearing from the sight. A man with a slim build was running through the lanes. He had a cover over his head. The way he ran, with caution, back and forth every second as if he was being chased down. From time to time, the hood of his cover would flip back, revealing the greenish hair of his, then he had to put the hood back on his head. As he ran, the man encountered a person in front of him. The newly appeared person had a sword on his waist and wore a special uniform. Shit! Seeing the sword on the waist, he identified the person in front of him as a soldier. The special uniform was also another identification, so instantly the green-haired man chose to avoid confrontation by turning into a different corner. To his surprise, he heard a shout behind him, and the loud steps of a few more people were heard behind him as well. Catch that hooded guy. He feared to look back, but his ears could hear more people flooding the narrow lanes like zombies. Even on the rooftops, there was the sound of ceramic plates clacking under the steps of a group of soldiers. The situation for a green-haired man got only worse as the narrow lane reached its dead end. Dang it! There was no escape. The man turned around and faced the group of people chasing him. Still, the soldiers didn't halt and ran at him for the arrest. Don't come closer! Or I'll shoot a strong spell at you. The hooded man turned around and shouted while aiming the ring in his hand at the group. The people in the first line raised their hands in a gesture to stop moving. You are suspected in the betrayal of Alacria. Hands up and follow us peacefully, or there will be consequences. What betrayal? Don't play like you don't know. We are well aware of your allegiance with the Scythe Ceres, who supplied the enemy with information. For a moment, the green-haired man widened his eyes. Had the Scythe Ceres betrayed their continent? We also know of your identity, Sarah of the High Blood Denoir. Your blood is currently detained. If you cause problems, they will be executed. The simple threat, but it did cause the man, no, the woman under disguise to be shaken. Denoir was just a name of blood. Sarah was just adopted in that family. She didn't have an affection for the Denoirs, but the execution? For what reason? And what's the situation with her mentor? It was even more confusing, as she couldn't remember anything else she had done against Alacria and its people. It was because of an allegiance she had with someone who did it. I knew it. I shouldn't have trusted anyone. Remove your artifact and peacefully handle it. We won't harm you if you tell us your reasons and everything Scythe Ceres had told you. Whoever the soldier was, he was well aware of the girl's identity as well as her age. Sarah was still a young girl, so the man acted out of pity and didn't pressure her. Sarah, on the other hand, couldn't see any other options, so she carefully removed the artifact gifted to her by her mentor. The soldiers could now see her, the blue navy-haired girl with crimson eyes. She was definitely a cute girl. The nearby soldiers even whistled. They seriously attempted to harm her? Captain, have we made a mistake or? No, we've done our mission. She will be delivered to the court for judgment. But she is still a little girl. Many nodded with their heads at the comment. They may have been soldiers ready to kill an enemy, but not a kid who hasn't even seen a life. They still had a heart. Unfortunately, orders are orders. The captain shook his head. He couldn't disobey the orders given to him by superiors. If he did disobey, he would be accused of betraying. He had his own family to feed and take care of. Obviously, he wouldn't like the young girl to die, but at the same time, he can't risk his own life for an unknown. Sorry, kiddo, I can't help you. The captain put special handcuffs on the girl's wrist, softly as possible not to harm her. He didn't blame her, so straightforwardly ignored the little scoff coming from here. Ashborn, fortunately, remembered where the Denoir mansion was, so he easily reached it with his teleportation prowess. But oh wow! It was surrounded by soldiers of all sorts, kind of like Decathlon's gendarmeries. With the special artifacts, they kept shouting threats to open fire at the Denoir mansion. The high blood of Denoir, stop the futile resistance and leave the building immediately. Someone's voice traveled across the scene. However, the shout was responded to by something that was thrown out of the window. If you don't stop in 10 seconds, we will breach your mansion and use force. The soldier kept counting, and as the countdown finished, he ordered the group of armed men to enter the building. The front door exploded, opening up a path for the soldiers who immediately with shields flooded the first floor. Everything happens while I'm gone. Meanwhile, a certain auburn-haired male's purple glowing eyes followed the soldiers. Ash was rather confused as to what the hell was going on, at least here. There weren't many people in the mansion, only a handful. Mainly, there wasn't a girl who Ashborn was searching for. I'll ask someone else. Silently, Ash again sank into his shadow and, through other ones, slipped onto the second floor of the mansion. Just then, the soldiers outside shot the fire spells, which set the upper floors ablaze. This reduced the oxygen in shut-in environments, so the resistance ceased. They are running away. Every person in the mansion ran in one direction, and that was the very center of the entire building. It seemed that Denoirs had some kind of backup plan, and it worked well. The soldiers on the first floor restrained themselves from going upwards. They were waiting for people to faint, and only later would they apprehend them. Ash followed one of the Denoirs, the last one left in the entire mansion. Obviously, they were escaping through the secret passageway. It was even protected by a large metal door with some runes engraved on it. This would work for a time, but eventually, it would be breached. Oh well. Scrape. Ashborn's hand dug into metal like jelly. He simply pulled it back once he had a good grip on it, and the entire door came off the socket. As he entered the hallway, he threw the hefty metallic door away, breaking some walls along the way. What the dash? The same man who shut the door previously turned around to see the scarily menacing purple eyes of an auburn-haired guy. Sarah Denoir, where is she? In addition to the scary face on him, the man had to hear the oddly low-pitched voice of the teenage boy. The inner self of a man wasn't prepared for this, as he stumbled back down the staircase and lost a foothold. He began falling back and prepared to hit his face on a rock-hard staircase, but when he opened his eyes, he was just a centimeter above it. Do you not know it? By some mysterious force, the distance between the man's face and the sharp-edged stair increased. He floated up and stood on his feet again. The man had to swallow saliva when he saw that Ashborn was pointing his palm at him and a purple hue surrounded it. He's just standing there, menacingly. The man sweated buckets from the sheer menace he was witnessing. Maybe, he doesn't know. The male was just shrugged off by the auburn-haired. The purple color around his palm vanished once he moved down the stairwell. I know. I'm concerned as to who are you. HM, you know. Good, do tell me her location. Why should I? Do you want to die? The man shut himself right after his attempt to show his sacredness failed. His face paled instantly, the person in front of him could really kill him. Lady Sarah, she was in the academy, but I fear she was already captured by the soldiers. Just what got into them now? Why are you being chased down? I don't know, it has to do with the betrayal of Scythe. Saris? Denoir looked up to Ashborn. Yes, Scythe Saris Vritra. She was accused of betrayal after the disappearance. Now they are hunting down everyone associated with her, including us. Ash remained silent. He put a hand on his chin and thought about the whole situation once more. The Alacrian continent was aware of the Scythe's disappearance, and they accused her of betrayal. Have you seen Saris in the last few months? Scythe Saris visited Lady Sarah before she went back to the academy. All right, you'll be coming with me. Ash politely grabbed onto the man's back collar and lifted him up. Using the ruler's authority, he also closed the hallway with the nearby rumbles. Can you guide me where Sarah might be? Yes, of course. But what about the rest of my blood? They are safe, for the time being, unless you do something stupid. Ashborn assured and threatened the man at the same time. He had already sent a few shadow soldiers to follow the remaining Denoirs. Back to Sarah, who was currently facing a judge in the court. She sat on the metallic chair, with her ankles and wrists chained by cold chains. The court was actually a grand hall, and many people were present here, a lot of them high-blooded people who held grudges against Denoirs. The young girl knew it well, those expressions on their faces that showed satisfaction. From the information we have received, the high blood of Denoir resisted. Thus, the trial will be halted until their apprehension. The man at the central desk, with an imposing figure, spoke loudly for everyone. Chapter 62. What a mess this little girl got into because of his blood. The high judge muttered to himself that, obviously, he knew of the girl's innocence. Reading through her papers, there wasn't anything suspicious. There was nothing suspicious even in the academy, but well, he has to make a judgment to satisfy different bloods. Even the sovereigns desire the same, this could work as propaganda for them. High Judge, I have an objection. Trial hasn't even started yet, what could it be? I suggest proceeding with the trial now, as we can see that the high blood of Denoir hid the fact that one of theirs had awakened. They deliberately used an artifact to hide her awakening. There is no need to wait for more of her blood. Every one of them will face the same judgment anyway. The suggestion was approved by many, as their nods and hums followed. Some even began murmuring as to why Denoirs would hide the fact of Sarah's awakening. After all, the awakening of the virtual lineage is something to be proud of. Unless they plan something. Those guys, they have problems with patience, don't they? The high judge again gazed at Sarah, anticipating some grievous reaction. Unfortunately, no. Her expression was that of a dead man, as if she had lost all meaning in her life. High judge should technically have high authority in the court, but apparently, the sovereigns desire everything according to their plans. That's what he was told. Then, the trial of the entire high blood of Denoir, on the charges of betrayal, commences now. An announcement was made, accompanied by the banging of a gavel. Everyone took their seats, and the great hall fell silent. The trial will be adjudicated by High Judge Blackshorn, Judge Tinema, Judge Falhorn, Judge Hercrust, and Judge Frill. The judges were already seated, each of them wearing black robes. Then the High Judge, named Blackshorn, continued. The purpose of this trial is to determine the punishment faced by the high blood of Denoir. Since there is no one standing up in defense of Denoirs, the punishment will be passed down nonetheless. This is the wish of sovereigns. At the mention of sovereigns, the hall broke into excited murmurs. Silence! The high judge had to calm people down with another set of hammering. If Denoirs repent for their sins, the punishment shall be lightened. The elderly man looked at Sarah, now already with an emotionless face. Sarah Denoir, if you give us valuable information, you will be spared and taken care of appropriately. So? Sarah could only stare down at a marbled floor, not like she knew something else. She was unaware of her family's affairs and hadn't been told anything by Saris either. Yes, she was given an artifact to change her appearance by Saris, but that crime didn't have anything to do with this. Sarah Denoir, I suggest you speak. Any pieces of information might be useful. The judge kept on trying to make the young girl speak. High Judge, she isn't saying anything because she was most likely told not to. I said silence. The judge roared, scaring the sh*t out of the man. Is there anything else, Sarah Denoir? Sarah, under the pressure, opened her mouth and spoke. I don't know, there wasn't anything else. I swear. Are you sure? You haven't spotted anyone else besides Saris you didn't know of? No, I didn't. Sarah flinched as she remembered something about that boy she saw with her master. She could remember him well, he was so mysterious and had a strong aura around him. Ashborn was his name, and he even showed some unknown spatial magic. Definitely, they were searching for him. And no, I did not. Sarah repeated her answer, but the stutter wasn't something left behind by the judges. Their eyebrows were raised, they found the sudden stutter very suspicious. She is still a kid, but the scaredness might not be the only reason for it. Are you sure, Sarah Denoir? Yes. You are lying. Like a bomb exploding in a silent environment, it all came crashing down on Sarah's consciousness. She was shocked by the judge's insight and how he was able to tell that she was lying. Now, how could she avoid even more problems? I am and not. Weren't you taught by your parents that lying is bad? Soldier, she definitely knows something. Throw her into the dungeon, she will reveal it later. The secondary judge, a woman, ordered the soldier next to Sarah. Other people in the court shared a broad smile, mostly the other bloods. Sarah realized what was happening, but she didn't know exactly what the dungeon was. But it should be something terrible. The chains that were attached to her rattled as she tried to remove them. No matter how much she tried to use soul fire, she couldn't succeed either. The soldier kept approaching Sarah. Her emotions intensified, it became hard to breathe and her eyes were tearing up. She couldn't get away, she couldn't call for help, she felt betrayed and scared. No, don't touch me. Her voice was low, and she was squealing from fear. The soldier's hand that moved toward her seemed evil and harmful, her previous facade of an unfazed girl crushed literally. The hand kept closing up to her, and when it was about to touch her, like thunder hitting the ground during a storm, everyone felt the blood in their veins stop flowing. With each passing second, their faces aged 10 years. Their skin almost melted down and their breathing died down. The soldier next to Sarah fell backward as he couldn't contain himself, despite resisting the urge to fall unconscious. Meanwhile, the girl herself was unaffected, and the reason for it was that the pressure wasn't directed at her. Lady Sarah, do you remember me? Sarah's eyes snapped. In front of him now stood the member of her blood. She knew who it was, but never had a chance to ask for his name. I don't think so. She looked around in confusion. It all happened so fast, she wasn't able to fully comprehend what had happened. The people in the great hall were all unconscious. Are they dead? No, they are alive. Just unconscious. Sarah heard another voice. She swore that she had heard of this one before. It was a little different from the earlier one, but she had heard this one in the manner only once, and she had never forgotten about it. Lady Sarah, did they do anything to you? The unnamed Denoir carefully examined her body. Fortunately, there were no physical injuries. But what about the mental? No, I think I'm all right. Only those things are heavy. Ashborn glanced at the chains attached to Sarah. They were also runic, but oh well, nothing that he couldn't break. Just a snap and they came off from the girl's hand. Another snap and those attached to her legs were also open. Thanks. Sarah was surprised at Ashborn, especially his strength, which could snap the metals like nothing. His hands were also cold, terrifyingly cold. Is Master Ceres with you? No, that's the reason why we came to you. Perhaps she has told you something about her whereabouts? No, she hadn't told me. She wasn't planning anything other than waiting for your return, I think. That confirms it. She's indeed dead. The dreadful information stated by Ashborn was, of course, shocking news for Sarah. Well, at least on the Alacria and Dicathan, Ceres was supposed to be one of the strongest on the continent. She was Vritra-blooded and also had the title of the Scythe, which indicated her level of strength. She disappeared from the radars, along with my soldier. If only I knew where they were before that, Silret wasn't even able to notify me. Being fast enough to avoid being detected by Ashborn is not a small feat actually, it's a frightening achievement that could possibly be accomplished by a handful. Maybe by 2, to be exact. Alright, it's futile. I will send you back to your family if you wish. Immediately, the unnamed Denoir nodded his head. Sarah was hesitant, though. She wasn't even sure if she wanted to go back. Are they even related? Ashborn couldn't find any similarities between the man's and Sarah's blood. Their mana was also very different. The navy-haired girl had a similar presence to Ceres, but that's only because of their Vritra lineage. The man, unlike Sarah, had a similarity to Denoir's mana, which he detected in the mansion. Crackle. With the electricity storming out of a certain point and the space around it rippling, the black smoke formed with a purple hue in a perfect circular shape. The startled girl and man watched as the space cracked open and the broken parts literally fell down. You may be reunited with your family. Can we really go in? Ashborn nodded at the man, who immediately swept through the teleportation gate after thanking him. The Shadow Monarch expected Sarah to follow him, but instead, she chose to just stay. Aren't you going to your family? Actually, they aren't really my family. I'm sure they would have left me if not for my richer blood. They were forced to house me and take care of me until my awakening. Master Saris, on the other hand, helped to hide my awakening so they don't take me as a lab rat. I see. Although the awkward silence has fallen between them, technically it was only because of Ashborn. There was that gaze, a familiar that he could see in Sarah, the resemblance between him and her. After all, he was once lost in himself, just like the young girl in front of him is right now. Isn't he going to say anything? Sweat rolled down her face while staring at Ash. It was really embarrassing. He was staring at her with such a sharp gaze. So, what are you going to do now? I don't really know. She had the idea of following Ashborn if he would allow it, but if not, she would most likely be left alone or just sent back to Denoirs. She had no idea how to ask for permission either. Also, are you certain in my master's death? Her presence was nowhere else to be sensed. Her mana disappeared along with my soldier. There are chances of her being alive, but very low, and whoever can hide her mana won't be an ordinary foe. No, Ashborn was quite certain of his assumptions. She was dead. There's no chance someone would cut his connection with his own shadow soldiers. That's simply impossible. Can I come with you and search for my master? No. The blunt and short answer from Ashborn wasn't something Sarah wanted to hear. Her already bad mood has worsened once again, but maybe the fortune was on her side today. The purple glowing eyes noticed the relic on the girl. That item, Saris gave it to you, right? This one? Yes. Sarah slowly removed the relic and offered it to Ashborn. The latter took it and examined it. His keen eyes caught the familiar little bits of mana. It has remainings of her mana, although not much. Most likely she used this before you, so maybe I should search for its creator. He did not have much information about this continent, but he had to begin from a certain point and search for clues, or he could just ignore it all. The last part wouldn't be a good decision. There were concerning matters such as the Azura's manipulations of fate with their ether arts. Here! Ashborn handed back the relic to Sarah. He then placed a hand on her shoulder. Both of them fell into a shadow, leaving the great hall with a lot of unconscious bodies lying all across the room. Sarah was startled when they emerged from the shadows again, then she calmed down seeing the auburn-haired next to her. On the other hand, Ash instantly began studying his surroundings. They were in a castle, with tall walls and ceilings, a marbled floor, and statues of basilisks all across the corridors. Whoever built this must be a fanatic about snakes. Where are we? This should be a castle of a certain snake. So that's why there are so many snake statues. Indeed. Is the creator of this relic here? Sarah looked up at Ash, whose head was above hers by far. She unintentionally began comparing him to his past self. Close to close, the difference was easy to see. He had tremendously grown physically from their first ever meeting. In other words, he was handsome. This should be the way. The Shadow Monarch detected someone's presence in a particular place and took a step in that direction with his companion. The sound of their footsteps echoed down the corridors, giving Sarah an uneasy feeling. She was already intimidated by the statues, and the only reassurance she got was Ashborn. Only one? How bizarre. The man's mutter traveled across the walls of the castle. Surprisingly, there was only one person in the entire castle. An utterly harsh scream came from the massive door as Ashborn pushed it open. Behind the door was a kind of large laboratory with the capsules and other essential chemistry things. Rare materials were present as well, along with a lone figure standing nonchalantly while observing something. How bad is my luck? Playing with the element of fate is really not a joke, huh? The man's words caused Ashborn to narrow his eyes at him. You seem familiar. I'm hurt. You couldn't remember me, person without a soul? Eyebrows of the Shadow Monarch were raised. He got surprised. So, what are you doing here, Ashborn? You know my name? I'm surprised, Agrona. The basilisk Azura had a different appearance this time. He resembled his previous self, a hybrid of a snake and Deke, but not much. He must have manipulated his body or changed it entirely. His mana was very different as well, which was why Ash couldn't immediately identify him. It was never a secret. I'm surprised how a person like you never tried to hide it. Oh, well, and also certain someone was muttering your name like a maniac, so obviously, I would know it. Do you see it now, Sarah? The one your continent hails as nothing but a mere snake. Agrona, who stood not far away from them, only now took notice of a young navy blue-haired girl. Also, the Vritra's blood could be detected in her, which came to him as a surprise. Why didn't the Shadow Monarch kill her on spot? So you are now using my own tools against me? You did try to use my own brother against me, didn't you? But in the end, it failed. Partly, I succeeded in my plan. However, this isn't what I wanted. Chasing the goal of mine for thousands of years gave birth to new desires in me. Obviously, now that you are in front of me, those dreams are now nothing but fragments. Agrona chuckled sullenly. Sarah's expression became glum, and she had a slew of unanswered thoughts in her head. She was angry. They were now called mere tools, weren't they? The tools for sovereigns for whom they knelt received blessings from them, was nothing but to their benefit. Obviously, my childishness is what brought me here. Agrona, you shall know the consequences of your deeds. You and the Azuras play with fire. Now it's consuming you and everything else slowly and painfully. There's no escape for you. Agrona felt the pair of eyes on him. It was an exhilarating experience. Those eyes literally drew everything in themselves, as he couldn't help but marvel at the strength imposed by Ashborn. The being that could determine his own fate, someone who had the ability that he didn't have. What did those lessers call it? Ah, yes. Karma actually exists, it seems. So, what will you do, kill me or just leave the dangerous enemy here? You are in that state and believed to be dangerous? For the time being, I'm limited, but I will search for a newer body and possibly stronger. Shame, I lost such an asset, but I believe immortality shouldn't be bound to physical aspects. Don't you agree? It doesn't matter if you redefine your body or preserve your life, it won't change your fate. Ash stepped forward. He felt no pity, no satisfaction, just hollow. As it is now time to pass down the final judgment. Chapter 63. As it is now time to pass down the final judgment. Ashborn's feet touched the ground. It cracked under the pressure. His dark, intimidating aura was slowly crawling onto Agrona's consciousness as the snake began trembling instinctively. Sarah watched as the sovereign of her land crumbled on the floor like a crouton. Even on his knees, while trying to force himself not to bend even more. Agrona's body betrayed him, and his forehead was pressed onto the floor. It wasn't just a show of force, no, it was total and utter domination. The purple-haired was obviously a realm above all who Sarah had ever met, and now she is sure that there is nobody stronger than him. If this is not absolute power, then what could ever be? She wondered. Worship the Lord. The Shadow Monarch stepped closer to the kneeling man, on the way, materializing the sword made out of the darkness. Praise the Lord. He stood over Agrona, looking down at him, preparing to strike at any moment. Completely blind to the situation, Agrona couldn't even open his mouth to speak. While Sarah's pupils enlarged at the sight. The mighty Vritra is about to be killed in front of her. Prove your faith to the Lord. The sword came down on the snake's head. A few meters away, Sarah heard a thud, but she couldn't see what happened. Her sight was set at an angle where she couldn't see the head of Agrona. By your own blood and life. Crimson Eyes finally noticed how the head rolled next to Ashborn, and the trails of blood followed after it. Head made a final roll, and definitely, the face belonged to Agrona. It wasn't an illusion. Now rise, my soldier. All the shadow soldiers had met the same fate once, but they obtained something in return. The emotion which burned eternally, loyalty for their lord and the new power of darkness. Agrona was the same. Now that he had his eyes opened in the darkness, he saw the world in new colors. The desires he previously held dear, all disappeared. Now he just wanted to remain loyal and useful to the one who gifted him. As the shadow rose, it kneeled and lowered its head to greet its lord. Your commands, my king? The shadow was human-like, with the human body. Just way larger, and the skin was obviously dark. The head had long and branched horns. The said skin had scales that were visible only because of the purple mana running through. I'll keep my questions to myself. For now, in my shadow. At the command, the creature nodded and immediately obeyed his new king. It disappeared from Sarah's sight, who for all this time couldn't really keep up with the situation. Not every day you can see a dead man rising in front of someone, can you? Then Ashborn turned towards her. For you, I do have something. It might help you if there is a desire to get stronger, of course. There is? This will be useless for me, but since you are here, maybe you can use it before it decays. Agrona's body, even if not his, was still an azuran and strong. Way stronger than any human being, with enormous mana reserves. Snap! The auburn-haired grabbed onto the corpse's horns, and by squeezing his hand, the horns made out of mana easily came off from the sockets. He then threw the heavy object to Sarah, who barely managed to get a hold of it. Here, it will help you. How can this thing help me? Just absorb the mana from it, there's a lot of it. Would be enough for you to reach the white core stage unless you lose most of it in the process. Sarah in disbelief stared at the horn. She had questions along the lines, how could this horn help her to get so strong? And again, the person in front of him just called him useless for himself. But why don't you use it for yourself? It won't change anything for me, unlike you. It will help you for the better. The random act of kindness from Ashborn was greatly appreciated by Sarah. Even though the first simply gave it to ensure that it wouldn't become complete garbage, he wasn't sure if Sarah could even use it properly. Only a few seconds later he realized the girl wasn't enduring enough to get a hold of this powerful object. The remnants of Agrona's mana were still strong enough to surge through Sarah instantly. The veins on the girl stiffened, and the mana core began trembling. It reached the point where the blood came out of her nose. Her body was shocked, her mind was shocked. Sarah couldn't feel the pain entirely. She coughed out the blood and began falling forward, as she couldn't contain herself standing. There. You absorbed too much. Fortunately, she was caught by the same auburn-haired boy who gave her this dangerous item. Instantly her condition became stable and the chaotic mana in her was calmed down forcefully by Ashborn. The internal damage also began healing quickly. Maybe your virtual lineage isn't strong enough. My king, it was just my mana that was rejected by hers. Agrona's shadow manifested next to him to Ashborn. I saw. Since you had partly similar blood, this shouldn't have been a problem. I guess it's not just her strength, it's just the Azuras, who are way above every living being on this planet. My king, not many could awaken with the virtual blood. Hers even managed to resist mine. That's formidable if I had a say in that. She still received a lot of damage, mental and physical. Sleep for a little. With a little wave in front of the girl's face, her eyes finally closed and she fell asleep. Ashborn proceeded to pick her up in a princess carry. Compared to Ash, she was still smaller physically, so there was no problem carrying her around. Agrona, while we are at it, tell me exactly what you have done. I understand, my king, I shall begin right away. Thus the shadow soldier began recalling the beginning of the story in a very detailed manner. Apparently, it all started before Ashborn came to this world, during a genocide of the Jinn. Possessed to neutralize the powerful, but rather peaceful entities, sent out dozens of dragons to eliminate them. Agrona explained the decision made by Kazess as just cowardice. Because of their fear, they decided to kill actually intelligent beings who posed danger. I learned about the fate only after discovering the runes, which remained after the destruction. Still, the remnants of the ancient Magus remained. The relic tombs that spread throughout the Alacria were one of them. We the Azuras weren't able to enter the relic tombs, thus I began sending inferior to us race in them to get some kind of intel. The idea was to send people into these relic tombs. Later those who became the Ascenders were to learn more about relic tombs. Unfortunately for Agrona, his questions were never answered. Possibly the ancient mages already predicted this outcome and made the relic tombs not reveal anything vital. All this was to take over the Epheotis. The sacrifices I made in my long life were all for my desire. He sacrificed not only his lover but also his daughter for one goal. To take over the Epheotis, he needed some kind of trigger as a backup plan. Sylvia and Sylvie were exactly that. Ironically enough, my most despised enemy and I allied for our own downfalls. Kazess and you, going against me? Not exactly, my king. You were graceful enough to give this snake and deer hybrid a second chance. This isn't a downfall, but a gift. I meant the experiment we have done on the flying continent. Tell me more. Kazess visited my chambers by himself. That came as a surprise to me. Agrona and Kazess made a deal. The dragon would not interfere in the lesser life's affairs, while Agrona has to help him in creating something. The thing that would help him undoubtedly defeat the being named Ashborn lay win. And so I looked into the element of fate. I could only see the darkness, but almost like, instinctively, if something inside me was giving me hints. I realized what I had to do. The two were born from darkness and light, by the same parent, at the same time. The first is similar to another, yet so different from each other. One's destruction brings death, and the second's death brings life. A connection of sorts was needed, and that was what Agrona found. The experiment was in the end successful, but as destined the creation attempted to kill its creator. Only with a little trick, Agrona managed to escape. And that's where Arthur comes, right? Unfortunately, that's exactly it, my lord. Your brother, Arthur, was a piece needed to make it happen. I think I've heard enough. Ashborn didn't need to hear any more information. He understood what was to come from his soldier's mouth. There would be a clash, with his own brother at that, if only Arthur can be called his brother after all the events unfolding. Agrona felt the change in his lord and didn't press on it. Instead he suggested proceeding by setting up the terrain for their clash. The Shadow Monarch sighed. Let's get going. He handed Sarah to Agrona, who gently took the sleeping girl. Should I take care of my impudent puppets, my lord? It's unnecessary, I'll do it myself. Agrona nodded in acknowledgement. So both of them dropped into the shadows, also taking the navy-haired girl with them. Ashborn could see through the eyes of different shadow soldiers, thus spectating different events happening all across the world. Hawkeye wasn't an exception, and through its eyes, the Shadow Monarch watched his family. At the moment, there wasn't a dire need for his interference. Hawkeye could handle it by himself, but he made his family wait too long. It was finally time to return, and on the way, he would also finish a few matters. Such as killing the traitor. Underscore 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 underscore. It all happened so fast that the twin horns weren't able to realize the entirety of the situation. The adrenaline in their bodies was pumped to the maximum and their heartbeat increased so much that their chests literally trembled. In a single moment, their ears caught a familiar voice, resulting in their bodies relaxing. The words "It's all safe now, you may rest assured," coming from a familiar person that you can trust, is very reassuring. Especially when you know that this person is strong. Instantly, the pressure coming from their enemies died down. The group watched how Alacrian soldiers could only stare, drop their weapons and raise their hands, while the traitor faced a much more cruel fate. Trotius Flamesworth first lost a hand, and it was now lying right next to him. Oh well, he himself followed right after, as he was lying on the rock-hard ground with a leg pressed on his back. "Did you enjoy it, hurting your own child?" Something whispered in his ear, while the leg on his back pressed on his back even harder. It became tough for the man to breathe. He couldn't even shout in agony, only some grunts followed. "I have no reason to let a fake parent like you continue living. Nonetheless, I hate backstabbers even more." Crack! Flamesworth's ribcage cracked. The pain was already irrelevant, and his shock was too big to even think about. All he had on mind was survival. He begged in his thought for this hell to end. "But, I believe your life is in a different person's hands. I'll just make it easier for her to decide what to do with you." Ashborn moved down his leg by the spine, just right above the man's mana core, and by sending enormous amounts of destructive mana, he broke the man's magical powers. Still, the Shadow Monarch wasn't done with clearing the area. "My lord, what should we do with others?" A Grona came out from the nearby shadow with the blue-haired girl in his hands. "Kill those who resist." Chapter 64. Kill those who resist. With the command given, the shadow soldiers waited no more and revealed themselves. Thousands of them, including gigantic silhouettes, appeared, overshadowing nearby buildings. The fear assaulted Alacrians, even those who were on the outskirts of a human city. Far away from the city, at the coast where many of the ships were docked, the enemy soldiers also began to notice abnormalities. The giants were moving towards them, and there wasn't even a signal coming from their comrades. Since the soldiers hadn't returned to the ships, they had to wait for their return. A clock ticked, and the Alacrians still haven't returned. With the exception of the Alacrian navy and civilian hostages, the Atistan Bay was deserted. "Admiral, anything else from the city?" "No, but this." The conversation between the commander of the Alacrian ship and the sailor was interrupted. Their ship began shaking madly, as if the huge waves were hitting the hull, causing everyone to stumble on their feet. When the admiral looked over to check on what was causing this, the black creatures completely flooded the sea. The gigantic hands and claws quickly came out of the water and dug into the ship's hull. Crack! The water entered the ship's hull, so either it should be docked right away. But the first option should be dismissed. Would the shadow soldier who seeks their liege's enemy's blood allow that to happen? No. There was no way. The shadow soldier would turn this ship into a submarine and nobody would stop him. "We are sinking." With no hope, the petrified sailor could only stare at his commander in disbelief, expecting him to at least have some emergency plan. Meanwhile, the commander was out of his mind. Down there, under the ship, there was something else they won't be able to escape from. He could witness how the huge dark claws broke down his ship. The water flooded the hull, and it began sinking. When the creature dug out his claw, even more water gushed into the ship, making it only sink faster. The sailors were running out of the interior to escape their demise. Luckily, before the water could reach their feet, they were already on the deck. Steadily, the ship merged with the water. Its damaged part finally couldn't hold on, and the massive Alacrian utility was split in half. One half with the sailors, the second with dark emerging monsters. "Punny creatures, stop resisting and embrace death. You were all given a chance to have a new purpose." Suddenly, in front of the sailors, another black creature appeared. This one looked much stronger. Just his presence was enough to inflict striking fear. Also, this time it was addressing them and telling them what? Embrace death? The admiral thought about it. Was this a chance to save his life? But what could the black creature mean? It couldn't possibly mean to kill themselves. Exactly. Punny creatures, embrace death. Kill yourself and I might spare your subordinates. The black creature whispered near his ear. Its cold breathing was now close to his skin. There was no turnaround now, was there? Will the admiral of the humongous fleet have enough courage to risk his life for his trusted subordinates? But he didn't want to kill himself. The only thing he was thinking about now was how to save his life. Attack, kill this creature. For Alacria. His screams were unheard by the sailors. When he turned around, the admiral realized why. Every one of his subordinates was pierced by a dark spike. Some of them were sticking out with organs on the tips. It was a horrible spectacle. Bad decision, Admiral. His eyes snapped towards the voice, to be met with a maniacal grin plastered on the creature's face. Let's get rid of those eyes. The next thing he could remember was how 2 fingers covered his sight, completely cutting his consciousness from reality. What a shame, I would have liked to play more, but the command is a command. Isn't that right, guys? Yes, Lord Yuto. Yuto laughed at the response of his subordinate. As much as he liked to play with the lives of mortals, there was much more to accomplish. The port city wasn't the only one to be cleared, there were more, far away from this place. Just like other commanders, he had to supervise all the processes. We're done with this place. Let's go to Xyrus. What about the king's castle, Lord Yuto? There are many battles nearby, they could attack the castle at any moment. The shadow soldier worriedly asked Yuto, who shook his head with a little smile. Sheesh, honestly. It's good that we aren't there. I wouldn't want to anger Lord Baru anyhow. Chills ran down the shadow soldier's spine when it heard the Ant King's name coming out of Yuto's mouth. You know the castle is protected when even the bloodiest and craziest person doesn't want to go there because there's an Ant King nearby. Should we get going then, Lord Yuto? Obviously, my hands are still so clean. They can fit much more blood than this. Grinning Yuto, together with hundreds of shadow soldiers, blended with the shadows and disappeared, leading hundreds of broken ships, bloodied corpses, and a literal reddened sea. The sharks would be having a great meal today. Back to Ashborn, who his family was now hugging. Raynolds and Alice, no matter how hard they tried to hug, it seemed they couldn't get enough of it. They just wouldn't let go. The situation worsened even more when the twin horns joined in. Certain red hair was lying on the ground with teary eyes and begged for them to stop. Guys, why are you doing it without me? Adam was immobilized and badly injured, but that didn't affect the twin horns, they only laughed in response. Bullied Adam painfully looked away. Ash, do you know how worried we were? It was uncomfortable to look into the eyes of your parents, especially when they were crying. Thankfully, they were tears of happiness. I see. Indeed, he could see and feel it very well. A normal kid would be crushed under this pressure. Ray's strength exerted in this hug was no joke. I'm here now. Am I not? Let go of me, so we can talk normally. Ah, all right. Instantly, everyone retracted their hands, freeing Ashborn of the human chains. He could now comfortably talk. I got what I wanted, and I'm ready to bring Arthur back. I thought it would be appropriate to visit you first before I go again. Also, there is a place where I should bring you all. You know where is Arthur? Alice's eyes instantly brightened up. Hearing at least something about his kidnapped son brought back the hope she was losing. On the other hand, Reynolds' expression became grim, the exact opposite of Alice's. He asked, but it's not that simple, is it? Ash. Well, it's a lot more problematic than any of you can imagine. Ashborn replied to his father, setting their emotions at their peak. Especially Alice and Reynolds, whose heart rates increased twofold. That's why I should take you to the hideout, for better protection. Not just you. The whole population of this planet, if possible. Or at least some part, to preserve previous life on the planet. That's how serious the situation was, crazy to say the least, but Ashborn wasn't exactly normal either. My king, sorry for interrupting, but I fear the girl is close to waking up. Already? Surprised, Ash glanced at the approaching shadow soldier. The Vritra held a navy blue-haired girl in its hands, who was about to wake up from her slumber. Ash, who is this? Ray and Alice were also surprised, not by her awakening, but by her appearance. She was really beautiful and cute. Is it what I'm thinking about? The parents' imagination began working really fast. She is an Alacrian. I gave her something to increase the Manticore level, but it was too strong and she fell unconscious. Poor girl, muttered Alice. Raynolds, however, did I just hear Alacrian? He glanced at his son, searching for answers. Ash nodded. He then explained what he was doing in Alacria. From the very beginning of how he entered the relic tombs and what was waiting for him outside after he finished his ascent. He left the information about Ceres behind, though. So she was framed for betrayal wrongly. Damn those Alacrians. Raynolds clicked his tongue. It's surprising that you took her, Ash. At Jasmine's words, Alice and Raynolds thought about the whole situation with the girl once more. It's not usual that Ashborn brings someone else. The only time he actually brought someone else was done for art. He simply brought Tesha for him. What about now? She is a student of my acquaintance. I couldn't leave her unconscious. Alice proudly smiled. At least he cared about that. Raynolds was giving winks to Ashborn, who stared back at him blankly. The cute exchange between parents and son had to end soon. Unfortunately, Sarah woke up. Ugh! A painful grunt escaped her mouth as she opened her eyes and stared up at the dark figure. My king, she woke up. I see that clearly and well. Sarah panicked at first. Those voices sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember what had happened. Why was she unconscious in the first place? Through her blurry sight, she recognized Ashborn and realized she was in a vastly different place. There were more people. She rubbed her head in pain. For the first time, things like this happened to her, and it was not a great feeling. Sarah, what did you get yourself into? She questioned herself, but her inner self never planned to answer the questions. Sarah, you absorbed a lot of mana and your core evolved. Does it hurt? A little. Groggily, she tried to stand up. Her feet couldn't reach the ground, so when she looked around, she found herself in that certain dark figure's hands. Her eyes snapped wide. I remember this one. Definitely, she used the horn of this creature to get stronger, which was previously gifted by Ashborn. This was the leader of the Alacrian continent, or was, before. It was Agrona Vritra. But now he is turned into a shadow soldier. She still had those memories of how Agrona's head rolled on the floor after Ash cut him down. And now that she remembered it, her body trembled. That was some emotional damage level of memory. She's fine, my lord. I can remove the pain if you so desire. Do it then, Agrona. The snake shadow soldier complied. With his unique magic, he could easily heal almost any kind of injury. Bringing back someone dead to life was also possible, although that wasn't necessary here. Agrona just did little manipulation with the brain. It's all done, my lord. Now she should be perfectly fine, with no pain at all. Although I'm surprised her Vritra body could adapt to this well, she might be more worthy if you turn her into one of us, my lord. Agrona suggested. The thought of turning Sarah into a shadow soldier was denied by Ashborn. Ashborn shook his head. Don't mention these in front of people. And no, I'm not planning to turn anyone here into my soldiers. That's a shame, my lord, but what about others like the orange-haired retainer over there? They will be way more useful to the lord than to Alacria. Agrona pointed at Hockey, dragging the orange-haired man. Others, including Sarah, stared at them in shock. The orange-haired man that caused so much ruckus was deformed to the extent that he was unrecognizable. Hockey, though, seemed to be happy. He was bringing that man to Ashborn. Like a faithful dog that always brings back thrown toys. He might be useful. For now, let's get going. We don't have time for the break. Ashborn brought forward his hand and cracked the space open. Get in this portal, Hockey, you carry Adam." Hockey dropped the dead body of the retainer and proceeded to carry the immobilized Adam. The rest waited for Adam, and then together they entered the portal. Soon they found themselves under the surface of the earth, in a certain cave-like construction. "We are back in the nest," the twin-horn muttered excitedly. It was such a quick way of transportation, it was like portable teleportation gates. "First time?" Sarah asked the twin horns, at which point they nodded at her. Ashborn walked forward and motioned for others to follow him. "We can finally reunite with Ellie, let's go." There are also Alacrians attacking. Underscore 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 underscore. The nest was in a chaotic situation. People had no rest for quite some time as the injured were brought in non-stop for a few hours. Healers overworked themselves, most of them ran out of mana a few hours ago. The Alacrians dealt heavy damage to Dicathan in just a few hours of confrontation. The nest was still in better shape than other bases. Unlike them, the nest had heavily stockpiled supplies. This was why injured people were brought here to be treated. This increased the need for healers, which was pretty limited for the underground city. The non-magician nobles had no experience treating others since their education level was low. There were a few who studied biology, but it wasn't enough. Ordinary people with at least some knowledge picked up the bandages and just stopped bleeding. Sanitation wasn't forgotten and infections were mostly avoided. The Helstia family wasn't an exception, they also helped out the nest. Together with Ellie, they tended to the injuries of soldiers who were brought. Also, Ellie had a little time to work with Emily and Gideon and help them out by delivering the necessary package. "Ack, this is so tiring." Ellie wiped off the sweat from her forehead. Her hair was soaked in sweat from all the running she did today. She was once again waiting at one of the many entrances to the hideout. Her duty was to help out in carrying supplies or just transporting the injured. Her laziness did show a sign a few times earlier, but a sense of responsibility didn't let her leave the duty she voluntarily signed up for. The entrance finally opened and Ellie saw people entering the hideout. Many of them were exhausted. Some of the injured, while remaining in good shape, carried unconscious comrades. Dirty and covered in blood, Dicathenians acme through the nightmare, but survived. Ellie tried to recognize at least someone. Tesha and her class had to come through this entrance. She couldn't see them in the first line. Maybe they were a little late. While helping the injured, she so asked. "Excuse me, has Princess Tesha returned yet?" Princess Tesha and her team were encircled. "Those damn Alacrians just fight differently, we couldn't pick a normal direction for attack." The soldier grunted. "How are they now?" "I don't know. Lance Aaliyah commanded us to retreat. I believe she is with them." The situation didn't look good. Even the lances wouldn't be able to overwhelm that horde. Alacrians turned the battle for strategic position into front warfare with their large numbers. The literal line was drawn at certain places on the continent of Dicathan simultaneously, and from there, the Alacrians began expanding this line. "I'm not sure if they will come back, that's just crazy." "No way," muttered Ellie in disbelief. That could just mean they were already dead or fated to die anytime soon. She looked down at his shadow. Ellie knew there was someone who could help out, but the shadow told her once that it wouldn't leave her side. "Then I should try and get there myself," whispered Ellie to herself. She is ready and set to help out her friends. "No, you won't, Ellie." Hearing the eerie, familiar voice, Ellie snapped to her left. There she saw her family, the twin horns, and some other people she didn't know, but that wasn't important. She almost dropped the injured person on the ground and ran to her family. "Ah, Dobby, please switch." A dark creature jumped out of her shadow, and Ellie helped to place an injured soldier on its back. Now she could finally reunite with her beloved family. "Mom, Dad, brother." She crashed into their embrace. Still, this didn't stop Ashborn from bonking her on the head. "Don't decide on reckless things, at least not without telling me." "But Tess is in danger." "I'm not sure about this one, though." Ashborn had one word on his mind, and that one word was tank. Chapter 65, Princess Tesha and her classmates were engaged in combat with Alacrians. This was a battle for life and death, where one mistake could cost the lives of the entire team. 10 people against hundreds of Alacrians. However ridiculous that might sound, the Dicathenians were fighting back pretty well. This type of resistance was unforeseen by the Alacrians. They were like dog meat sin just to die. The stamina of Xyrus' students, though, was slowly diminishing, and mana wasn't infinite. It would have run out long ago if not for the certain badges that were given to them. Countless elixirs were also used during this time to ease the pain or resupply mana course. "Tess! Do it again." "All right." Raising her hand high in the air, the elven princess chanted a spell. This made vines in the earth rise, crack the land apart, and create a jungle-like environment in an instant. The Alacrians were trapped in this place, greatly restrained from moving. "All right, Kathleen, it's your time to shine." Claire shouted at the dark-haired girl, accompanied by a little smirk. "Today, many of those Alacrians won't be going home." Kathleen menacingly exhaled chilly air. With a swift movement of her hand, she swept the wand in the direction of the vines. She was an ice deviant, and now she was planning to freeze all the vines Tess had just raised. It didn't take much effort from her, just an ounce of mana. Ice mana like a wave, spread across the area, covering not only the plants but the Alacrian soldiers as well. The victim of Kath's ice magic wanted to scream, but before he could do so, he froze, not able to even let out a scream of pain. His death was followed by many others. The remaining who survived and were out of the area couldn't simply shrug off the deaths of their comrades. They stared at the group of frozen statues. This wasn't the end. "Take this, you damn bastards." An angry Theo entered the chat. His rage was leaking through magic. Even his classmates could feel it, as Theo's magic responded to its emotions and created a gravitational circle around him that pressured everyone. It was a horrible act for a warrior, but damn, it felt so good doing it to the enemies. He augmented his hand with an enormous amount of gravity magic and dug into the ice construct. Crack crack. Then, followed by the complete obliteration of frozen remains, the dome of ice was splattered flat on the soil, seizing the Alacrian soldiers in an even more jaw-dropping shock. Hell, even the classmates didn't appreciate this. Now, what would Alacrian do? Obviously, try and avenge the fallen comrades, whatever it takes. Claire wanted to scold the masculine team right here. However, there was no time for this. Either they had to run or fight. Without a cover, retreating was a bad idea. So Claire glanced at the conjurers in her group. Tesha has just used the massive plant magic, as well as Cathian, who froze it. The only possible candidate was now Ferrith, but he was too busy shooting approaching Alacrians. Faye. Use some spells concentrated on a large area, we'll cover you. Guys. Protect Ferrith until he charges up the attack. Claire instructed her teammates, at what, and everyone responded as expected. Ferrith, not arguing, moved back, and his place was taken by Doradria. They made a diamond formation with Ferrith at the center of it. Ferrith was now well protected from all sides. The only thing Ferrith had to do was charge up a spell with mana. This was the problem now. From where would he get so much mana? His wand, made by Gideon himself, didn't absorb as much mana as he required it to at the moment. Should I try to absorb the mana? But this will take too much time. Dang it, I'll just put in what I have. Ferrith willed all his mana at the tip of his wand, but he wanted more. Doubt appeared in his mind. Thinking that this wasn't enough, he wanted to extract more mana. He went as much as to damage his core by doing this. As the sweat tickled his nose, he thought, "No. I need more." He wanted more, but his body said otherwise. It simply refused to inject more mana into this spell. He cursed out loud, F***ck. This outburst was accompanied by a grin. With the words "fuck this nobility shit," the true Fei was released. "I'll get more, whatever it costs." The cracks spread all over his core. He thought this would be the end of his magical career, or maybe his life. At least he would have saved his comrades bravely. "Eat this." Just like this, all Ferrith did was throw his wand in the direction of his enemies. Duradria, create an earth pillar large enough for us to stand. He instructed with a smug smile. Others stared at him like an idiot. Why the hell would he throw his only weapon? How will he continue to fight? Duradria, do it now. Huh, all right. As told, all she had to do was place her hands on the ground, channel her mana, and raise a pillar. All of them were lifted at least 10 meters above the surface, becoming an easy target for casters. Maintain your mana, Duradria. It will be quite shaky. Splash somewhere amongst the crowd of Alacrians, thrown by Ferith's wand. Exploded, creating a wave of water. The wave was strong enough to sweep across the battleground in a few seconds, and there was so much water that it reached the Alacrians' necks. "Couldn't you do this earlier?" Not out of anger, Curtis shouted at his friend. He was actually happy his friend could do this, but something was weird. Ferith looked paler than before. Elven skin was paler than that of a normal human, but not to this level. "Hey, Ferith." There was no response from Curtis. The elf attempted to turn to the human prince, but stumbled forward and almost fell off the earth pillar. "Ferith." Theo used his gravity magic to catch Ferith falling. He used too much mana. Tesha realized the situation quickly. She also sensed Ferith's mana core, and it wasn't in the best shape. There were a lot of cracks, and if we look at his current state, it's most likely not a breakthrough through the stage. "Kath." Curtis signaled to his sister. She nodded back, crouched down, and placed her hands over Ferith's core. If she could transfer her mana to Ferith as Arthur could, then they might be lucky enough to get out of this place quickly. "I'll try to contact Grotter." Unfortunately, the prince's bond was far away from this place. He sent the lion to escort injured soldiers back to the base. There was little hope of contacting anyone else. They don't even have communication. Scrolls. Feifi's condition, on the other hand, was stable. It just didn't get worse or better. This was a worrying matter. Kathleen dropped a lot of sweat just by transferring so much mana into Ferith's core. Then she made a blunder. Instead of a steady wave of mana, she pumped too much. Her face turned to shock, feeling how the elf's core began falling apart. The outer layer crumbled, and inside of it was a new one. The fresh and brightest level of the yellow core stage. "Hey! His level is changing rapidly." Theodore noticed the quick change in numbers on the badge. It was rising. From 45, it was now on the number 53, and it didn't stop there. His pale face was also getting color back. Wait, not only him. Theodore's jealousy showed a sign. After seeing Ferith's level jump up so high, he wanted to check his, and guess what? It was also increasing. Claire, Kathleen, Curtis, Tesha, Duradria, Theodore, and Ferith. All of them have received a big boost in their energy levels. The mana levels increased to their peaks and were completely refilled. Haha. What in the world is with this thing? Curtis happily chuckled. Whatever it was, he was grateful. We need to get out of this place. With newfound strength, Tesha raised more vines. The wet soil would be a pretty tough place to run on, so with these vines sucking out all the water, it should be better. Guys, we should get out of this place. Jump down, she commanded. Claire gave a nod to others. Theo picked up an unconscious Ferrith, and all of them were ready now. 3, 2, 1, go! The team jumped down, on the way grabbing onto the vine to softly slide down. Theo was the first one to land on the ground with Faye on his shoulder. Others followed right after. To the east, the colony is closer. Also, there was a forest on the way. It would reduce their visibility and slow down the Alacrians. Far away from them, a visible crowd of soldiers was forming. This was a sign to hurry up and move, and so they did. With magic, it was no problem to augment and run at superhuman speeds. They were approaching the forest. They had no intel if this forest was free of the enemies. Nonetheless, Claire grabbed onto the tilt of his sword. Her keen sense was telling her that there was something wrong with this forest, not in a bad way. We can use this. The attention of enemy soldiers was on them. They could get into the forest and prepare to strike, taking many Alacrians by surprise. Guys, get in the forest and pick up some good positions for ambush. What? Claire, that's crazy. It's also crazy that we will go straight into a colony. We'll just reveal our main hideout. Claire was making sense. So everybody stopped arguing, under the effect of adrenaline and hatred of these enemies. They weren't against lessening their numbers even more. Let's just do it, guys. Theodore chimed in. Fine. They stepped into the boundaries of a forest and dispersed in quick succession. The only thing awaiting him was blood, a lot of it. In this perfect environment for an elf with plant magic, Tesha was a predator. Even just alone, she can hunt hundreds, if not thousands. Claire and Curtis are fire mages. They can simply put this forest ablaze in case of emergency. With their will to fight intact, they were prepared to meet and greet their enemies. The Alacrians were cautious when entering the forest. They knew there were few, but also knew how combat-capable those enemies were. The squad of 5, which distanced itself from the main group, continued their way into the center. Arrogance was their downfall. Thinking they were the strongest, they led them to the trap. Something grabbed onto their feet and lifted them upside down, and when they looked up, they saw vines. Sure dash. Before they could scream for help, the vines wrapped around their mouths. The terrified soldiers were immobilized. They could only move their eyes around to search for someone. In the distance, they were met with a pair of green glowing eyes. It stared at the back. Bloodlust was visible in them. The girl to whose eyes those eyes belonged muttered something. And the soldiers lost the light in their eyes. There were many other traps planted by Tesha. They were just waiting for their unfortunate victim. Just like Art, silent and deadly, like how he dealt with filthy slave traders and saved her. This time it will be her, saving Dicathan from the invaders. She didn't know it though, because there was an enormous creature in her shadow ready to tear apart enemies instead of her. With others, the situation wasn't so calm. Ferrith woke up, and he was fighting in tandem with Doradria. The dwarf's earth magic was giving them an advantage. However, the inexperience caused a few problems. Sometimes their traps weren't effective, and enemies avoided them. This caused the retreat of enemy forces. Now, there's the possibility of them coming with an even bigger force. The guerrilla tactics failed. Only Tess was able to keep up with her vine magic. Soon it would be useless. The horde of thousands of Alacrian are encircling the forest instead of going in it, and they are capable of burning it down in minutes. Chapter 66. The Xyrus students were coughing uncontrollably while in the burning forest. Tesha was nowhere to be seen, while others were in the epicenter of the attack. The forest was burning, and it was slowly narrowing, close to leaving nothing but ashes in place of previously greeny trees. Claire was trying to fish out Tesha's location. She couldn't have gone far away. Although, she definitely masked her presence well. At least the Alacrians wouldn't be able to find her quickly. This place is becoming too smoky. At this rate, we'll be just breathing in pure dark smoke. As much as Theodore was endurant, there was no way he could endure these conditions forever. He wasn't Snoop, and hell, not even Snoop Dogg himself will be able to. You simply shouldn't have a need to breathe, or at least filter lunges. The plants in this forest aren't just simple, some of them are magical, with special magical abilities to hypnotize and make people happy. In their dreams. Should I just remove this smoke? Ferrith asked. Claire thought for a moment but rejected the idea. No. It can reveal our position. We need to search for Tesha first. The red hair explained, also proposing the plan. They would split up to quicken the pace. In case of emergency, they are to warn others by some loud spell. The same if they find Tesha. If successful, they will leave the forest together. Get going then. Underscore 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 underscore. Tesha, on the other hand, was completely fine. She had wind magic and the smoky environment couldn't harm her in any way. There was an issue with orientation since her current position was too dark. Everything was coated with black smoke, it was even covering sun rays that could barely enter the woodland even earlier. Her vision expanded as she channeled mana in her eyes. She'll be able to find a way out of this. But she'll have to find Claire and others, because without them, leaving wasn't possible. Where could they have gone in this forest? Her vines died long ago, and she can't use them to sense their presence. They are probably searching for me now. She thought as she ran in a random direction, still trying to hide away from the sudden appearance of Alacrians. It's not like they can see anything in this place either. They'll be unseen until this forest is still burning. In the meantime, they'll have to leave this place as quickly as possible. That was the only way they could survive. If not, then they'd simply die against thousands, if not more, of Alacrians. Dropping down the weapons wasn't an option. If they are caught, enemies will lure out important information. As a princess, Tesha understood this well. They can use her as bait for her parents. Knowing them, they can do something stupid in exchange for her safety. So she was dead set on surviving no matter what. I need to meet Art, at least one more time. Tess was lost in her thoughts as she traveled through the burning woods. She was on the lookout for her friends, but she followed the path blindly. Sometimes she would turn right, sometimes left, aimlessly, so that she even forgot where she was initially. The thing was clear, something appeared that made her snap out of this state. What's this? The presence of something else knocked her down. Immediately, she felt heaviness in her chest, her ears perked up, and sweat dropped on her forehead, this time, more intensively. Tesha jumped to her side in worry. Her eyes darted around to identify the threat. It was nowhere to be seen. Faint noises, however, reached her pointy ears. It sounded like a crazy, manic laugh. This noise was like the music of a broken violin, very shrill and harsh. Her heartbeat quickened as Tessie's eyes caught the silhouette, the shadow of which was darker than the smoke. She also quickly began to absorb air due to nervousness. Because of the loud noise coming from her, she covered her mouth to avoid making any more. As the blood was being pumped by her heart, Tesha could hear each beat. She felt like her chest was being held by something from inside. However, it was the only reassurance she had at that time. She still felt alive, thanks to it. Meanwhile, another noise was added to the terrible laugh. The metallic shrieking of chains only added more pathos to the situation. The girl began to wonder who it was, and how it got there. Nothing of the kind was seen during their battle. All Alacrians were the same, nothing differentiated them from Dicathenians. But this thing was something that they had not yet seen, and no one from their continent had seen it before. Just one look was enough to cause fear, but she still hasn't seen that individual in full. It definitely wasn't something simple. I have to find others quickly. Tesha jumped on her too and quickly tried to find others by sending thin vines in all directions. This was a costly move, but to save time, you have to take risks. Not that there were any alternatives. The elf girl couldn't think with a clear mind because she was disturbed. The vines spread their roots at a large distance, with Tesha being able to sense mana fluctuations with their help. She felt a lot of signatures, but detecting the familiar presence of Claire was more than enough for her. She had to just run because someone might have detected her presence. The red-haired girl also seemed to feel that Claire was moving towards her. Tess would like to tell her that she shouldn't come here, but the elf had no way to communicate with her. She cursed in her mind. Nonetheless, she increased her speed to reach quicker. Tesha was also looking back to see if she was pursued or not. She still didn't know what that individual was capable of. Well, it was clear that it was dangerous. A faint smile appeared on Tesha's face as she was closing up to her friend. She would have cried out if not for the circumstances. "Tess!" called out the red-haired girl, who was running with her hand on the weapon, ready to unsheath it at any moment. Tess put her finger in front of her mouth and signaled for Claire to be silent. "Shhhh, quiet down, Claire. We got an unidentified threat, very dangerous." "What are you on about?" Tess grabbed onto the girl's hand and began Claire with her. The redhead was surprised, but she still followed nonetheless. "Just explain. What's going on?" Claire pressed the question while they were running. The princess was about to explain what was going on when she stopped dead in her tracks. Claire stopped and looked at Tesha weirdly. She was staring into the smoking forest. Her pupils were shrunken, and her heart was pumping furiously in her chest. It was the same feeling as before. Claire, who felt the weird change in Tess, tried to shake her up a little bit. Again, the redhead was surprised to see her reaching for the weapon on her waist. The peculiar part was that her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Another question arose: did she see a ghost? Rattle. Claire was roughly kicked away by Tess, and in their place, a sickle attached to chains passed. Now she understood it. There was an enemy who Tess wanted to warn her about. Speaking of the enemy, where was it again? Claire looked at the place where those chains were coming from. The man was donned in all black, his torn coat covering him and a greenish aura surrounding him. He was walking towards them wearing a crazy expression and a long tongue stuck out. He seriously looked like a predator snake that had just found its prey. Claire shot a glance to her left, to see how Tesha was. She was all right but had an injury to her right shoulder. The sickle managed to tear the flesh and muscle, fortunately leaving the bones in one piece. Would you look at that? Two beautiful girls, all alone in the forest, interesting. Who's gonna stop me? His grin sent chills down the girls' spines. With a swish of his hand, the chain sickle was back in his hands. This time, the girls weren't able to even react to it. Much to their frustration, the man didn't stop on that and licked the bloody tip of his weapon, to antagonize the elf girl even more. "Haha, today is my lucky day." The sickles were now thrown simultaneously. Interestingly enough, they weren't aimed at the girls. The bats hit Crazy Guy through it so that the chains wrap around the girls and capture them. Their eyes followed the chains, but their bodies weren't fast enough. They could witness how the chains were closing upon them, and how they were about to hit them. "Huh." The man gasped while holding onto the chains. Yes, the chains worked as intended and encircled the two girls, although they didn't shrink and were too wide to even reach them. His eyes searched for the barrier. No trees should be able to hold his sickles down. His green glowing eyes stared into the dark smoke, hoping that there would be something. His hope appeared to be true, as the glowing purple eyes shone brightly through the darkness and repulsed the fear. Now, an unknown man felt frightened. The purple eyes were staring down at him. When the complete shape of a creature emerged, the man was petrified to see the tall and wide shadow. Is this one of the mutated beasts? What is it doing here, though? The man wondered. Mutated beasts couldn't have left the dungeons, or maybe the mutations spread outside. With a raised eyebrow, the man closed in upon the beast. This one seems pretty useful at that. Stand on your 4, you are too tall. Although the command was given, the creature didn't react instantly. It also mimicked the man and raised an eyebrow. Nonetheless, it began to lower itself. Goudash! The man wanted to compliment the shadow, but before he could do so, he was smashed to the ground and pressed hard on by the creature's paw. Its bare head now showed white sharp teeth, and the noise of growling was escaping. It was annoyed by the man's doings, as well as being in the shadow of a girl for years. Finally, Tank was free. Tank lifted to see how the man was. There was no visible damage, so it again proceeds to stomp on the man repeatedly to deform him until he dies. Tesha and Claire watched its actions, stupefied just by the sheer size of the bear. Not it was also toying with the man that toyed with them. Swish! Air was cut by the swish of a sickle, followed by Tank's paw being cut off from its socket. This didn't cause Tank to stop but did hinder the bear for a few seconds, which was enough for the man to escape. He is now standing meters away from the bear, angrily swinging his chains, cutting the trees down uncontrollably. Growl! Tank also ascertained its angriness and intent on the man. Also, being a tank it is, the shadow also looked behind to show the girls thumbs up and point in a certain direction, signaling them to go that way. Thanks? Claire briefly thanked Tank before she was taken away by Tesha. This was perfect timing from Tank. Now they had momentum. They'll find their classmates and get the hell out of here. We got more support approaching, I believe. How do you know that? Asked Claire. This creature is similar to ones we were sparring with. Remember the ones Ashy summoned? Exactly. Claire still had hellish flashbacks from that training. It was tiring and not something a teen would like to remember. They got dragged around on the training grounds like in football. That ant-like creature was even trying. Princess Tesha. Chapter 67, Princess Tesha. The shout was coming from above. The voice was unfamiliar to Claire, but not to Tesha. From somewhere, the latter had heard of it before. Back in the years, when she was still an elven princess and didn't attend Xyrus. There were 2 lovely ladies passing by in the corridors, and both of them greeted her in the same manner. Princess Tesha, they addressed her like that. One of them had jet black hair and a seductive figure. The second was an elegant woman, with white-greenish hair. Elves, of course, since at that time humans weren't allowed in the kingdom. Apparently, later she found out that the 2 of them were Lances. Lance Aya, nicknamed Phantasm, and Lance Aaliyah, nicknamed Oriot, the strong women whom Tesha respected and aspired to become in the future. Lance Aya? She called out for them. Indeed, it was them. Lance Aya flew down, followed by Lance Aaliyah. First used her wind magic to sweep away all the fog around her and create a breathing space. Princess Tesha. We apologize for being so late. Please, move out of this forest and let Aaliyah escort them. Byron should be arriving as well, knowing that the human princess and prince are here. You might as well find them. Aya instructed her companion quickly. This was not the time to be playing around, and Aya knew it well. Got it. Aaliyah shot a salute before grabbing onto the girl with vines and lifting her in the air together with her. Aya, on the other hand, is prepared to engage the enemy. She used wind and sound magic to conceal her presence. In this state, she shouldn't be seen by anyone else if she doesn't wish them to find her. The lance then gently flies up above the smoking forest and tries to search for the most problematic enemies. 2 of them were already apparent, as their battle was shaking the earth miles away. The huge bear, with endurance large enough to take hits and not even flinch, and the skinny man in dark clothes, fast enough to make even Aya hard to follow with her eyes. I need to get closer. For better observation, Aya decided to shorten the distance between the battle and herself. Willing herself to fly forward, Aya's magic responded to her and made her body float in the desired direction. While Aya was calmly watching how the battle would unfold, Tank was having a sweaty battle with the Alacrian man. The Shadow's large body wasn't as maneuverable as the man's, it had the scary speed, but the Alacrian still appeared faster. He would easily use his sickles to rip and tear Tank's shadowy body, only for it to regenerate again. The battle wouldn't stop until the Alacrian runs out of stamina. Tank will just exhaust him. This thing, it's not mutated beast. The Alacrian dismissed his previous claims. The shadowy bear definitely isn't a mutated mana beast. Even he doesn't have this kind of regeneration, and nobody should have. When his sickle passed through the bear's body, it just didn't feel material. And who's this annoying bug? Alacrian's eyes shot upwards, to where he felt the presence of someone else. Pretty strong. The white core mage, most likely a lance. Can conceal her presence, maybe that one. Yeah, sure, that's her. An elf with wind and sound magic. He pretended he didn't see the woman flying in the sky but just continued to fight his opponent. This manipulation of battle was unnoticed by both Tank and Aya. The elf just continued to observe while the bear furiously kept attacking the man. During the battle, he found time to fly up and kept his attack concentrated on the Tank. Unexpectedly, the bear increased its size and continued to attack the person. This was what the man was aiming for so far, to somehow get closer to the lance woman while she had her guard lowered. I got her. He grinned as he found the right moment to attack with his sickle. The elf was close enough, and Tank was only about to swing its large paws at him. This time the abnormality was noticed by Aya. It was a little late, but she still managed to conjure a wind sword and deflect the incoming projectile. Could he see me? She didn't anticipate an attack. Even though she deflected it, was it all just for this? What are you going to do about the second one, though? The man asked, pointing somewhere else under them. Aya instantly looked down to check if there was something. Seeing nothing, she looked back at the man. Pew! With a funny expression, the Alacrian made a gun from his hand and shot a green liquid from the tip of his fingers. The little ball, which resembled the bullet, had comparable speed as well, even faster. Also, it was so small that seeing its trajectory was impossible for Aya. She wasn't able to deflect this one. Before she could conjure a barrier, the projectile hit her leg. The liquid spread over her leg, damaging it even further. It's an acid. Aya screamed in her mind. She had a way to stop acid, it was to just remove it with her wind magic. But would that man let her do that? Are you sure you should squabble with me rather than save those two girls you came for? Well, she is being taken care of. I'm free to squabble with you as much as I want. While gritting her teeth, Aya seductively smiled. Ha, what an interesting foe. I'll give you more than that. My weapons are covered in poison. That elf with platinum hair received quite a cut with it. I presume she will be dead in a few or so minutes. Aya widened her eyes in horror and realization. She remembered that large cut on Tesh's shoulder. Aya didn't give it much attention because it was nasty and she could still continue walking. I have to tell Aaliyah. This bear right there, however, seems to have immunity. I was waiting all along for it to die, but it's still energized. Alacrian looked down to see the bear. Tank was on his two with crossed arms, staring at them, waiting for them to finish the discussion. After all, he got manners and stuff. You are one of them, aren't you? Scythes, I think. I guess someone did tell you about the structure of the Alacrian military. Yes, I'm a scythe, but yet, I'm subordinate in rank to other scythes because of my inexperience. Quite talkative, aren't you? You won't be getting out of here alive anyway. It would be funny to see a dead person talk. The man laughed at his own joke. Why not? It would be fun to hear it from a dead man like you. The woman grinned and attacked the man, along with the bear. The man's face changed and became serious. He looked at the two as if they were idiots. This elf wanted to kill him with the wind sword, and on the other hand, the bear wanted to eat him literally. These guys don't learn from lessons, do they? Stretching out his hands, the sickles themselves returned to their places. They began to burn with a black flame. The dark magic then spread to the chains. Drawing his sickles in quick succession, the man sent waves of flames all around him. Like a balloon being pumped, the dome of black flames quickly expanded and was close to reaching Aya. In response to this, the elf created her own wind barrier to block flames. It turned out successful. The greenish barrier wasn't passed by the flames. Nobody was going to stop the failed attack, so the man attacked by swinging one of his sickles from time to time, aiming it at Aya's neck. The lance lowered herself to avoid the blow. She then charges her own attack but gets hindered by another swing of the sickle. Dang it, he isn't letting me aim properly. If only this bear could. As if understanding Aya's thought process, the bear jumped up to grab the man. Without much hassle, the man flew upward and wasn't caught by the creature's jaw. This was enough for Aya to use a sound and wind magic spell. She disappeared from the Alacrian's sight, becoming invisible to him again. She disappeared again. What a peculiar use of magic. Instead of using his sight, the man now concentrates on sensing Mana's signature. Then he felt something way more disturbing than just Aya, this bear under him. The bear didn't have a mana core, so the question was, where was he getting the mana from? The mana with capabilities to regenerate to this extent and instill fear into opponents because of its dark nature. What in the world? Aya cast another spell on the distracted man. It was the pure use of sound magic to make the opponent sleep. Yes, it did work and made Aside feel dizzy, but the spell was shrugged off when the Alacrian found out about it. This is pissing him dash. As the man was about to roar out, Tank entered the action and managed to catch him with its fangs. The huge shadow smashed down the scythe on the ground and proceeded to smash it in there again. Of course, it didn't forget to use its own sharp claws to tear up everything it touched. Get away from me! The place where Tank smashed the scythe burst into flames, creating a bubble of hot lingering dark flames that would burn everything else. It seemed like the scythe went crazy, and despite the flames hurting his own body, he kept on burning. Tank was still okay though. Those dark flames couldn't hurt his body anyhow. The man didn't know that, though. He expanded the range of his corrosive flames, aiming to kill not only the bear but the female lance as well. By the way, there was still no sight of her. The scythe was doing everything blindly. With the final scream, the scythe unleashed the final wave of dark flames, thinking this would surely do the job. To his fiasco, the flames could only hurt the surroundings, not the creature with resistance to this attack. When the dome of black flames died down, there was a silhouette of a standing person. This damned woman! Something in the scythe snapped earlier. He felt extremely angry, scared, and frustrated. He just tried to sense the presence of Aya, but in the end, he felt some connection the bear had. He felt its nature. Completely submerged with rage, the scythe charged at the flaming person. He brought back his sickle, ready to be thrust into the chest of a standing person. I will get rid of this woman, he was thinking. Die! He brought down his sickles and they were about to enter the flames when they just dispersed. Instead of the usually expected sound of flesh being cut by sickles, it felt like metal hit metal. The scythe straightened his eyes and looked at what happened. There was a sign of torn clothing, but weirdly enough, there was no blood. When he looked up to see the individual's face, he saw the teenage boy glancing down at him with seemingly endless sharp eyes, which burned his soul to crisp like Vritra's magic. This individual had the same nature as the bear. If the scythe had the say in it, he would definitely rate this individual the scariest in the entire universe. The teen's darkness devoured the light, even the light he had in himself. What's wrong? Scared? The scythe snapped out of his trance. He jumped away from the teenage boy, his beastly instincts were yelling at him to do so, but he was caught in the hair by a certain force. As if he was tied by a solid mana construct. It was definitely the teenage boy who did that, he had his hand raised towards the scythe. The hand was controlling the surrounding mana according to the shape it was taking. Right now, it was grabbing the man. The man's eyes now thoroughly inspected the standing figure. He had a lean body, not like his skinny, it actually looked strong. He was quite tall as well, despite his age. He could tower over the average Alacrian. He has smooth skin on his face, beautiful eyes, and an aura of dominance around him. The first impression was something that couldn't be described by words. The man's mind couldn't process the unmatchable strength. Behind the person was the female Lance, who was looking at them wide-eyed. Her eyes were jumping from the teen to the scythe. They were filled with confusion and surprise. "I'm friendly. You can leave for your initial mission. I'll take care of this." The teenager called out for her. She flinched at hearing the low voice addressing her, telling him to just leave the battle like this. How could Aya be sure that this person was actually a friend? She shot a glance at the nearby bear. It had lowered its head and dared not raise its head to see what was going on. "I believe it's not time to process things slowly. As proof of my allegiance, I'll finish this off, instead of you." Chapter 68. How did he do this? The Lance Aya was asking herself. Her eyesight was too slow to notice what had happened. The person was faster than light, he simply emerged in front of her when the explosion of black flames occurred. She found herself in a barrier that protected her from the lingering flames. Meanwhile, the person who was standing in front of her was doing nothing. "I must do it." The elf forced herself to stand up. The pain was unbearable, but by using augmentation, she managed to raise herself on her knees and then on two legs. She was in a must-do situation, where death was the least of the sacrifices she could make. She takes a step forward to deal with the black flames, but the person gives her a glance, making it clear to her that the person had something planned and it was best not to interrupt. In the next second, she enlarged her eyes as the dangerous magic just dissipated. Every little spark of the flames was now non-existent. For a moment, she came to regret the decision. The scythe lunged at the person, with his sickle prepared to strike. Shit! The auburn-haired wasn't even looking at this opponent. Was he caught off guard? Funnily enough, instead of him being stabbed, the sickle just stopped on his skin with a clang. Aya asked herself how tough this guy could really be if the metallic sickle, which could tear apart everything, was stopped like this. The scythe jumped away the moment the person laid eyes on him, out of fear? Yes, Aya could now clearly read his expression. The previously unshaken scythe trembled with fear. He was close to pissing himself off. Just how strong is he? More surprises came when the scythe was caught in the air by a mysterious force. The purple hue surrounded the scythe, and the shape of it really resembled the palm of a human. The floating man was about to be squashed by this purple hue. He was definitely under pressure and blood was leaking from his nose. "I'm friendly. You can leave for your initial mission. I'll take care of this." She flinched. This voice didn't resemble the appearance the teenage guy had. It was a low, authoritative voice, the words sounded like a command. Aya was unsure if she could have left them. There was also this giant bear, which was now bowing its head towards auburn-haired. "I believe it's not time to process things slowly. As proof of my allegiance, I'll finish this off, instead of you." He was right, though. Aya couldn't proceed according to the situation. Even though it was a requirement for lances to act as quickly as possible in situations where normal soldiers couldn't. But what exactly could she do? Princess Tesha. The elf girl needed help, and it was her duty to protect the royal family. She needed some kind of antidote or a healer who could have neutralized the poisonous liquid. "Can you neutralize poisons?" Aya screamed at the teen, hoping that her answer would be what she wanted. At first, it wasn't what she would like. The guy just threw something else at her. The thing was a vial with golden ornaments, and bloody red liquid filled it. "What is this?" was what Aya had thought at that moment. "There's no need for anything, Tesha is all right." Aya, first of all, wanted to ask how she knew who she was thinking about. Nonetheless, instead, she questioned how Tesha was alright. The liquid that the scythe was using was no joke. She herself was lucky to handle the situation well. How do you know that? Princess Tesha had a big scar. It was large enough for infection to occur. She had contact with stronger poison and she was great as ever. Believe it or not, she has immunity to any kind of poison you or anyone in this world could have ever made. She had contact with a stronger poison? Aya wondered what position could have been stronger. It was natural that she acquired immunity against poison, but how strong exactly was that poison if it gave immunity to all others? She had to be hospitalized, but there wasn't even a case of her feeling bad. Just go. You don't want to see what's going to happen. She trembled when she heard these words. They were so cold and emotionless. For the first time, Aya felt bad for her enemies. She wouldn't want to wish them and experience whatever was about to happen to that scythe. By the way, who are you? Ashborn Lewin. She didn't question further, and at high speed she flew away from the place, leaving the scythe with two dark beings. The tank soon shrunk into the teen's shadow and disappeared from his sights, which made things seem worse. He was now alone with an actual monster. You have failed me, Tank. I expected you to defeat the lowly snake with your strength, but I have to intervene. The Shadow Monarch was disappointed, of sorts. He couldn't be mad at his own soldier because of not having enough strength. It all depended on him in the end. It would be just better if Tank was strong enough to defeat at least a scythe-level opponent. In the near future, in an enormous battle that will transpire, he needs strong soldiers to fight alongside him against threats unseen by this world. Are they really that strong? Ashborn looked at the scythe caught in the air. In his eyes, those scythes weren't even a percentage of the tank's strength. The shadow soldier had brute strength and an enormous amount of mana coming from him. Along with monstrous regenerative powers, Tank seemed unbeatable. Are you that strong? He directly questioned the scythe, bringing the man closer to him. Still, in a trace of the monarch's authority, the terrified scythe begged with that look in his eyes to let him go. Ash didn't stop there. He only brought him closer until his eyes were right under his nose. He stared down at them, scaring the poor creature even more. With the movement of his fingers, Ash controlled the mana-shaped hand with ease. He began slowly clenching his fist, as the thumb and index fingertips were narrowing each other. The scythe felt his inability to breathe. Something was pressing on his neck on two opposite sides at the same time. His neck was being squashed now, and the breathing pathway was only getting narrower. Together with an intimidating persona, he craved oxygen now more than ever before. The tears escaped his eyes. KHEP. The man wanted to scream with everything he had to reach out for someone else. He begged his imaginary gods, the Vritras, the ones who gave him the power, to come and rescue him. Make this nightmare end. There was already blood streaming out of his neck, and with each second it was getting worse. There was a cold sensation that he felt in his lungs. The breathing pathway was being filled with a red liquid instead of the air he so hungered for. With every second passing, he was choking out the blood. His face was getting bloodied. His eyes were also leaking blood now. Instead of the expected screams, the blood was coming out of his mouth. Everywhere there was blood, and the body itself was becoming a mess of blood. However, for Ash, how the skinny person had so much blood was more questionable than how the person was feeling right now. He continued until the person had no light in their eyes and was dead. The resistance died down, and Ash finally released the scythe, dropping him on the ground lifeless. I still need you. The scythe became a part of Ashborn's quickly made-up plan. To test the effectiveness of the scythe's shadow soldiers, will they be as powerful as Azuris? Or will they reach the level of Yuto? The sadistic soldier was with Ashborn for a long time, and he developed together with Ashborn as well. Maybe the newly acquired scythe will have the same strength. underscore 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 Aaliyah. When Aya reached the fellow Lance, she was on the outskirts of the forest together with Claire and Tesha. Far away from them, they could also notice Byron, another colleague of theirs, and under him was a squad of 30 or so people. They have just rescued the former disciplinary committee members. Lance Aya, Lance Aaliyah. For a moment, I thought we'd lost the 2 students. Thankfully, you have rescued them. All right, we are returning for now. Byron flew down to his colleagues and greeted them. However, Aya had to reject his instructions. We aren't leaving anyone behind. We'll still stay here. Why? I'm sure I haven't missed anybody else in the forest. I had their classmate in my squad, and he only mentioned those that we got correctly. Our classmate? Tesha asked. Elijah Knight, previously an A-class adventurer and Xyrus student, entered service in my squad long before you began fighting on the front lines. Claire and Tesha were stupefied. So that's why Elijah disappeared from their sight, he's in Lance's team. They didn't know about Elijah being an A-class adventurer either. In the academy, he looked like a quiet and calm kid, and that quiet kid is now fighting for Dicathan. No, we have one left in the forest. And who exactly? If there is one, why are we standing here? Byron pressed on the question. Byron, weren't you pissed in your pants when you heard his name? The tall man raised an eyebrow at Aya. How could she mention such a thing in front of children, and who was she talking about? There was nobody who made him scar. Ashborn Lewin is in the forest. Now he realized, actually, yeah, he is frightened by that person. I mean, who isn't? That was how he reassured his pride sometimes. Out of everyone else, it had to be a teenage boy who scared him. Ash is back, finally. Tessa's eyes brightened. At least some great news today. Out of happiness and fatigue, she slumped onto the ground, sure of today's victory. Ash, for Tesha, was the only person that could be trusted, aside from her parents and Arthur. It's all right, guys, you can rest. As the teen elf slumped on the green grass, she released a relieved sigh. Claire could also finally take a deep breath to calm herself down. Had their time to finally receive good sleep arrived? If so, it was all thanks to Ashborn. It was supposed to be in a year. The Lances mumbled to themselves. He could have returned earlier than supposed. We should get back and ask if he'll proceed with the plan now or later. Get up, we must go to the nearby outpost. Byron gave a stern glance to Claire and Tesha. Both were confused, but because of fright, they stood up. They've heard about Byron. He was an all-seriousness Lance with anger issues, but he was qualified for his status. On the battlefield, his commands were still the orders. The status of the princess didn't help out. Elijah! Don't stop and move towards the nest. The male Lance shouted for his subordinate, and after receiving a positive reply from the dark-haired boy, he flew up in the air and floated somewhere else. Tesha asked the nearby Lance what was going on. Aaliyah only replied with a smile and assured them that everything was all right. Although the platinum-haired wasn't so sure, the look on the second female Lance wasn't as calm as Aaliyah's. Chapter 69. Absolutely no clash followed Ashborn's appearance. The forest fell dead silent, no living being made a sound. The mana beasts hid in their lairs, trying to not show themselves to the sun. The Alacrian soldiers dropped the weapons, as the leader who once arrogantly commanded them was now dead. They followed his example and died right after him. Ashborn's army was craving for blood. This batch of shadow soldiers particularly never fought for their liege. It was time to show his greatness, what they were capable of. Ashborn, meanwhile, returned to the group of people he met before right after dropping the Scythe's dead body in front of the Alacrians. He had no doubt that his army could take care of a bunch of Alacrian meat when they were so demoralized. How much time has passed since he last saw Tesha or any other of Arthur's classmates? Quite a lot of time, but how can he answer Tess? In the end, he didn't come back with Arthur. Well, not yet. Hopefully, she will understand it. With his thoughts concluded, Ashborn took a step toward the group. His appearance was a little too shady for most people, except for Tesha and Elijah. They happily came to his aid and hugged him like a dear old brother. "Ash!" they exclaimed joyfully. Both of them were expecting him since they relied only on him. He was the only one who they could rely on since there was no Arthur. Elijah was trying to get stronger, but the only thing he got was frustration at his inability to reach even a lance's strength. He wanted to aid Ash in his endeavors. Even if his life was a cost, he was ready for it, but there was a low possibility of his death helping out Ash. Tesha loved Arthur was a well-known fact. Ash, her lover's brother, and her grandfather were the first to know about this. Quite cold, but he played a big role in her life, so she treasured him the same way as Art. With formalities aside, she considered the Leywins to be her family. Ash tapped on both of their backs with his palm. "Yes, I'm back, not for a long time though." He had had to face the main challenge ahead. There was no time to rest. He thought it'd be proper to tell them this immediately. "What do you mean, Ash?" "I just came here to take you to a safe place." "You did really well. Now it's my turn to fix the mess I made." The younglings were confused. The mess he made? They asked themselves, but couldn't find how he could be related to what was going on. Ash couldn't possibly raise this war. It was the opposite, Ash was helping them. Indeed, the Shadow Monarch couldn't blame those young people for their blindness to see the root of the current problem. They were just mortal beings, he couldn't ask for more from them. "I'll explain when we get there." Ashborn tapped on their shoulders, making them turn around and walk with him. Once they were close to the group of Lance's and Zyra's students, the first thing the auburn-haired did was greet them all. Amusingly for the elven Lances, the human Lance flinched when he heard Ashborn greet him. The latter remembered their first meeting. It wasn't enjoyable and pretty much ended on a bad note. Hopefully, even if he isn't forgiven, the human Lance accepts their relationship of just colleagues for the time being. "We haven't met before, but I suppose you are aware of the plan." "Yes, we are. The Council has warned us of the incoming events. We made sure that the entire Decathlon was ready for what was to come." The dark-haired elf told Ash, now with her soothing and alluring voice. Although her tricks were deemed to fail on him. The teenagers had no idea what they were conversing about, so they inquired about it. The Lances didn't dare to answer, so Ashborn brought out his palm forward. The black hue escaped from his hand as it expanded, forming a purple portal right in front of them. Will this work out? There are still many Alacrians on the continent. I have taken care of them. Not to sound too harsh, Ash didn't go into detail. The teenagers, after all, nonetheless, from their battle experience, would be terrified to hear what the Shadow Army did. Absolutely annihilated enemies. These were enough words for Lances. Aaliyah realized it was stupid to even ask such questions. This person was even stronger than Alacrian scythes. Despite his younger appearance, he took out oldies like Micah and Alfred, whom the elf considered stronger than her. "Let's get in." With this said, Ashborn and the rest of the group walked into the portal. Before they go to the safe place, there were a few people who they had to take. Everyone Ashborn knew so far was already waiting for him on the other side. The only ones left are the Leywin family, but it'll be him taking them. The group exited the portal after experiencing vastly different feelings from the Dicathenian portal. They were now in the nest with the Leywin family. The reunion was cut short with just Ellie clinging onto Ash, not intending to let go of him anyhow. From a different perspective, this scene looked like a cute brother and sister moment. Yet, the Lewin family wasn't so sure about it. I know you haven't met them before, but they are Arthur's classmates. Also here's Elijah and Tesha. You have known them for years already. No, I've met them before. Right at this place. Well, maybe I missed something. Ashborn couldn't recall from the memories of his shadows if his parents ever met with Arthur's classmates. Maybe he was getting rusty? Nah, there's no way. That wasn't it. Alice and Raynolds just met with Tesha in the nest a few months ago. It so happened that she was with her classmates. Alice and Raynolds still didn't know their names anyway, they hadn't introduced themselves as the meeting lasted for a few seconds before they had to get out of the nest. And the people in white are the Lances. They were once shown in Xyrus with those projectors of theirs, you must remember. It's an honor for us to meet you, Mrs. and Mr. Lewins. The three Lances lowered their heads just out of respect for their son. Oh no, it's unnecessary. It's an honor for us to meet protectors of our land in person. Alice and Ray hurriedly stopped the Lances from continuing. The one who deserved respect was their son, not them. They did only a little to contribute compared to him. I'm not against chatting, but there are more important matters now. Certainly, my lord, we shouldn't waste any more time. We are already losing too much of it. The menacing shadow soldier walked out of the corner, and it was followed by a navy-haired girl named Sarah. Agrona looked even more massive than Byron, who in comparison to Sarah was 2 times bigger. What in the... He is my trusted soldier. There is no need to be afraid of him. I assure you, he is under my full control. Even if you tried, you wouldn't be able to harm him. Sorry. Ashborn waved it off. Agrona, is everything ready? Some people who had a little bit of insight about the situation in Alacria heard once of the name Ashborn just mentioned. Their expressions stiffened a little, but they tried to hide as much as they could. The shadow soldier, on the other hand, nodded with its dark head. That was all the auburn-haired needed to know. Ashborn closed his eyes and imagined himself to be in every place his shadow soldiers were currently located. Those places were located throughout the entirety of Sapin and most of the Alacria. With the connection between his shadow soldier being as strengthful as ever, Ashborn proceeded with his place. Opening up the portals. Thousands, if not more, of cracks popped on the Earth's surface. The cracks expanded, forming the gateway to the place Ash had full control over. The relic tombs were one safe place Ash could hide his family. With his authority, nobody shall be able to breach nor destroy it, of course. This is if he remains, otherwise, it is all lost for. *PHHHHH***. The heavy breathing died down and Ashborn exhaled. The portals were now open all across the 2 continents. We may go in. Underscore 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 underscore. It was all too beautiful. The world they entered was something out of their minds, and the more the people arrived, the more of them marveled at this creation. Everyone, including Lewins, had the same expression. Tesha's eyes were sparkling, along with his classmates. This was just too unreal for them. It seemed like they were in some kind of closed space, but it was so large that the tower, kilometers in height and width, was located right in its center. It has an open grass field surrounding it and animals running around it. A city was built around the tower, with architecture resembling that of a medieval. Still, each building was a piece of art, with an uncountable number of ornaments only strengthening its beauty. This was Ashborn's dream world. He'd like to spend his time, rest if possible, and have his closest around. You'd believe this was the end. But no, not exactly. This dream world of his had a lot more surprises, and one of them was, this was just the first floor. There were 99 more vastly different floors, with unique terrain and architecture. Oh, my god. Where did you find this place, Ash? It's so freaking cool. I never found such a place. It's indeed very captivating. It is somewhat good to have somebody who likes the same thing as you. Maybe that's why the people with the same tastes bind into conversations a lot easier. With control over ether and having authority over 3 of the relic tombs, Ashborn could pretty much create a world of his own in reality, although only in relic tombs. Not just in his dream world, where he used most of it fully, creating a safe, fun, and gorgeous place. Tess, I think you want to meet your parents. Why don't we check on them? Let's take a little walk as well. Alright. Nobody was against seeing this beautiful city. As the people who were just arriving confused stood near the teleportation gates, Ashborn and his group calmly walked through the lanes of his own city. Even Byron was surprised by the city. He couldn't help but stare at every passing building in awe. The most interesting part, though, only appeared as they closed up to the tower, just when they entered the market. There were already people there, and interestingly enough, they already had conversations. There are already people here. Well, of course, although there is a catch with. All of them are just part of the dream world. What do you mean? Everyone wondered what Ash meant by that, and the response from him wasn't a happy one. They aren't real anymore. All of them were once you call dead. Absolutely bone-chilling. He said it so casually that even the lances had a hard time containing themselves. Now imagine how Alice was feeling. Terribly, that is. Then, how are those people walking around? What matters the most is that they aren't against it. As he said that, Ash approached one of the many stands located in this marketplace. He asked something and the seller who was managing the stand gave him certain sweets. The Shadow Monarch thanked the seller and gave a payment. The auburn-haired awarded everyone with a sweet for their hard work. Here, take this. Something sweet on the tongue always elates you from stressful information. By the way, we are here. The group stopped in front of a villa, one of a kind. This was the place where everyone should be arriving soon, those who Ashborn knew personally. He had a few words to say today. Chapter 70, Inside, the villa was pretty modest. It didn't have gold in every corner of the room. It was a cozy place to rest and have fun. After a little tour through it, the group finally settled into the huge living room that could house a few hundred people. Tesha was extremely eager to see her parents again, and it took less than 10 minutes for them to arrive. The royalty were escorted into the room with an escort made up of shadow soldiers. The human and elven royal families were now together in one place. Tesha! Muriel's motherly instincts immediately acted up as she crashed into Tesha's embrace. Followed by his husband. Virion just stood a little bit away, simply appreciating the moment. The elven girl wasn't the only one who saw their families. Kathleen and Curtis only now saw their parents in the flesh. Many families were reunited with their children just because Ashborn deemed it necessary. Claire finally saw her mother and father, and the rest of the DC did the same. The only one left was Elijah, but there were lay wins for him. Helstia soon joined them in the full squad as well. It seemed that everyone was getting back to a happy life at that moment, and nobody questioned that. They didn't want it to end anyhow, but whoever made it possible, they were thankful. It's nice to see them enjoying this with all their hearts. Indeed. Caspian separated from Bladehearts and approached Ashborn. He loved his family more than anything else. Despite Claire not being his brother's child, he loved her as his own since he didn't have one. Ash noticed this long ago. Mr. Ashborn, I can't express how thankful I am. There's no need in trying anymore, I can feel it well. I'm thankful for helping me out, Caspian. It's indeed been a long journey. This time, I must take care of it. Unfortunately, Dicathan or Alacria won't be of any help. Is it so dreadful? Ashborn only nodded his head. Caspian was shaken by the news, but seeing how Ash looked forward with no fear in his eyes and how he observed what everyone was doing with joy, made him think the same way. This person in his teens went through more than he did in his 30s. He had trust in the Shadow Monarch, so if his wish is such, he may let it be so. So there is hope. There always is. Hope is the most powerful weapon in the arsenal of every thinking being, and it should never be underestimated. Be it a human, elf, or dwarf, hope is present in every one of them. However, the person who lost it is the most dangerous. As long as they have hope, Ashborn can continue on his path without fear. Caspian, can I ask for the last ever favor? Yes, whatever you desire, I'll fulfill it to the best of my abilities. I just want you to bring in that room council and my family along with the royalty. I have something to say. Instantly, Caspian nodded and left Ashborn. The auburn-haired, on the other hand, entered the room, which was basically his office of sorts. A few minutes later, Caspian returned with everyone Ashborn had asked to bring. Clearly, they were worried. I thank you for coming here on my call. I just have a few things to say before I have to go once again. Some of you know that my brother, Arthur Lewin, was kidnapped by Azuras prior to that. It is my main objective to return him, but I fear everything is much more complicated. Everyone's heart stopped for a moment. Everyone in this room knew who Arthur Lewin was. He was a classmate for some, a talented magician for others, a student for two, a family member for a few, and a lover of life for one. It was no less saddening for them to hear about Arthur's kidnapping. Even though Ashborn promised to bring him back, they weren't too sure. It wasn't because of the war that I evacuated the Dicathenians. No, this war had nothing to do with this. Then because of what? Everyone feared to question, but they wanted to hear an answer. Just after I leave this place, the outside world might become an uninhabitable wasteland. Where just stepping on the ground might cause serious burns that will forever take your limbs. There are no guarantees that I'll be able to handle what is to come. Especially towards the end, Ash's words were becoming colder. Everyone shivered. If he couldn't handle it, then who would be able to? The council knew it very well. There was nobody on their side stronger than Ashborn Lewin. He was the only ray of hope for them. Son, then why don't you stay here? We'll think of something together. I don't know, anything that might help you. Ray hurriedly tried to convince his son not to endanger himself, but deep in his heart, he knew this would be a futile endeavor. There is no time for this, father. Ash cut him off, for the very first time, and with quite a stern voice. A minute of silence followed this, as everyone was afraid to talk. It's complicated, I don't want to go into details. But I'm doing everything that is necessary to protect you and save Arthur. Whatever the cost of it, I must simply go out to search for him, or it might be too late. Ashborn wanted to save his brother, and so did the other Lewins. Alice was about to cry as the tears were about to roll down her face. Raynolds was in no better shape. With teeth on teeth, he was suppressing his mouth from speaking. Brat, do what you have to do. The first to speak was an old elf, Virion. He had experienced what it was to lose someone close, so he partly understood what Ashborn was going through, and he was the only one who dared to open his mouth about it. Sometimes it so happens that one doubts himself because of past experiences he has come to regret. What Virion was sure of was that doubt would only hinder success. You and Arthur have suffered enough from this continent. Without you, I doubt we would have had a slight chance, so don't worry about us. Maybe it was Virion's feelings about Arthur as well, or no, who knew? He expected the brat to become his family soon enough, and he was sure Tess was thinking the same way. Arthur must be saved. Ash would have gone anyway, he's just wondering if there is a way to get around the system. To prevent a disaster from happening. Just wasting time around makes his enemy rebuild their strength. If he doesn't go at all, that would be their demise. It's do or die. Are you not angry at me? My problems are about to destroy this planet. I believe it's not only your problem, Mr. Ashborn. We are all in this together, but unlike us, you are the one fixing the problem for everyone else. Wise words, Cynthia. Thank you, old bat. You are old too. Oh, if they knew who was actually the oldest in this room. Inwardly, Ashborn chuckled at his own thought. He was the oldest in this room, even Virion's age was just a percentage of his actual age. No, everyone combined here would be just a percentage. Mr. Ashborn, I have had a question since we entered this place. Where exactly are we? Oh, this place is a relic tomb. The space is separated from the outside world, making it perfect for safety. I found it years ago and finally thought of the way to use it. For whoever made this, they surely knew what would happen. Ashborn wasn't going to tell them about the ancient mages because that story also involved him. He just explained what this relic tomb could do and that it was him who built this world in the relic tomb. This was a world similar to his old demon castle, with living beings inside being dead before. Although you would say this was more of an angelic version than demonic. There was no trace of blood and fire, this was a peaceful place to live in. Well, kind of. This place was turned into a game, where everyone who entered from outside became the players. Similarly to his successor, everyone here now has the system, but it's not him who supplies the energy anymore, it's the relic tomb. Why did Ashborn make it this way? Maybe he has an obsession with systems or just wanted it so badly. The truth is that he just wanted his own world, with his rules, with everything under control. That's why he called it the dream world, otherwise, where would people see the dead people again? Just like the demon castle's inhabitants, those people walking outside were just the souls of the dead people. Meanwhile, the players were those who came out as living beings, all of them now with the same system as his successor. The Xyrus students who have received my badge will quickly understand how this place works. Although the current system is different from its initial prototype, which was installed in the badge, if you understand the principle, it shouldn't be hard to adjust. Ashborn had no doubt the former DC members would figure it out with ease. You can talk to them. Now, can you leave me here alone with my family? As asked, the council, together with the royalty, left the room, leaving the Leywin's family alone there. The father, mother, and sister stared at Ashborn, expecting him to start talking, but it never happened. He was just looking at them with tranquil eyes. Even though he seemed calm, as a mother, Alice instinctively felt that something was wrong. Ash, my dear, everything is going to be okay, right? The Shadow Monarch stood in front of the couch where his family was sitting. He crouched in front of them and truthfully spoke, for the first time in my life, I can't be sure about this. That was painful to hear, but it was better than blatantly speaking yes, it's going to be all right. Raynolds had enough, you have to tell us, Ash. Why is it always you and Arthur who get in trouble? His outburst surprised his son, but that was to be expected from a father of two troublesome sons. If only I knew. A long time ago, I thought of myself as an anomaly in this world, then, maybe not so anomalous. It was you who helped me realize that I wasn't. Yet these times require me to be different from others. I apologize that I can't be a normal son, Mom, Dad. You too, Ellie. I'm sorry that I and Arthur weren't such good brothers. A grim expression on his face made his family feel emotionally unstable. If he wasn't the Shadow Monarch, he'd be crying long ago, but that's just impossible. Raynolds and Alice crashed into his embrace, followed by their daughter. Alice was mumbling, repeating that it would be all right, while also tightening her grip on Ash's back. The latter felt how his family didn't want to let go of him. Little old him couldn't help but return the hug with less strength to avoid crushing their backs. He was doing this for his family, however ridiculous that might sound. Our children, you are our happiness. Without you, I don't know. I'm losing my words. We'd be nothing. Raynolds was chuckling while crying, making it apparent that he wasn't in the best state. You are our light, who guides us through the dark times. Don't ever apologize for something like that. Alice found the time to scold Ash in such a moment, but wasn't she speaking the truth? Wasn't Ashborn the greatest fragment of brilliant light? He was the one who was supposed to rid the universe of the darkness it carried, or at least protect it from it. He was created to preserve life. In his dark heart, these feelings remained the same. Mom, Dad, then I'll defeat that darkness once and for all. Ashborn let go of his family and waited till they'd loosened their grip. Only then did he stand up. I have to go now. He was about to leave the room when he heard Ellie cry out for him. Brother! I will be waiting for you and Arthur to return. Don't you dare die. Chapter 71. With a click, the door behind Ashborn closed as he left the room he was in with his family. His ears still picked up the sounds coming from it, no matter how hard he tried to ignore them. Ash's heart was aching hearing the cries of his family, especially from his mother. She was wailing, and her voice was filled with pain. Adding to that, the rest of the family was crying. It wasn't relaxing, there was nothing good so far. He'd like to leave the room more energized, but this forced him to leave in the grimmest mood he could possibly have. There was no one to help him out with the bad mood, but Elijah, who was waiting outside of the room for the Lewin family, could try and cheer him up. He may not have heard about what Ash talked about inside, but his expression was enough to tell Elijah how alarming the conversation was. He leaned with his back on the wall next to Ashborn. Ash, I haven't had a chance to apologize to you. I'm sorry that I couldn't help out in the academy before. I was knocked out before I knew it. You are still at it, Elijah? Least of everyone else I expected you to grieve over this. You were an adventurer and should have known that sometimes not everything goes as planned. Sometimes you just aren't powerful enough to do something. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I was the one who was not able to protect his family. But you shouldn't be the only one doing dirty work. These words caused something in Ashborn to spark. Only if Elijah knew of his past, he wouldn't have said this. Didn't he already pass down a job he had to do to his successor? Instead of doing it himself, he chose the cowardly path of just giving away his strength. Yes, he was tired of everything, but this didn't change the case. Ash didn't fight his archenemy. No, you are wrong. It must be me since I can't get anyone else to fix something I'm at fault for. Although I'm thankful for standing up for me, Elijah. Art really got a good friend for himself. Ashborn tapped with his hand on Elijah's shoulder. I'll be counting on you to take care of this place. How they say, you are now a man and a woman of this house. I don't think that's how it is. Well, too bad, said Ashborn at last, as he fell down in his own shadow, leaving the young boy with mixed feelings. While still in his shadows, the Shadow Monarch decided to pay a last visit to Tesha and Virion. This decision was influenced by his brother, who was definitely absent, but everything was connected to him. The Aeroliths, by the way, were taking care of Sarah. Since his army would be too busy to even care about protecting others, it was just for the better to leave the navy-haired girl in good hands. Ash had a certain level of trust toward Virion and Tesha, and they were a better option than his own family. Ash emerged from the kingly furnished room alone. His presence was unnoticed at the beginning, but the light breeze that followed his appearance was felt by both Aeroliths. Brat? Ashy? Yes, I suppose my nicknames are still in place. Even though you've seen what I am capable of. Good thing, you haven't changed your mind about me. Virion felt extremely weird. The manner in which this boy talked had changed vastly from their previous meeting. He couldn't understand the reason for this, but it was creeping into his consciousness greatly. Tesha, fortunately, hadn't noticed this. How is the girl? She is feeling well, there are no issues with her health. Although, there might be a little problem with Manicore. I couldn't check it. Sarah has the same core stage as you, that's why. Tesha was especially shocked to hear that. Wasn't that girl the same as her? Or maybe she had a talent like Arthur's. Yes, that must have been the reason. The elf girl was a little bit jealous, so she didn't want to admit that Sarah had achieved this by herself. She used this thing. Ashborn opened a small portal nearby and took something from it. That was a Gronus horn, which was still unabsorbed. It had enough mana to awaken tons of white core mages, depending if adequately used. Sarah failed at her first attempt, so this time, she shouldn't. It would help you to reach the white core stage. depending if Sarah isn't against it. Ashborn shot a glance towards the navy-haired girl who groggily woke up from her slumber. She sat on her bed. Of course, use it however you want. How can Sarah be against when those people are taking care of her and it was him who gave him that item? She was grateful, and she wanted to somehow show that. Both of you are already strong enough to handle the sheer amount of mana from this, so we'll leave you here. Virion and I have to discuss something. Virion wasn't surprised. He expected something like this, so he stood up and followed Ashborn outside. They exited the room and closed the doors, also placing a charm on it so that their voices don't reach the girls. What is it, brat? There is something I left out about your student. I haven't told you about it since I didn't want others to worry, but I believe at least you knowing the truth won't be harmful. Since you are telling only me, not even your parents, it must be something overly serious. Ashborn nodded grimly, and I despise how grave it is. The problem is that I'll have to battle Arthur. There is a deeper narrative at play here. But I'll have to fight against the auburn-haired boy you can recognize with your eyes. Virion pressed his back on the nearby wall since he felt his limbs giving up. He knew this wouldn't be a piece of pleasant news to hear, and obviously, now this very depressing news was delivered only to him. You don't want me to tell anybody, do you? I won't force you to hide it. But I'll appreciate it if you could hold it for at least some time. Ashborn had a doubt he could hold a secret for a long period of time. He'd be massively annoyed by Tesha to tell her what they talked about. Although such was his desire, Ash rethought his choice. Maybe it'll be better if Virion does tell the young elf about what was happening. You can tell Tesha now, I'm not good with consoling people. It would be better to receive such information from close ones. Yeah, it should be. Ashborn took down the charm placed on the room, letting Virion enter the accommodation. The old man's steps were rather heavy and way slower. His breathing was also fast and his nose was making weird noises. Ash understood that he was crying as the sole bubble of tears dropped onto the floor. After a few seconds, Virion entered the room and Sarah came out of it. The moment she opened the door, Tesha's cries could be heard all over the floor. In part, the intent failed. That's pretty brutal. Ashborn moved his purple eyes down to see Sarah standing next to him. She was staring straight at the window, which opened the view to his dream world. He hummed and crossed his hands. I have such a life. Problems always find a way to bother me. Sometimes I have the same feeling. But still, I can't comprehend how. Scythe Saris was so strong, yet you were still stronger than her. You killed a high sovereign with ease. What is there that can pose a threat to you? I'm scared just thinking about it. A combined force of this planet, excluding himself, wouldn't be enough to even go toe-to-toe with the persona he has to face. So how can Ash explain it to a simple Alacrian girl? If I were to tell you that there are dangerous entities even outside of this world, would you believe me? Well, considering how you travel through space as if you have a portable teleporter, I guess. And that's just a minor ability that I possess. This place you are in currently isn't actually real. It exists materially, but outside of the world you call home. It was created using my imagination, and I can control it with my imagination. This is all thanks to the element the Azuras called ether. Sarah wasn't going to ask if there were others who could do the same thing as Ashborn. It was obvious that there were. Would the person who could do this also worry about anything else? I hope you'll get over every obstacle you are met with. Thanks, I appreciate it. While I'm not here, look over at Tesha. You two seem to get along well, and she'll need that support from someone her age, from those who at least know something. I shall try. Then that's it. I shall bid farewell to you. Again, the Shadow Monarch dived into his shadow and completely disappeared from sight. His next destination was the Beast Glades, his very own enormous castle. Ashborn wanted to see it before it got obliterated. He emerged at the entrance of his shadow castle. How funny it must be for others to see such an enormous entrance. Who was it made for? They'd ask themselves, thinking there's nothing moving of such a size. Well, there wasn't supposed to be. I think Winsome will be able to enter through this. Amusingly, the entrance wasn't the largest part of the castle. Baru and the other ants went to try hard to build this place. They didn't just make it bigger but also furnished it. Almost every shadow soldier that was in the army during the construction of this castle was engraved on the walls of its hallways. The Shadow Monarch proceeded to his throne room. Before it, he met with the statues of his most loyal shadow soldiers in this world. Baru was, however, displayed most grandly of all. The giant gates to the throne room were ridiculously pristine, despite them being built with concrete. Ash pressed on the gates and opened the path for himself. There was no creak from the door, it smoothly revealed what was inside. At the previous meeting with the council, this building was only lit by the torch. Nobody could see through the darkness that covered most of this room except Ashborn himself. That was the intent. After all, this is the castle of none other than the Shadow Monarch himself. The statue, which was built right behind the throne, would scare the royalty. The stone figure was far from being complete, only the upper part was actually built. It was Ashborn in his armor behind the throne, almost as if he was grabbing the throne with both his hands. Baru, you have talent. I personally overseed the process. I'm glad my liege took notice of our devotion. With a thud, the Shadow Monarch sat down on the throne. Looking back at the throne room, he could see its entirety. It was enormous, perfect for the occasion since it had to house a whole lot of soldiers. Hundreds of warrior Azuras were resting in his shadows, ready to awaken at any moment. Ashborn hasn't forgotten about them. Arise. Chapter 72, Arise. The echo that resonated around the throne room accentuated the Shadow Monarch's heavy, deep voice as he spoke. Ashborn closed his eyes, hiding away his glowing purple eyes. The building dramatically rocked as he was doing this. The corpses that were resting began to tremble somewhere in the shadows, as if they were alive. The tranquil mana that was slowly fading from those dead bodies took some time to answer the summons of the all-powerful. The screams? Or the joyous sounds? Nobody would be sure, but the corpses made this call right after. When the shadowy hands magically appeared, the already gloomy, shadow-covered chamber grew much shadier. In front of their caller, they gently rose from nothingness to take their positions in the column. The souls of the foes the Shadow Monarch once vanquished made up those new shadows. They knelt down and slowly and loudly put their hands on the concrete. The particular shadow was at the very front of the formation, and it was considerably distinct from those kneeling behind him. It had an unclosing purple eye on the forehead. It was sparking while gazing at the figure in front of him. Because the shadow was in the same chamber as the King of the Dead, it was evident that it was in awe of the sight. *PSHHH. *. The breath of the King of Death came. He finally opened his eyes as a purple glow filled the room. With the purple burning eyes and nearly purple blaze on the head, the shadows adopted his manner and achieved their finalized form. Now, all of you are gathered here. Next to the throne, a few dark bulbs emerged. They were joined by prominent shadow soldiers like Baru, Agrona, and Winsome. They were to take part in the discussion and put up strategies as the major pillars of today's shadow army. We haven't seen each other for months, Alder. Wisdom addressed his old acquaintance in his more human-like guise. However, the individual named Alder did not respond to the speaker. Ashborn understood why that was the case. You must now be addressed in my service as Alder, soldier, starting now. He spoke as formally as he could. I'm grateful, my lord. Alder first expressed gratitude to his master before responding to his old dragon friend. Indeed, it has been a while, my comrade. Aren't you guys forgetting someone? Agrona chimed in on the conversation. He was in another person's body, but his soul was still in the form of the old him. The Vritra still wore its sly smirk as a result. It was an expression that Winsome and Alder were both familiar with, and it was still irritating just like before. I don't want to bother our lord with unnecessary chatting, Agrona. Alder, a former general in the Azuran army, had a stern word for the former head of the Vritra clan. Following Alder's example, the three prominent shadows kneeled after realizing their mistakes. They could now, at last, begin making plans. Baru never actually spoke, although he acknowledged responsibility for failing to instruct newbies. We have a battle approaching us. A devastating one, never experienced before by any of you. You'll be engaged in combat with former allies of yours, perhaps even a family. I know that every single one of you is prepared to lift your arms in support of me. But I want you to understand how serious things are for us. Ashborn wanted his shadow warriors to feel like actual beings because he knew how important family was and that they weren't just replaceable tools for him. Since his mind is connected to every shadow soldier's, it goes without saying that he can feel their emotions. He always feels love and joy emanating from his soldier, but he can't help but think that those feelings are just a part of his wish. Those emotions don't feel real sometimes, and he just wants them not to be fake. My lord, nothing will make us break our eternal oath to battle for you. It would be our greatest honor to assist you in any way. My lord, your wish is our order. Nobody would have believed Agrona's claims if he hadn't been transformed into shadow troops. But this time, the entire shadow army was in support of him. The shadow army began the discussion. Their objective was challenging, but if they fail, all is lost. So, in order to defeat their foes, the strategy had to call for drastic measures. Up to this point, nobody had knowledge of what was taking place in the Azura's abode. At this abode, Ashborn could sense a spot where a horrifying quantity of destructive energy was flowing forth, but he had no idea what the heck was there. Agrona made a crazy suggestion, but it was only valid when contrasted with other ideas. He wanted to send a shadow soldier and at least learn something else that could possibly help them. So they did just that. Ashborn dispatched a soldier from the Azuran force to look into it. The majority of shadows were aware that this was a suicide mission, so they were all eagerly awaiting the outcome. The fact that their comrade was picked to give his all meant that the shadow soldiers could do nothing but admire him. Their lord had his eyes closed as he sat on his throne. His announcement was anticipated by the shadows. However, everyone lost faith that their comrade would live when the Shadow Monarch sighed in disappointment. The connection was terminated. How did it go, my lord? Immediately after getting there. Ashborn didn't have to continue the sentence since everyone caught it right away. The effort to at least discover something about Ephiot's current predicament having failed, the Shadow Army now had to devise a strategy for directly attacking it while employing some defenses. A short debate broke out between the notable soldiers, and others haven't dared to interrupt them. Baru was shrieking ferociously, urging them to assault immediately because they had no idea what to anticipate. Alder advised mounting a full defense, drawing their adversaries out, and eliminating them one by one. Alder, if it weren't for one little point, I would have entirely agreed with you. Our Lord had made a significant reference to our adversary before your appearance, so I'll enlighten you. The opponent gets stronger the more time we squander by not fighting. Agrona shut the bickering soldiers up with his words. Thus, I'll support Marshal Baru in this one. My lord, it is better to attack our enemy right away, but let's think of the actual plan of action. I'm listening. Such was the plan of Agrona. When they found all their enemies, they would certainly attack Ephiota straight away, but Ashborn would have to identify the biggest threat and teleport to a different dimension with him. The Shadow Monarch will need to settle a score with an old adversary while the Shadow Army manages the soldiers on the planet. Ashborn would undoubtedly have to vanquish his opponent first, then finish off the other opponents on the planet if the Shadow Army is unable to repel the enemy. All of it ultimately rested on the Shadow Monarch. The soldiers will just make his job easier. Shall we depart, my lord? Yes, it's time. The troops melded with Ashborn's shadow as he finished speaking. Then he himself disappeared into the darkness, leaving this vast fortress by itself. It's a shame that this work of beauty will suddenly become a particle of dust. However, it won't be the only castle. All of them could end up in ruins, and the stunning natural beauty that this world offers would become a wasteland. Unfortunately for the former inhabitants, there was nothing that could change this outcome. Then Ephiotis, which used to be referred to as the land of the deities and capable of utterly stunning a mere mortal, will be the first to encounter that. The start of the big battle would take place there. The view in front of Ash did not, however, astound him. There was no time to waste admiring a future pile of dust since he was entirely focused on the conflict and the Shadow Army had taken his lead. The Execuras had no inclination to remember their previous home. The castle that was smaller than his own appeared on the horizon as he ventured farther into this mysterious place. It was colored in white and gold, exactly as he imagined it to be. The Indratha's castle. Inside, it was what he came for. Ashborn felt none of it. He had to deal with someone today, and even though this castle was enhanced by many spells that restricted anyone praying inside it, Ashborn felt none of it. Even through the gates, he could see and feel them. Those blazing golden eyes. He could clearly recall them, but he loathed running into them once more. Especially at this place, at this time, and under these circumstances. Ashborn entered the lengthy corridor and proceeded to the gates guarding the royal room. He entered right away because there were no guards. The throne room was eventually made visible when the golden gates gracefully opened. The real throne was placed meters from the entryway in a throne room that was just as long as the corridor. In his onward motion, Ashborn passed several pillars that were dropping from the lofty sky. He was approaching the guy seated on the throne second by second. His vision gradually changed as he got closer to the throne, and he could make out what was concealed by the pillars there. Behind each of them are people. He looks into the eyes of each person he recognizes. There were 7 identities in total waiting for him. He, therefore, arrived precisely in front of them and came to a stop. Haha, we haven't seen each other in a long time, Ashborn. The Shadow Monarch's ears were assaulted by a sinister chuckle. The 6 other people in the room were also ominously grinning at him, clearly anticipating something else, as he looked around the room further. I never thought we'd have a reunion like this. Once again, together, 8 of us, in the same room. The guy in the room kept laughing, and others in the room also caught it. They began laughing hysterically as if to frighten the king of the dead. They failed because the individual they attempted to stoke was just as stoic as before. Ah, unfazed as always, Ashborn. That's one of the things I liked about you, and you were also strong. However, the person's laughter stopped as his expression grew serious. He was staring intently into Shadow Monarch's purple, glowing eyes, and it was evident that he was the only person who was able to do so. Being able to go toe-to-toe with someone who is so daunting shows your strength. You betrayed me, even going as far as not facing me yourself. Without displaying any overt hostility, the person spat. With pure seriousness. The Shadow Monarch experienced anger for the first time in a long time. The veins on his hand started to get visible as his fist became more clenched. Even if he kept a stoic expression, his opponents could still see it. The person sitting on the throne, with auburn hair and golden glowing eyes, and similar to Ashborn's face features, was Antares, the Monarch of Destruction, and to the demise of the Shadow Army. He wasn't alone. There were also 6 other monarchs present, all of whom were lusting after the blood of their most dreaded foe. You had it coming, Antares. Chapter 73, You Had It Coming, Antares. One of the things that Ashborn despised the most was probably the monarchs. Their nature, even though it was pretty similar to his, was born from darkness. His title of monarch came from them. But all of them knew it, the Shadow Monarch was very different from them. This title was given to him by Antares as a sign of their mutual cooperation. The Shadow Monarch wanted vengeance, and Antares had to defeat the rulers. In reality, they never had close ties. It was already no secret to Ashborn that it was the Dragon Monarch who betrayed him in the first place. The Monarch of White Flames and the Beast Monarch, strongest amongst monarchs, if we exclude Antares, were sent by Antares to assassinate him. You betrayed me, and I despise traitors. The White Candle and Tiny Dog among you have already felt my hatred. Huh, you managed to figure it out? The Dragon Monarch no longer made an effort to conceal it. There was no reason for it now anyway. He had neither the desire nor the need to work with the Shadow Monarch. His plans were carried out without the need for any collaboration. but it was necessary to get rid of the Shadow Monarch. Later on, he will gather a bigger and more powerful army, attack the rulers, and destroy them. The coexistence of 3 absolute beasts in one multiverse was intriguing, though. Himself, and the 2 Shadow Monarchs. Both of them can live off the dead and draw their powers from the darkness. Certainly, both will be on the side of each other if not removed. The first Shadow Monarch was directly in front of him, giving him the opportunity to make him disappear without anyone's interference. You know, Ashborn, I think our prior agreement to cooperate was a grave mistake on both of our parts. From his throne, Antares got up and walked over to Ashborn. His appearance this time was similar to his, and as he stood in front of him, it gave the impression that he was being mirrored. The Dragon Monarch looked into the Shadow Monarch's purple burning eyes with his own golden eyes. The tension reached its peak as other monarchs in the room began to feel the strain. That is why those 2 were referred to as the strongest of their kind. They were a league above every living being. They were of their own kind, and they possessed unfathomable strength. Truth be told, even those monarchs and rulers put together might not be able to handle these people directly. And now those monarchs are in the presence of both, only a little bit reassured since one of them was an ally. Even those who called themselves by the same title, however, were unable to conceal their apprehensions due to the 2 monarchs' menacing aura. Even their bodies were affected by the cold. Additionally, it didn't help that this time, monarchs had azure bodies. Now it all depends on who is going to make the first move. Other monarchs were still waiting, and neither Antares nor Ashborn was attempting to move first. Was the reason they weren't moving caused by fear? No, Ashborn wasn't acting because he thought there was unquestionably a problem. Antares was the only monarch he could detect before coming here. All other monarchs were overshadowed by the Dragon Monarch. Ash began to wonder why they were acting in this way. Could it be that they were trying to stage a surprise attack? But now that he's here, he is aware of the return of the monarchs. Could it be? Ashborn heard a flash of lightning close to him as he was about to make a point in his thoughts. That was definitely what they were going for. Something burst into the room and came up behind him. Before the Shadow Monarch could turn to block an approaching attack, every other monarch in the room used their own authority against him. Despite his ferocious resistance and immense power, the monarchs delayed him for long enough for him to be frozen in place for just this attack. A light blue sword emerged from his chest after it pierced his back and crushed his internal organs, destroying his rib cage and drenching the ground in blood. Ashborn inwardly cursed. He shouldn't have just skimmed the surface of everything. The mere fact that so many monarchs were present ought to have made it abundantly clear to him that Antares was capable of doing the same as Agrona. Of course, he would have brought someone back. Even the person whom he, the one in charge of death, had imprisoned in the realm of eternal nothingness. Baron, the monarch of white flames. Shadow bastard, your time is almost over. Baron shouted joyfully in Ashborn's ears, the white flames on his head almost twitching with his feelings. Ashborn would shout obscenities at the traitor if he had the ability to do so right now. Nevertheless, his current concerns were different. His bloody hands moved upwards and touched the white-blue sword. He tried to break it, but those monarchs weren't letting him do so. He sensed the sword heating up a split second later. Baron was launching yet another assault, as evidenced by the insane expression on his face. This was the one on which the bastard was concentrating all of his strength. His entire body felt the shock in every cell. His skin was being burnt alive and his hair was soon to become ash. This was barely being kept up with by his regeneration. Killing Baron would have been simpler than having to keep regenerating everything. But holding him in this manner while being supported by the strongest Antares and all the monarchs. It appeared to be a lovely dream. Ash couldn't break the sword nor move forward. His limbs were bound from every angle. But this wasn't a situation where he could think of something, despite his mind being electrocuted every millisecond. He gathered his strength and gave a command to his loyal shadow soldiers. Everyone, attack! His thoughts may go unnoticed by the monarchs, but shadows are acutely aware of them. They burst from the shadows like a great tidal wave and rushed to attack the monarchs. The adversaries were taken by surprise. They weren't expecting Ashborn to act rationally in this circumstance, much less call for his soldiers. As the shadows swarmed the throne room, they destroyed the pillars that were holding the roof over them. The monarchs jumped out of the falling building. They were followed by the shadow soldiers, who weren't letting them even think about targeting their lord. Marshal Baru. The prominent shadows took control of the situation and chose to attack the most powerful. To win the day for their liege, they hoped to unite and, at the very least, kick the dragon monarch a few kilometers away. With Baru being the strongest in the physical aspect, they decided to trust him first. The Ant King chose a pretty straightforward way of attacking Antares. His wings flapped and made him fly forward in quick succession. The jaw received the antly fist, which caused Antares to launch far from the area of combat. The nearby windstorm didn't allow the dragon monarch to propel himself. He changed into his draconic form, opened his enormous mouth, and unleashed an energy blast that was potent enough to cause the nearby ground to evaporate. Not letting the monarchs even take a break was the key to buying some time. Everyone, including Alder, understood that there was no time to consider the repercussions. Every attack had to be made with all possible effort. Alder slipped into the fray to attack the King of Dragons just as his feet were about to make contact with the ground. The soldier was prepared to use the technique as his purple, non-closing eye shone brilliantly and responded to his will. World Eater! Unfortunately for Alder, despite all his efforts to activate this technique as quickly as possible, they failed. He still couldn't outrun the speed of the dragon monarch, and if not for Agrona, he'd be dead. The shadow soldiers finally felt pressure equal to their lords as the waves of flames that Antares had unleashed subsided, but it wasn't from Ashborn this time. The monarch of destruction was simply observing their initial location rather than giving them a glare. Indratha's castle, which was now a pile of rubble. Don't let him attack. The shadow soldiers charged at Antares without a second of hesitation, willing to give their own life to win a few extra seconds for their lord. These bugs. Antares shifted his focus to his assailants. While they weren't on the level to defeat monarchs, he had to admit they were very strong. He'd compare them to former soldiers under Ashborn's command. The particular one could stay its ground against the weakest of monarchs. The destructive flames that could burn the soul itself engulfed his fist. He didn't move from his position and deflected the incoming attacks by just standing. Those soldiers had annoyingly good communication skills with each other. Except for one. Antares was able to make a vague comparison between the ant-like creature and its clone from a different universe. This one was rather peculiar. Unlike others, the Ant King was almost on his own, searching for his weak points and trying to cut a limb or two, while he himself concentrated on others. The attention grabber was Agrona. Oh yes, that one, Antares remembered. When he first entered this world, he encountered this face. Ashborn always knows how to pick up a bunch. He couldn't resist praising the Shadow Monarch for his perceptiveness. If only I had such loyal soldiers. While looking at them, an uncertain question arises in Antares. How does it feel to be in charge of unrestrictedly devoted soldiers who are not subject to outside control? He pondered as he cast a glance at the Indratha's destroyed castle. What a shame we're on different sides. Antares chuckled ominously. He looked at another approaching attack. It was too late to play around. He opened his mouth and something glowing and bright blinded the soldiers. Breathe of destruction. Antares spit a devastating torrent of fire from his mouth. It leveled the ground as it swept towards the shadow soldiers. If it touches them, the shadow soldiers are gone for. This breath is Antares' most dangerous weapon, as it could erase even the shadows. What a devastating technique. To avoid the fire, Agrona leaped away. The fire passing next to him made it clear how dangerous its nature was. Unlike normal fire, this one would burn for real. Their regeneration won't work. There are no words to describe the fire's aftermath. What remained of the mana-rich land was a scorching desert. Standing on it made Agrona feel sick. It was so burningly hot that his regenerative abilities started acting up. Oh well, I have something similar of my own. His hands were covered in the ominous flames as they charged for a long-range attack. It was directed at the Dragon King by Agrona. When he was about to launch it at his intended target, he was stopped. Agrona experienced a sudden familiarity. He became disoriented while doing that task and was about to experience the breath of destruction directly into his face. Agrona, don't get distracted. Before they both vanished, the other shadow soldier grabbed Agrona and moved him away from the area. I apologize, Marshal Alder. Wisdom concentrated all of his efforts on stopping the person with a stronger energy blast so that Antares wouldn't unleash another torrent of fire on the two. Winsome shot a constant stream of purple energy at the King of Dragons, which was negated by the Monarch in the same manner. Instead, he attacked the Winsome with the Breath of Destruction. The two explosions collided as each attempted to dominate the other. It became clear in the end that the Shadow's attack was weaker. To avoid the blow, Winsome changed into his more human form. We won't be able to keep him at bay like this. Wisdom deduces after seeing the power of the Dragon Monarch firsthand. They are only attacking back and forth aimlessly, they haven't harmed him at all. When he finally gets a hold of our pattern, he'll kill us. The former Dragon Azura looks over his comrades and establishes eye contact. Every single one of them had the same idea, but no one had a plan of action. Just don't stop. Screech Baru screeched as he charged at the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch was immediately confronted by him as he flew into the cloud of dust. Despite being incredibly stupid, it was successful because Baru was the only person who managed to damage Antares. However, Antares' body was only scratched by Baru's claws as they tore into the clothing. The King of Dragons had unparalleled durability when it came to physical damage. He could have tanked any attack so far but instead chose to simply negate all of them with his own. Grab. Finally caught you, little insect. The Dragon Monarch's voice was audible to Baru as he was being grabbed by the neck. The Ant King's eyes grew larger than a pan. He tried to escape, but he was unable to flee. From behind, he could also hear his comrades charging up the attacks. Maybe if he's able to hold the Monarch in one place, they'll be able to hurt him. Baru decided to do so, and it'll fortunately work. Attack! I'm holding him in place. Baru grabbed onto Antares' hand, which the ant was held by. The Dragon King's expression was that of a maniac. A set of teeth could be seen when he opened his mouth. Baru shut his eyes as he mentally readied himself for the blow. My liege, it was an honor to serve under you. Baru chanted for the final time in his mind. Boom! Chapter 74, only 2 people were still present beneath Indratha's demolished castle. There was a bubble of air created under this ruined place. The Monarch of White Flames and the Shadow Monarch are facing each other, with the former still clinging to the sword that was thrust into the latter. The Monarch of White Flames was having a hard time controlling his emotional state. Soon, Ashborn would regain his magic and sweep him off. He won't be able to be hurt by his electricity the same way he was before. Why don't you King die? Baron exerted more force in an effort to split Ashborn's head in half. He should be able to split the Shadow Bastard in half with enough force. Ashborn is still paralyzed by electricity, so the Monarch tries to thrust his weapon upward but runs into a tough object. Baron's wide eyes widened as he observed how the sword was utterly immobile. Ashborn's body couldn't be the source of the resistance, on the contrary, it was extremely weak in comparison to his own. By now, the human body should have been cut into pieces. Suddenly, the sword was grabbed from the front. The Monarch looked up to see Ashborn staring back at him with eyes that pierced the soul. For a moment, his grasp on the sword loosened. This period of time was enough for him to lose the handle of the sword completely. The Shadow Monarch thrust the sword back and hit the chest of Baron with enough force to make Baron's chest to form and take the shape of the handle. The Monarch of White Flames flew back and was crushed into the rubble. Before he could regain his composure and stand up, he received a crushing blow to the head and crashed into the rubble again. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, the Shadow Monarch uncontrollably kept punching the traitor. Then he grabbed the head of Baron and lifted him closer. Just when they made eye contact, Ashborn proceeded to kick the face of the monarch with his knee. This continued until he was blocked. Baron used telekinesis to bring down the pile of rubble on the Shadow Monarch. Before the destroyed pieces of the castle could reach Ashborn, he used his own telekinesis and stopped them in midair. The demon took advantage of Ashborn's occupied hand to draw his sword. Once more, it was stopped before Baron could bring it to himself, but at this point, both of the Shadow Monarch's hands were occupied. With great force, Baron ejected himself from this air bubble and emerged from the pile of debris outside the castle after crashing through it. Chaos reigned supreme in the outside world. Not that he had anything against it, but how did it come about so quickly? Those monarchs needed to deal with the Shadow Army right away. So why are they putting up such resistance? Rumble. Baron could feel the chill run down his spine. The crater formed on the ground as the rubble exploded. Those purple eyes always terrified him, and now he is facing him alone. Together with the beast monarch, he was destroyed. What could he do alone? To fight the Shadow Monarch, he nevertheless materialized long daggers in his hands. The speed of his foe, however, prevented him from responding. Ashborn used telekinesis to fire Baron's own sword in his direction. It was painfully avoided by Baron. He lost his left hand in the process. I need to reach Antares. Hurriedly muttered Baron. He wouldn't last long without additional help. Ash blurred next to him. I'll take you to him. He bashed Baron's head with his leg and sent him flying towards the largest battle on the flying continent. They quickly reached the battlefield, and when Baron was unable to properly stabilize himself while flying through the air, Ashborn took matters into his own hands and punched the man to the ground. Antares, who was about to get rid of his shadow soldier, was the target of his aim with Baron. Boom! The violent collision between the Monarch of White Flames and the Monarch of Destruction produced yet another cloud of dust. This escalation, however, left King Baru, the marshal of the Shadow Army, speechless. He wanted to cry from happiness, and the tears actually escaped his eyes. Baru, don't become emotional again. Concentrate on the battle. Of course, my liege. He wiped away a tear. Ashborn swiftly gave orders to his troops internally. While others had to make every effort to deal with more minor threats, he would be going up against the Dragon Monarch. The dust cloud finally settled down, showing both monarchs standing on their 2 feet. Ashborn moved forward and charged the King of Dragons without saying a word to his adversary. The two clashed, with both creating swords out of nothing. The great shockwave spread all across the flying continent. This construction won't be able to hold for very long because of their violent collision, which caused earthquakes on the flying continent. As a result, a sizable chunk of land will inevitably fall to the ground and nearly destroy everything. Clash. Haha, Ashborn. Will you kill your own human brother? As they again swung their massive swords apart, Antares asked. With a resolute determination, Ashborn gripped the sword and said, No. I'll kill you. Amusing, amusing, amusing. Despite being in the midst of a battle, the Monarch of Destruction laughed ominously. As this was his goal, it couldn't have mattered less that their conflict was destroying the world. He had to destroy everything. Ashborn now made an attempt to seize Antares and teleport him to a different location. Antares exposed his scheme, much to his utter misfortune. He quickly swatted the hand away before striking Ashborn in the chest with his great sword. An already healed wound once again opened. This time it was horizontal, but the damage was as terrifying. Ash jumped away quickly to evade another attack by Antares. Somehow, he knew about his tactic. It won't work on me again. Again? The Shadow Monarch was initially uncertain as to what he might mean by again. However, when he realized it, he was compelled to both praise and curse his successor. So that was how he dealt with the Antares. Your replacement treated me in the same way. He cut me off from my own soldiers because he couldn't defeat me by himself. Never again will I be taken in by the same deception. Antares noticed the change in Ashborn. He definitely didn't act according to his principles anymore. The Shadow Monarch changed his fighting style and fully concentrated on defeating an enemy at all cost. He wouldn't have acted same in his past life as a monarch or a ruler. Just like his successor, who he already told that Ashborn would never use such attacks. Ashborn has changed. What? Still can't admit that you lost to a human? The Monarch of Destruction was ridiculed by Ashborn. This incensed Ladder, but not enough for him to launch an enraged attack on the Shadow Monarch. What a funny thing you are telling me. You gave up. Yes, I might have, but I don't see myself quitting now. Both of them started to put on their armor as Ashborn said that. Antares created the silver shiny armor with sparks all over his body. The armor materialized in an entirely dark shade as the Shadow Monarch's response. Now that's the Shadow Monarch I know. Antares couldn't see his opponent's face, but he could tell what he was planning just by looking at his eyes. The air was filled with the smell of death and destruction. Intensely glaring at one another, the two foes were facing off. Their immediate environment was in ruins, and things were about to get worse. Tornadoes, triggered by the violent storms of mana left by the two monarchs, tore across the land. The monarchs faced each other as the ground shook beneath their feet, with their swords aiming to cut down the foe. And this was just the beginning of the clash. Soon it would reach a scale much greater. Underscore 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 underscore. Far away from them, Baron was having a hard time fending off the shadows. To be able to not only stand your ground against the monarch but to overpower him was something unheard of for Baron. They were absurdly strong for shadow soldiers. Baru, Agrona, Winsome, and Alder. Together, they made up the ideal team that complemented each other's skills and was unstoppable. Of course, that didn't work against the Monarch of Destruction, but they at least stood their ground for some time. I can't defeat those bugs? Baron was about to make his soul manifest in order to receive a power boost, but this was quickly seen as unnecessary when his ally arrived on the scene. Baron, how is the situation with Antares? The Monarch of Plague landed next to the Monarch of White Flames. He is clashing with the Shadow Bastard. Things are escalating too quickly. It's too hard even for me to understand. After regaining his calm, Baron's tense demeanor was lost. Quarisha nodded and looked at the shadows. We should deal with this until then. Next to her, a green mass materialized and assumed the form of a hand. She sent it to the group. She was surprised to see how quickly unknown magic dispersed the mass. Agrona used his decaying mana arts on the green hand. Strong ones, I see. Looking at the group, she grinned. Fighting against her child was something she particularly enjoyed thinking about. The Ant King Baru had none of it though. He couldn't care less about the old wench. Agrona? They are also strong. Let's do the same but faster. He was followed by Screech. Baru charged at the Monarch of Plague after clearly understanding the assignment. For some reason, this woman irritated the Ant King, so he wanted to take on her alone. Baru reached his target quickly. He was a few meters away from slashing the woman in half. A green hand manifested in front of him and grabbed him. This was such an awkward way of getting caught that Baru, for a moment, just froze out of confusion. Scree! The green hand was destroyed by Baru's claws. Don't you dare touch me, woman! Angry, he yelled at the Plague Monarch. Baru attacked the Plague Monarch ferociously after becoming even more enraged. The group had grown accustomed to Baru's anger management problems by this point, so they chose to take advantage of it. Despite how absurd it may seem, Baru was deflecting the Plague Monarch's attack. One after another, green masses were getting cut into 100 pieces. While Baru was taking care of the first issue, they could concentrate on the second one. Phew, let's go. Under the monarch of white flames, Agrona raised a pillar of black flames. Baron simply avoided the hazardous attack by stepping away. This made Agrona chuckle. Well, nobody said it's going to be easy. The three attacked the monarchs while Baru shouted their battle cry. Once more taking the form of a dragon, Wisdom attacked Baron with energy volleys. Alder confronted Baron in a melee. Agrona was using the Soulfire to assist Alder from a distance. As they started to lose contact with other shadow soldiers, the battle just started getting more intense. Still, other monarchs were murdering their fellow comrades. Baron was dealing with the three most vital shadows and only felt slightly pressured. With fewer enemies to deal with in melee, he was efficiently managing to deflect ranged attacks and follow up with counterattacks. I have to do something. Alder blurred behind Baron, surprising the monarch with a sudden increase in speed. His unclosing eye shone brilliantly as the mana wave emitted from it. Alder pushed the monarch in the opposite direction. The latter was attempting to place him directly in line with the energy blast's impact. When Baron became aware of this, he sent out his own electrical wave to counter Winsome's. Similar to Antares, he opened his mouth, and the dreadful torment of electricity erupted. Boom! It couldn't get any worse when they once again witnessed Antares' transformation into a gigantic dragon. Chapter 75, You Had It Coming, Antares. One of the things that Ashborn despised the most was probably the monarchs. Their nature, even though it was pretty similar to his, was born from darkness. His title of monarch came from them. But all of them knew it, the Shadow Monarch was very different from them. This title was given to him by Antares as a sign of their mutual cooperation. The Shadow Monarch wanted vengeance, and Antares had to defeat the rulers. In reality, they never had close ties. It was already no secret to Ashborn that it was the Dragon Monarch who betrayed him in the first place. The Monarch of White Flames and the Beast Monarch. Strongest amongst monarchs, if we exclude Antares, were sent by Antares to assassinate him. You betrayed me, and I despise traitors. The White Candle and Tiny Dog among you have already felt my hatred. Huh, you managed to figure it out? The Dragon Monarch no longer made an effort to conceal it. There was no reason for it now anyway. He had neither the desire nor the need to work with the Shadow Monarch. His plans were carried out without the need for any collaboration. But it was necessary to get rid of the Shadow Monarch. Later on, he will gather a bigger and more powerful army, attack the rulers, and destroy them. The coexistence of three absolute beasts in one multiverse was intriguing. Though himself and the two Shadow Monarchs. Both of them can live off the dead and draw their powers from the darkness. Certainly, both will be on the side of each other if not removed. The first Shadow Monarch was directly in front of him, giving him the opportunity to make him disappear without anyone's interference. You know, Ashborn, I think our prior agreement to cooperate was a grave mistake on both of our parts. From his throne, Antares got up and walked over to Ashborn. His appearance this time was similar to his, and as he stood in front of him, it gave the impression that he was being mirrored. The Dragon Monarch looked into the Shadow Monarch's purple burning eyes with his own golden eyes. The tension reached its peak as other monarchs in the room began to feel the strain. That is why those two were referred to as the strongest of their kind. They were a league above every living being. They were of their own kind, and they possessed unfathomable strength. Truth be told, even those monarchs and rulers put together might not be able to handle these people directly. And now those monarchs are in the presence of both, only a little bit reassured since one of them was an ally. Even those who called themselves by the same title, however, were unable to conceal their apprehensions due to the two monarchs' menacing aura. Even their bodies were affected by the cold. Additionally, it didn't help that this time monarchs had Azuran bodies. Now it all depends on who is going to make the first move. Other monarchs were still waiting, and neither Antares nor Ashborn was attempting to move first. Was the reason they weren't moving caused by fear? No, Ashborn wasn't acting because he thought there was unquestionably a problem. Antares was the only monarch he could detect before coming here. All other monarchs were overshadowed by the Dragon Monarch. Ash began to wonder why they were acting in this way. Could it be that they were trying to stage a surprise attack? But now that he's here, he is aware of the return of the monarchs. Could it be? Ashborn heard a flash of lightning close to him as he was about to make a point in his thoughts. That was definitely what they were going for. Something burst into the room and came up behind him. Before the Shadow Monarch could turn to block an approaching attack, every other monarch in the room used their own authority against him. Despite his ferocious resistance and immense power, the monarchs delayed him for long enough for him to be frozen in place for just this attack. A light blue sword emerged from his chest after it pierced his back and crushed his internal organs, destroying his rib cage and drenching the ground in blood. Ashborn inwardly cursed. He shouldn't have just skimmed the surface of everything. The mere fact that so many monarchs were present ought to have made it abundantly clear to him that Antares was capable of doing the same as Agrona. Of course, he would have brought someone back. Even the person whom he, the one in charge of death, had imprisoned in the realm of eternal nothingness. Baron, the monarch of white flames. Shadow bastard, your time is almost over. Baron shouted joyfully in Ashborn's ears, the white flames on his head almost twitching with his feelings. Ashborn would shout obscenities at the traitor if he had the ability to do so right now. Nevertheless, his current concerns were different. His bloody hands moved upwards and touched the white-blue sword. He tried to break it, but those monarchs weren't letting him do so. He sensed the sword heating up a split second later. Baron was launching yet another assault, as evidenced by the insane expression on his face. This was the one on which the bastard was concentrating all of his strength. His entire body felt the shock in every cell. His skin was being burnt alive and his hair was soon to become ash. This was barely being kept up with by his regeneration. Killing Baron would have been simpler than having to keep regenerating everything. But holding him in this manner while being supported by the strongest Antares and all the monarchs. It appeared to be a lovely dream. Ash couldn't break the sword nor move forward. His limbs were bound from every angle. But this wasn't a situation where he could think of something, despite his mind being electrocuted every millisecond. He gathered his strength and gave a command to his loyal shadow soldiers. Everyone, attack! His thoughts may go unnoticed by the monarchs, but shadows are acutely aware of them. They burst from the shadows like a great tidal wave and rushed to attack the monarchs. The adversaries were taken by surprise. They weren't expecting Ashborn to act rationally in this circumstance, much less call for his soldiers. As the shadows swarmed the throne room, they destroyed the pillars that were holding the roof over them. The monarchs jumped out of the falling building. They were followed by the shadow soldiers, who weren't letting them even think about targeting their lord. Marshal Baru. The prominent shadows took control of the situation and chose to attack the most powerful. To win the day for their liege, they hoped to unite and, at the very least, kick the Dragon Monarch a few kilometers away. With Baru being the strongest in the physical aspect, they decided to trust him first. The Ant King chose a pretty straightforward way of attacking Antares. His wings flapped and made him fly forward in quick succession. The jaw received the antly fist, which caused Antares to launch far from the area of combat. The nearby Winsome didn't allow the Dragon Monarch to propel himself. He changed into his draconic form, opened his enormous mouth, and unleashed an energy blast that was potent enough to cause the nearby ground to evaporate. Not letting the monarchs even take a break was the key to buying some time. Everyone, including Alder, understood that there was no time to consider the repercussions. Every attack had to be made with all possible effort. Time. The Monarch of Destruction was simply observing their initial location rather than giving them a glare. Indratha's castle, which was now a pile of rubble. Don't let him attack. The shadow soldiers charged at Antares without a second of hesitation, willing to give their own life to win a few extra seconds for their lord. These bugs. Antares shifted his focus to his assailants. While they weren't on the level to defeat monarchs, he had to admit they were very strong. He compared them to former soldiers under Ashborn's command. The particular one could stay its ground against the weakest of monarchs. The destructive flames that could burn the soul itself engulfed his fist. He didn't move from his position and deflected the incoming attacks by just standing. Those soldiers had annoyingly good communication skills with each other. Except for one. Antares was able to make a vague comparison between the ant-like creature and its clone from a different universe. This one was rather peculiar. Unlike others, the Ant King was almost on his own, searching for his weak points and trying to cut a limb or two, while he himself concentrated on others. The attention grabber was Agrona. Oh yes, that one, Antares remembered. When he first entered this world, he encountered this face. Ashborn always knows how to pick up a bunch. He couldn't resist praising the Shadow Monarch for his perceptiveness. If only I had such loyal soldiers. While looking at them, an uncertain question arises in Antares. How does it feel to be in charge of unrestrictedly devoted soldiers who are not subject to outside control? He pondered as he cast a glance at the Indratha's destroyed castle. Ha, what a shame we're on different sides. Antares chuckled ominously. He looked at another approaching attack. It was too late to play around. He opened his mouth and something glowing and bright blinded the soldiers. Breath of destruction. Antares spit a devastating torrent of fire from his mouth. It leveled the ground as it swept towards the shadow soldiers. If it touches them, the shadow soldiers are gone for. This breath is Antares' most dangerous weapon, as it could erase even the shadows. What a devastating technique. To avoid the fire, Agrona leaped away. The fire passing next to him made it clear how dangerous its nature was. Unlike normal fire, this one would burn for real. Their regeneration won't work. There are no words to describe the fire's aftermath. What remained of the mana-rich land was a scorching desert. Standing on it made Agrona feel sick. It was so burningly hot that his regenerative abilities started acting up. Oh well, I have something similar of my own. His hands were covered in the ominous flames as they charged for a long-range attack. It was directed at the Dragon King by Agrona. When he was about to launch it at his intended target, he was stopped. Agrona experienced a sudden familiarity. He became disoriented while doing that task and was about to experience the breath of destruction directly into his face. Agrona, don't get distracted. Before they both vanished, the other shadow soldier grabbed Agrona and moved him away from the area. I apologize, Marshal Alder. Wisdom concentrated all of his efforts on stopping the person with a stronger energy blast so that Antares wouldn't unleash another torrent of fire on the two. Winsome shot a constant stream of purple energy at the King of Dragons, which was negated by the monarch in the same manner. Instead, he attacked the Winsome with the breath of destruction. The two explosions collided as each attempted to dominate the other. It became clear in the end that the Shadow's attack was weaker. To avoid the blow, Winsome changed into his more human form. We won't be able to keep him at bay like this, Wisdom deduces after seeing the power of the Dragon Monarch firsthand. They are only attacking back and forth aimlessly, they haven't harmed him at all. When he finally gets a hold of our pattern, he'll kill us. The former Dragon Azura looks over his comrades and establishes eye contact. Every single one of them had the same idea, but no one had a plan of action. Just don't stop. Screech Baru screeched as he charged at the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch was immediately confronted by him as he flew into the cloud of dust. Despite being incredibly stupid, it was successful because Baru was the only person who managed to damage Antares. However, Antares' body was only scratched by Baru's claws as they tore into the clothing. The King of Dragons had unparalleled durability when it came to physical damage. He could have tanked any attack so far but instead chose to simply negate all of them with his own grab. Finally caught you, little insect." The Dragon Monarch's voice was audible to Baru as he was being grabbed by the neck. The Ant King's eyes grew larger than a pan. He tried to escape, but he was unable to flee. From behind, he could also hear his comrades charging up the attacks. Maybe if he's able to hold the monarch in one place, they'll be able to hurt him. Baru decided to do so, and it'll fortunately work. "Attack! I'm holding him in place." Baru grabbed onto Antares' hand, which the ant was held by. The Dragon King's expression was that of a maniac. A set of teeth could be seen when he opened his mouth. Baru shut his eyes as he mentally readied himself for the blow. "My liege, it was an honor to serve under you," Baru chanted for the final time in his mind. Boom. Chapter 76, Charge. Stomp. The giants began to run at each other, followed by their armies. The figures that could easily touch the skies were moving faster than their own armies. On one hand, thousands of black lightnings were violently rolling on one side, crashing into the new land. On the other side, the ocean was evaporating. Each of those steps was causing a thin layer of the ground to peel off like the skin of an apple. Kaboom! The giant shadow figure immediately went for the punch and successfully delivered it to the dragon's face. Antares grabbed onto the chunk of black mass tightly. He took him down on the ground and began to wrestle with him. Rumble. It evolved into a struggle for dominance in which each side tried to gain the upper hand and render the other helpless. Their armies were nowhere to be seen, and during this process, they had already moved kilometers from the original battle scene. Bang! The dragon swept away the giant figure with its tail. Ashborn was thrown away by the impact. Because of this giant appearance, he wasn't as mobile and couldn't stop rolling immediately. When he stopped it, Antares with his giant claws dug into his armor and pinned him to the ground. The dragon's mouth lit up, meaning he was preparing to attack him with the breath of destruction. Instantly, Ashborn used his leg to push the dragon off himself. Antares was flipped forward, and he fell to the ground on his back. His eyes still noticed the figure that had just stood up. The dragon rose to his feet in a flash. It was surprising how Antares was still more mobile than Ashborn. This was so because it was the natural form, as opposed to Ashborn's, which was essentially a set of armor that served as a puppet controlled by Ash. A desperate battle ensued. Whenever they collided, the ground quaked and the heavens rocked. Who knew on which continent they were now? They were deformed in an unrecognizable way. Every plot of land was being showered by dark lightning and flaming boulders. The power of destruction and the power of death were clashing with each other once more. Their strength was even, and throughout the battle, nobody, even for a few seconds, could hold an upper hand over another. This battle was heard all over the planet, and the Shadow Army kept going strong against the Monarch because of it. It felt like a motivational speech. Their lord was continuing the battle despite the disadvantage. Their losses were many, and the rest of the monarchs were slaughtering them, but they weren't let down by the strongest shadows. They were surprisingly putting up a good fight, until the monarch manifested their souls. The first one who couldn't hold out anymore without trying more was the beast monarch. He manifested his soul and transformed into the giant wolf with snow-white fur. Growl! The wolf was gritting his teeth and growling at the shadow in front of him. Winsome and his dragon was slightly bigger than the wolf, but this couldn't be said about the strength. The former Azura was feeling pressured. "You mere bugs, won't give up, will you? Oh well, we surely won't run away like the scared puppy you are." With a draconic grin, W.N. mocked the monarch of beastly fangs. The albino wolf became enraged by this and recklessly charged the shadow dragon. The dragon retaliated by taking flight and continuing to attack the monarch from above. Burst! Another energy blast from Winsome was aimed at the beast monarch. Latter took a hit from the attack, but it turned out to be only a scratch. His white fur was just a little burnt. "You can't harm me with those punny ATT-. The beast monarch's face was blasted with a much more powerful attack this time. For a second, he even lost the feeling of gravity. His mind was feeling a little bit dizzy. Compared to the monarch of destruction, you are nothing. Be happy that my lord has deemed unnecessary in his kill list. You bastard. I'll rip you to shreds. Instantly, the difference in height became non-existent. In order to successfully catch the flying dragon, the wolf dug his legs into the ground and leaped up. His body weight, on the other hand, helped to bring down the prey, while his teeth were tightly dug into the dragon's feet. Boom bang thud. The enraged monarch slammed the dragon to the ground with all his might. He began to tip and tear. He cut off the limbs and even the head, but it still regenerated. Everything around was becoming a mess. The beast monarch recklessly continued crossing his claws and making deeper and deeper cuts, leaving behind the evidence of these cuts on the ground. I can't let him continue doing this. The monarch was standing on the winsome, not letting him move anyhow. The wolf wasn't giving the dragon breathing space. This had to be somehow changed. He's too strong. Winsome cursed inwardly. The beast monarch was definitely one of the most physically oriented among the monarchs. His pure physical strength was probably only second to Antares and Ashborn. He just couldn't move him at all. The dragon realized he needed help from other shadows. Through the connection, someone felt the call for help and arrived. Slick. The dark spike rose from the ground and hit the wolf's red prying eyes. He screamed in pain and turned to face whoever attacked him. At this moment, his second eye was hit by something else. Swish. Something very fast blitzed past the wolf's face. While it was blinded, Winsome used this moment to escape. He kicked away the beast monarch just when he concentrated on regenerating the eyes. Thank you, Udo, Hockey. The two blurred next to Winsome. Lord Winsome, I fear we won't be able to be much of a help. The dragon wasn't asking for them to take care of the monarch by themselves. No. He'd be the one to take on the giant wolf, he'll just need assistance. Just distract him for me. Udo beamed up. Oh, we can do that. Hey, you barking doggo. I'm here. The shadow flew closer to the monarch. To his surprise, the monarch went aggressively more quickly than he expected. If he hadn't moved back just a little, he'd be split in half with the claws. *T. This fat ass is really fast. Maybe Udo overestimated himself. Those monarchs were too strong for him to handle. He had to trust Winsome in this one and support him with all his might. After all, if they can't win, they'll only create more problems for their lord. And every other soldier is preoccupied with other monarchs. This is bad. Lord Baru was still going up against the insectoid woman. The Ant King was doing great all alone, but he was slammed into the ground too many times by that woman. She was forming giant fists out of mana and using them against the ants. Whoosh! Scree! Baru roared out a powerful screech and flew towards his enemy at full speed. His roar contained all the rage he accumulated during this battle, and despite the heavy damage he took, Baru thrust his claws into the stomach of that woman. Gah! She choked up the blood. Baru's attack definitely hurt her not only physically but also mentally. Her expression showed how her pride was hurt. The previous elegant face morphed into an ugly one. I should kill this child of mine. The edges of her mouth grew wider as she smiled. Her sharp teeth were on display, but something felt weird about her. When she finally opened her mouth and stuck out her weird sharp tongue, then it became clear. Suddenly, her hair also turned green, and she began to take the shape of an insect. Her body was getting covered in scales. An ugly woman like you will never kill this devoted soldier. Funny, then face me now. I might even praise you. Baru wasted no time. His claws were trying to rip this woman to pieces, but she became rather too quick. The monarch could follow his speed, but she was also stronger now. Her physical strength started to exceed his own. Bang! The loud bangs from their slamming fists could be heard all over the battlefield. Each of their strikes connected with each other, thus intercepting them. No one did any real damage. The problem was that Baru was trying its best. Ha ha ha! How funny! The monarch of the plague laughed hysterically. One of her hands morphed into a sharp scythe and, with it, she cut off Baru's hand. Swish! His hand got separated for only a second before it returned to its original position. TCH, these annoying shadows. It was annoying for Quaresha. Those shadows had almost infinite regeneration and seemed literally unkillable. If only you erase their existence, that's when they disappear. However, it takes a lot of effort to take out soldiers like Baru. And there are so many of those strong shadows. Just when and where did Ashborn manage to kill them? There's a literal horde of those strong ones. Compared to the others, the draconic soldiers seem particularly menacing. They also had dragons in their army, but they simply couldn't erase the existence of shadow soldiers. They are more like dead meat. They are all useless, we have to deal with those bugs ourselves. Irritated Quaresha took her current battle a lot more seriously. She slashed and attacked Baru from all sides, and with most of her strength already regained, it felt too easy. The Ant King was unable to keep up with the speed, and his attempts to parry the attacks were unsuccessful. Bang bang! Baru was constantly being flown away from every attack slamming into his face. The creepy smile on the Plague Monarch made it humiliating for the Ant King. Yet his rage was useless, he couldn't use rage as a driving factor anymore. He had to act smart. In the past, he always won his fights head-on, but this time it wouldn't be enough. But what can I do? The ant asked himself. There were no particular qualities he was better at than this monarch. He was emotionally driven. He had raw strength and speed, which he valued over other abilities. They are now rendered useless, though. Why won't you attack me now, punny ant? The only thing you are doing is eating away your king's mana. Instead of making Baru more emotionally unstable. Quaresha's words made something click in Baru's mind. Yes, he was an ant, and so far he was only eating away his liege's mana. Eating was his answer. He was devouring to grow strong before. So he shall do the same for his liege now. Kek, women. Baru, with the mischievous laugh, charged at the woman once more. Quaresha anticipated this attack. What? Did I drive you mad? In an effort to seize the Ant King, Quaresha summoned a hand made of green mana. The latter sliced through it and blurred next to the monarch. In retaliation, the woman swung her hand at him. Something unusual happened. Baru bit into her hand and ripped off a good chunk of meat. Huh? Kakik. Baru laughed joyously. How could he be so stupid that he forgot his past and how he acquired strength before? His main ability, which could devour someone's. I'm so sorry for my own foolishness, my liege. He then faced the monarch of plague, saying, You come at me, old hag. I shall take you head on. Foolishness and only. The monarch of plagues already heard pride finally cracked, and she attacked the ant. However, right as she was approaching the Baru, something pierced her from all sides. Her eyes immediately went around to see many spear-shaped objects, and they all had a purple color. Did this ant just copy my ability? And not only that, but Baru also used the woman's emotions against her. His battle intelligence finally bloomed with the humiliation he faced prior. Now he was ready to rip and tear. Chapter 77, The Battle Became Even. Yes, Quaresha was one of the weakest among the monarchs, but it is to be kept in mind. Even one monarch is capable of destroying planets. Her fellows didn't appreciate it though. To be kept up by a mere shadow soldier. This was embarrassing for the woman. Her emotions were playing tricks on her. While the ant managed to tame his own, he also used the monarchs to his advantage. Slick. The plague monarch was struck by yet another purple spike. Her rage issues were too obvious to avoid using them as a weapon. She charged with rage, blurring her mind. Baru just had to use this moment and his new ability. This woman is stupid. But Baru couldn't say the same about others. Well, maybe except for the beast monarch. Even then, he at least had strength. In particular, the demon guy seemed a lot stronger than others. Garen, or whatever he was called, still hasn't done the same as Plague and Beast monarchs. He was fighting against the newbies, Alder and Agrona. They were a new addition to the army, but Baru had to admit it. They were insanely strong, even stronger than him. He couldn't imagine beating any of them since their techniques were so diverse. But they had been fighting against Baron for too long, and he hadn't manifested his soul. Is he the second strongest of the bunch? Damn it. The Ant King cursed in his mind. At this rate, they won't be able to defeat monarchs. There are also those brainwashed Azuras messing with them. Their own former Azuran legion was having a tough time managing them. There was also a constant bother in the Ant's mind. How was their liege doing? From these terrifying roars and thunders, he could understand there was a large battle. But was he winning against the Dragon Monarch? Other soldiers had the same question. It's useless to think about it now, thought Baru after intercepting the woman's mana hand with a purple spike. The connection between them was strong. There was no doubt in Baru that their liege could come up victorious. This victory, however, depended on them as well. They should stop those monarchs as much as they can. Marshal Baru is putting up a good fight. While Baru was fighting with the Plague Monarch, Alder and Agrona were having an internal conversation with each other. Yes, but we are falling behind. We still couldn't figure out this guy. That's indeed a problem. These two were attempting to deduce the monarch's abilities, the full extent of power, endurance, and, most importantly, their fighting style. Before arriving here, they had no idea about their enemies. Thus, they have to figure it out during the battle. Have you tried using the soul fire? It was completely useless. Then they had to find a different way to hurt the monarch of white flames. Alder mentally told Agrona something else and disappeared. Baron's eyes still followed the Azura, but Alder's speed was not enough to confuse the eon-old being. It was a scary sight how the monarch's eyes were deadlocked onto him. Burst! Alder further increased his speed and created the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was already next to Baron, his sword's tip touching the monarch's neck. Clack! The sound of metallic substances clashing into each other resounded in Agrona's eyes. He created the ball of dark flames and threw it at the monarch. Alder, seeing this, jumped away from his target. Baron took the hit, expecting it to be another attack of soul fire. It was, but with a little trick. The ball of fire expanded and covered the entire area. Baron inside the bulb was fine. This fire was not damaging him much. Sure, it burned, but it would just take a lot of effort to simply burn him. How pathetic, I'm the monarch of white flames. The ruler of the demon world. You think this kind of flames can kill me? He easily swept away the flames, opening his eyes to what was going on around him. The two of his foes were standing next to each other, with one of them pointing a finger at him. Baron aimed his dagger at him in an effort to make fun of him even more. Have you lost your mind all of a sudden? Alder shrugged, maybe. After all, you really should be mentally unstable to blow yourself up. What? Boom. Agrona and Alder, together with Baron, indeed blew up. The three-eyed shadow used his technique of World Eater to damage the monarch, despite its area of damage covering him and Agrona. He just thought this was worth a shot. The chain reaction between mana particles started immediately after Baron dispersed the soul fire. Explosions like this, starting from a small dot and then expanding continuously for a long time, tearing apart everything. The shadow soldiers would survive, and the monarch probably as well. But they must suffer at least some sort of harm. The explosion traveled kilometers away in a matter of seconds. Only the dust remained as evidence of what had been. The shadow soldiers soon reformed to their previous forms. Instantly they began to inspect their surroundings. Baron was still standing, but this time something in him definitely changed. His head was almost burning with white flames. His grin turned demonic. His eyes turned bloody red. His body also increased its size. But most importantly, his aura intensified. Change of plans. The shadows weren't the only ones having internal conversations among themselves. The monarchs were doing the same, and currently, Baron just finished talking with another monarch named Yogimut, the monarch of transfiguration. Beast and Legia shall join Antares. We will take their opponents instead, Baron announced loudly for the shadows to hear. Alder and Agrona widened their purple eyes. We can't let them do that. That was what they thought, as they tried to alarm other shadows, but something didn't let them do that. Your attempts will be futile. I have already isolated this place from outside connections. The dark dome descended on them. Baron, Agrona, and Alder were trapped inside this weird barrier. For Baron, it also disconnected other monarchs, but it was unnecessary since he didn't need their help anyway. Your lord will die today, and with him, you bugs shall perish as well. The monarchs made a bid on that as well. They wanted to separate the Shadow Monarch from his army and later in a group attack him. Since the Shadow Army can't survive without their summoner, this seemed like a perfect way to kill them all. Killing Ashborn was not an easy task, but with at least 3 of them, it shouldn't pose a problem. For the time being, I'll play with you. Alder tried to create the portal, but it failed. The monarch smirked at him in satisfaction. Yes, we are trapped here. You can't create the portal, unless I remove this curtain. The former Azuras looked at themselves. Their minds were racing, searching for solutions to this issue. Unfortunately, they had no idea how to remove the barrier. Maybe we should just exit out in a normal way? Agrona wanted to simply blitz out of the barrier. It was hardly believable that this would work, but without trying you'll never know. The problem was that they first had to pass through Baron. You think we can do it? Agrona asked Alder. Hard to answer. At that time, Baron stopped standing back passively and finally made his move. Countless arcs of blue sparks buzzed and crackled within the wide mouth of the creature. Bzzzzz. Alder and Agrona leaped away in different directions to avoid the blow. The chill-inducing light beam passed them, and when it hit the barrier, they realized they wouldn't be able to get out of this place. This powerful beam couldn't do anything to that barrier. Alder dashed at his enemy and conjured the sword on the way. Baron sends another lightning beam toward him. This time, the shadow wanted to just sidestep and not lose speed by leaping too far away. To his unluckiness, this electricity had a stunning effect. Just as one crackle touched his body, he froze in place. Agrona! I'm on it! The former Vritra created dozens of dark fireballs and bombarded the monarch with them. Baron spat out more crackle from his mouth, and the attacks collided. Boom! The attacks, containing a crazy amount of energy, exploded after colliding with each other. The explosion sent out shockwaves that sent both foes away. This one time for Alder as well. Alder grabbed his sword and made another dash toward his enemy. He calmly evaded every attack Baron unleashed on him. From behind, Agrona was supporting his affairs and intercepted every single lightning with his soulfire. If the shadows had hearts, they'd be beating at an unimaginable speed. Alder was nervous, and despite his warrior past, this fight was just too much even for him. Swish clang. Their weapons collided. The ground beneath the two shook, and cracks began to appear. From above, Agrona joined the melee battle. Even if he wasn't as experienced as Alder in melee fighting, he had his share of battles. Bang bang. Baron defended himself from their attacks and countered them with ease. His dual daggers worked in quick succession to protect him from behind and in front. Clang crack. Alder instinctively moved his head back as he heard his mana-conjured sword crack. Baron's dagger sliced through and almost cut off his head. The unclosing eye of the shadow lit up and sent the plasma to Baron's hand. Slick. The purple plasma melted through the flesh of the monarch. A grunt escaped Baron's mouth. Despite the injury, though, he never got distracted. The wound slowly began to heal up, yet, got stopped when Agrona threw a soul fire on it. Burn! Damn it! Agrona screamed in his mind, commanding his spell to expand. The dark fire, as if obeying its caster, did as it was told. It began to burn with great intensity, burning Baron from inside and out. Attack, don't rest. Agrona leaped at the monarch and blurred behind him. He moved his hand around the monarch and trapped both his hands in a hug. Alder, do it! Put all your strength into this one. Bang! The three-eyed Azura broke the sound barrier as he approached his target. Another sword was conjured in his hand and it was aimed at the neck. He was planning to cut through that neck. Oh no, you won't. Baron broke the hug and moved his burning hand up. Instead of its initial attack, the sword, which was aimed at his neck, cut through the hand. The blood gushed out of it, and the flying hand was finally burnt to the ashes. These flames are drag. In an instant, the monarch regenerated his entire hand and bashed Agrona with it. The former Azura went flying and crashed into the barrier. Your resistance is futile, you won't be able to do anything, Baron said as he punched the three-eyed shadow. This punch shouldn't have been anything serious, but the shadows attempted to stand up. Their knees gave away and they fell on their chests. What is this? Their vision was becoming blurry, and they felt their magical energy disappear. Also, the connection. Our Lord! As I thought, it wouldn't take much time. The Shadow Bastard has finally fallen. Chapter 78, the Shadow Monarch and the Dragon Monarch were engaged in close combat. With both of them recklessly trying to inflict pain on each other, they threw punches, kicks, and magical attacks at each other and dragged each other to the ground. It was chaotic, and their actions made no sense. Their armor was very strong, and without a direct hit, physical attacks wouldn't do any damage at all. Antares had lost count of how many times he tried to bite or dig his claws into Ashborn's dark armor. He scratched the surface, but it got repaired a second later. The Shadow Bastard had an immense amount of magical energy above his own, and so for him, repairing the item was not costly. Ashborn faced the same problem. His attacks only deformed Antares' scales. Hell, some of his attacks just melted as they touched the burning skin of the dragon. This person was like an active volcano, and under the scales, there was actual lava running through his veins. The power of those attacks may not have been felt by them entirely, but their surrounding world experienced it to the full extent. If someone was there to describe the scene, they would undoubtedly say, a literal hell. Of course, this would be the first association with the word hell, if they haven't already seen it before. The air was hot as boiling water. It would be tough to breathe. Water? There was just a small part of the ocean remaining. Most of it was either evaporated or simply erased by the hundreds of destructive beams. The terrain was deformed in its entirety. There was no sign of previous life on the three continents, Dicathan, Alacria, and, lastly, Epihotis. There is a large chunk of land now with those oceans evaporated. This was not the planet its former inhabitants once called home. This was just a battleground for the monarchs. Thud. The giant shadow avatar was thrown to the ground. This was followed by the giant dragon jumping on him and showing him the breath of destruction. Grab. Before it landed on its face, the shadow monarch grabbed the dragon's jaw and averted its direction. The breath swept and burned a hole next to his face. This land, which was enhanced with ether and mana for thousands of years, was erased. Antares wasn't done at this point. When the breath was finished, he targeted the shadow avatar with his claws. Claws slipped off Ashborn's face and tore the land next to it. Nonetheless, Antares persisted in at least cracking that face open. Crackle. The purple lightning formed on Ashborn's hand. He shoved it into the dragon's stomach and threw him off himself. In midair, Antares propelled himself and dug his feet into the ground to stabilize himself. Both opponents charged after establishing eye contact. The dragon launched another beam of destruction at Ashborn. The latter carefully avoided it by ducking under, but even this artificial avatar could feel the heat coming from the beam. He had to run around in a circle as the dragon was correcting the directions of the breath. Ashborn kept evading. The attack was put out. Ashborn decided to act and ran up to his enemy. He was targeted by the dragon's tail, so he ducked under it. On the way, he grabbed the dragon's leg and flipped him off. The dragon, with a deafening smash, fell to the ground. Antares raised his head to get a view of his enemy. Bang! His head was bashed into the ground with a loud bang. The next time Antares opened his eyes, he saw the purple eyes above him preparing for another attack. Crack! The dark hand of Ashborn's avatar cracked open, and purple light was exposed. The Shadow Monarch was channeling so much mana into his hands that even his own dark armor couldn't handle it. The hand expanded in size, almost as if the muscles tightened. It was surrounded by a blackish aura, and soon the purple lightning crackles appeared. The Shadow Monarch brought down his hands on the Dragon Monarch. Boom! Ashborn's fist connected with the dragon's jaw. Antares had a body that was hard to hold onto the ground for too long. That's why the Shadow Monarch put so much effort into exhausting the dragon with those punches. He rained down the brutal attack on the Dragon Monarch with no breaks in between. Lightning bolts, sparks of flames, and constant screams of the air being torn endlessly throughout the land. Boom boom. Ashborn pinned down the head with one of his hands and materialized the dark sword in his second. Antares' vertical pupils widened in realization. His claw shot upward to attack the Shadow Monarch, but it just brushed the empty air. His enemy anticipated this and moved his head back. All the mana channeled in the Avatar's hand has now moved into the sword. The earth trembled as Ashborn prepared to swing down his sword. It was clear as day that this would be a fatal blow. The two of them understood that well, but for some reason, Antares wasn't doing anything. His resistance was too weak. For a moment, Ashborn could swear he saw the dragon flashing a grin. Crack! The space above the two cracked open, and the two giant silhouettes jumped out of it. They descended quickly, and one of them bit into the Shadow Monarch's hand, the one he was holding the sword in. Those giant figures were the monarchs. The monarch of the beginning and the beast monarch, to be exact. For the first time, you are not messing with my plans. The Dragon Monarch cracked a smile, addressing his kind. With the Shadow Monarch's attack stopped and him being exhausted, the Dragon Monarch continued. Boom! If Ashborn had been just a little slower, the breath of destruction would have hit the center of his chest. This time he was lucky to manage and block it. Taking the direct hit by placing his great sword in front still made him fly back. The Shadow Avatar stands up on his feet, only to be immediately bit by the albino wolf. Like a small dog, it was clinging to his hand, not letting him go. Swish bang! Ashborn almost spun the wolf in the air and dropped him to the ground. He wanted to add a kick to his attack but was tackled by the gigantic humanoid. Legia wasn't as big as him, so the King of Giants was trying to just delay him. From behind, he tried to bear hug the Shadow Avatar. It ended unsuccessfully. He was elbowed in his right chest and shoved away. With these two joining their confrontation, Ashborn had to act a lot more carefully. He wasted too much energy on Antares and hoped for a quick end, which didn't happen. Now, with the remaining mana, he needs to deal with three monarchs. Kawakik! Antares in the second ate up the ground between himself and Ashborn. He lashed out at the Shadow Avatar, unleashing all his might with powerful strikes. Two other monarchs were also trying to assist Antares, attacking Ash from behind like stray dogs. Ash clicks his tongue, knowing that he will lose this fight if he doesn't come up with something. He was trying to avoid as many attacks as possible. His energy wasn't everlasting, he couldn't hope to repair the armor every time it got damaged. Crunch! It was noticeable to the monarchs, as even the beast managed to bite through the armor. The sharp teeth sliced into the dark armor with ease. The bastard is finally hitting his limits. Antares joyously exclaimed in his thoughts. He commanded his fellows to attack Ashborn quickly and not give him even a second to rest. They complied with his order and tried to attack from every direction, disregarding the consequences. Sometimes their skulls got bashed with a kick, or they got thrown away. After a few such cases, Ashborn's movements were visibly slow compared to his original speed. The monarchs made a final charge. The beast monarch slammed his entire body into the Avatar's legs. The Shadow Monarch stumbled and fell on his back. *T. With his purple eyes, Ashborn could still see how Antares was preparing the breath of destruction. Not only did he have no idea how he would stop the attack, but he was struggling to even stand up. "Move this damn thing!" Despite his struggles, Ash was able to kick off the ground and stand up by himself. He was being approached by the destructive fire beam. There was no time to think, so he created a black shield and placed it in front of him. Boom! The dark shield met with the breath of destruction. It depended on the creator if it would outlast the attack, and judging by the new layers of darkness appearing on it, Ashborn was hoping so too. The beam of fire was hitting the shield and ricocheting in different directions. For the time being, he was not attacked by the two lesser monarchs. Ashborn's mind was racing. He was searching for a solution if there was at least some way to isolate himself and Antares under these circumstances. The fire died down and the shield melted, opening the view to the horizon. "Got you, bastard." Thud. The Monarch of Destruction once again tackled the Monarch of Shadows. With his giant feet, he pressed on the shoulder of the dark avatar. Ashborn found his strength disappearing and he couldn't resist. In the corner of his eyes, he could also see the Beast Monarch and Legia subduing his hands completely. "This time, you won't get away." The dragon opened its giant mouth, displaying every shining, sharp tooth it had. A ball of something purple formed there, and then it was surrounded by bright yellow. The air around the mouth began to evaporate. Ashborn's eyes were blinded by the light. The breath of destruction crashed down on his chest, at the place where his real self was located. Boom! The fire was definitely burning through the avatar's armor. Ashborn's skin could feel the heat approaching. His ears were bombarded by the sound of blazing flames. He lost control of the giant avatar. He was fully blinded now. He had no idea what was happening around him. Should I get out? Obviously, he had to at one point. But was this the best time for it? What if they were prepared to attack him? All questions alike run through his mind. The heat was becoming unbearable, and with it, Ashborn knew the fire was about to reach him. Crack! The back of the avatar began to disintegrate in bright purple particles. With his mind clear by now, he leaped out of the giant armor. As he expected, he met with the Antares. The latter was attacking him with the great sword. Clang! He created his own and blocked the approaching blade right in time. Roar! The Beast Monarch jumped on the Ashborn from behind. Clearly expecting this, Ash threw a kick behind him and hit the Monarch in the chest. He was surprised to see the strength in his feet leave. "The bastard is losing his strength," shouted the angry wolf, and this time he confidently charged at Ashborn. Legia attempted to knock the Shadow Monarch to the ground with his enormous fist before changing into his smaller form. Using the ruler's authority, Ash froze the hand before it could hit him. "It's over, Ashborn." Stab crack. The Shadow Monarch couldn't handle the three attacks simultaneously. Antares' palm pierced the right side of his chest, easily passing through the rib cage and exiting from his back. "Ha ha ha. I finally got it." Slick. The Dragon Monarch extended his hand, which was now firmly grasping the mighty black heart. Ashborn could see the expressions on their faces perfectly. It was just a little blurry, and painful. Watching those faces wasn't enjoyable. He hated it, but at the same time, he couldn't do anything. His eyes lost the purple light in them and returned to light blue. His and Arthur's eyes. Chapter 79. As if the world itself shifted for the Shadow Soldiers, every one of them felt the strength leaving them. The connection between them and their lord was broken. This was comparable to losing 5 senses altogether. The bright purple color on their bodies was slowly diminishing. With no strength in them, they fell to their knees. "No, my liege." The first person to begin crying was Baru. He already paid no mind to the Monarch of the Plague. "What happened to my liege?" was the only question the Ant King had on his mind, similar to others in his bunch. The Shadow Army foolishly thought that they could finally overpower the Monarchs, with them losing numbers. Apparently, it was just an illusion. The two monarchs went to help out the damn lizard in defeating their liege. It was our fault. Agrona was still very new in the army, but he established himself as the strongest. Their lord trusted them with commanding the rest, but if the most important soldiers can't set an example for others, what will the rest do? I had to notify the others sooner. They had a chance that they had to use before they were driven to the corner. Agrona could replicate the barrier once used by his lord against himself. Why didn't they use it? Inwardly, he screamed at himself, enraged by what had happened. His screams, however, won't change what has already occurred. Agrona wouldn't be able to help out his liege, who was kilometers away, laying on the ground dead cold with a hole in his right chest. This is magnificent. The three monarchs gathered around the lying body of Ashborn, with Antares holding the black heart in his hands. Such power in this tiny item, and now it's ours. The dragon monarch started to grin broadly as the black heart he was holding continued to glow with purple mana. Oh, Ashborn, I have outplayed you this time. Of course, I'd like to get this item for myself. It would have been stupid of me not to aim for it initially. Other monarchs followed his lead and began to mock the person. The latter did not hear any of it, though. Baron wanted to kill you first and even agreed to sneak up on you. The first attempt failed, and you still couldn't figure out our goal. That one mistake cost you this, as well as your life. Antares pointed at the black heart. Antares, do you think he is dead? No, he isn't yet. There is magic left in him. That's why we'll stay here until we confirm it. They have already seen the Shadow Monarch rise after a so-called death, and he might do it again. Nobody knows what is going on in his mind, except for himself. Ashborn, meanwhile, felt the darkness consume him. The taste of blood on his tongue, which also blocked his breathing path, seemed a lot more disgusting than before. He was so powerless that he had no strength to even open his eyelids. The usual feeling of two hearts beating in his body had disappeared. Instead, there was one that had no use but to pump that iron-tasting human blood. His mind was too tired to even think about what was going on anymore. Well, maybe he was feeling bad for those who he let down. Ashborn definitely got close to people in this world. His father, Raynolds, was one hell of an idiot, but that human heart of his had the ability that he didn't possess. He could spread positive energy around him by just being who he is. Unlike Ash, who was pretty much hiding his true identity from everyone else. His soldiers were exceptions. Alice, oh, the dear mother she was to the Shadow Monarch. She made him experience motherly love and melted his cold-hearted demeanor. Her caring attitude was fully returned by Ashborn and by Arthur as well. She truly was the best mother he could ever hope for. Then the promise with Ellie? He wanted to apologize to her. Ashborn clearly remembers her threat, brother. I will be waiting for you and Arthur to return. Don't you dare die. It seems that he couldn't fulfill the inward promise he made with her. He'd already passed away, or he is close to dying at any moment. Oh, speaking of death, he's feeling awfully sick even by thinking about it. They called him the King of the Dead, and now that same king is on the verge of dying. His greatest weapon was stolen and will be used for whatever his enemies wish for. I'm sorry, Arthur. And it will be used not by anybody else, but by Antares in the body of his brother. He was a big idiot for doing everything alone. As Ellie would call Arthur, one big idiot. Now Ash knows who the actual idiot is. He once said to someone, there is no absolute power. Thus, it is already a great indication of why you should never rely solely on yourself. You need to have an ally. Because of the mistake that he made now, people he knew were going to suffer. Not only them, but the shadow soldiers that loved him more than themselves are going to die in vain. That was terrible. A complete disaster if he had a say in it from now on. Perhaps this is his punishment now. Was my suffering not enough? Ashborn asked himself. Unfortunately, neither he nor anybody else was there to answer. He just fell into the abyss of infinite nothingness. Swish. His consciousness appeared in the same place where he first bid farewell to his successor. A large open field, with a sole tree that he created, was still standing strong, and the silence was filling everything. Aside from a slight breeze, there was nothing else. So in the end, this is the place I close my eyes. At least the previous time he had someone else to talk to, and it wasn't his end at all. Ash talked with his successor and then with his creator. Maybe it was just a dream? It was definitely in the realm of possibilities, but it was just too unbelievable to be a dream. In the eternal world of nothingness, everything has no ending. It is the world of eternal dreams. No, it wasn't a dream. He took a step, but when he looked down, he saw that his normal leg was gone. He couldn't feel the touch, and instead of the actual leg, it was just a mist that resembled his limbs. He was confused. Why did he make such an appearance? He quickly peered at the pond in the area to see his face. Ironically, he couldn't see his face. Just like before, huh? Inwardly, Ashborn chuckled. This was yet another factor contributing to his awkwardness and speaking his mind. He had feelings, but they couldn't be seen on his face at all. He didn't have a face that could express any emotions. It took him some time to even smile properly. The king of the dead once struggled to maintain control over his facial muscles, which some people might find hard to believe. His own first attempt to smile frightened him because it was too wide. The smile that once freaked out his successor and 20 more participants in the double dungeon. Definitely not the smile you'd like to show your parents. He had to struggle even with that. Thud. The Shadow Monarch sagged against the sole tree there was. He sat on the grass with his back against the tree and looked in front of him. There was an endless horizon, with the sun shining bright. He couldn't feel anything, but the sun's rays had a warming effect on his consciousness. There were clouds floating carelessly above him, blocking out some of the scorching sun. The tall grass was moving back and forth like a wave as the gentle breeze played with it. Additionally, the nearby grass stroked his smoky appearance. Unfortunately, he was not being serenaded by birdsong. There was silence everywhere else, save for the sound made by the slight breeze. It appeared to be a perfect place for resting, for someone. Ashborn's conception of the rest was different from others. For him, it wasn't this. For him, resting was what he did in the first 8 years of his second life. Ash enjoyed that time to the fullest. His mind wasn't bothered much and he couldn't care less about his physical needs. He was a being that could easily negate the human body's drawbacks. This place wasn't for him and he wanted to leave it. He was bothered by this pond, where he saw his appearance. It was a disgusting sight, and he wished to never see it again. He liked his face, which could express his emotions. Those human hands that could reveal a lot about him, his struggles, and the sweat and blood he poured into them. Not this abomination of his old self. A machine. In this form, Ashborn was nothing more than a killing machine. It brought back painful memories for him from his past, which words could not express how much he hated. It was a big no for him to stay like this, but the dream was more of a nightmare this time. He was stuck in this realm, couldn't change anything, and there was nobody else to call for. Finally, he felt his anger starting to rise within him. Because of it, he tried to destroy the tree he was leaning on with a punch. He attempted to make a fist with the tree's hard outer shell but was unsuccessful. The tree appeared to have been just recently traversed by his hand. What even is this place? How do I get out? This was not the world of eternal nothingness he knew. It wasn't under his control, and now that he thinks about it, it shouldn't have been under his control. He gifted his power to his successor and, with it, control over this realm. He before placed himself in an already prepared world of his dreams. He had to live in that dream world. He did, however, show up in an odd location. In front of his maker, with whom he spoke. This doesn't look like eternal rest for me. This place was not something to be associated with the word rest. It did quite the opposite of what was expected and made the feeling of unrest rise in Ashborn. Someone must have been there controlling the process. With his non-existent eyes, Ashborn looked around. He had no mouth, but words formed without it, and so he asked nothing. I am not alone here, am I? A few silent seconds passed. Freeze! Everything around Ashborn froze, even the light breeze that moved the grass stopped. There was no more rattling of leaves. As if time itself stopped, Ash was sure more than ever that there was someone else doing this. Show yourself to me. Chapter 80. So, you're here? The first Shadow Monarch asked the air. In his sight, there was no one, yet the feeling of being watched never left Ashborn. Step. Ash turned his attention towards the voice. The capillary waves spread on the black floor as if someone was touching the fluid. This felt extremely nostalgic, and if he could, he would have been smiling, now that he knew how to smile. He was actually surprised to see this person again. The joy in him finally made itself known, and he realized that he could also feel something missing in his new life. He didn't know this person would appear in front of him ever again. I apologize. Apparently, all my assumptions were invalid. Our paths did cross again, said the first Shadow Monarch to the approaching figure. He was a handsome man with a lean physique. His defined jaw and height made his appearance unique. Those gray eyes of his would mesmerize any woman he'd look into. This time they glowed bright purple, while the jet hair on his head was technically invisible due to the surrounding darkness. It was blending. I thought the same, but I'm glad it came out to be not true. The young man commented on Ashborn's words. As he focused on the ethereal form of Ashborn, a huge expression of gratitude appeared on his face. He walked up to Ash and pulled his hands out of his pocket for a handshake. With some hesitation, Ash accepted the handshake. It must be weird to see me in this appearance. I can't seem to control it. The young man raised an eyebrow. You can't? That seems weird. Last time you morphed into all of my family and close friends. In the end, he chuckled, remembering their last meeting. Since then, I remember passing down my power to you. Of course, who could access this realm other than Ashborn himself? Only Sung Jinwoo, his sole successor. This human lad, who turned the godlike being's life upside down with his fate, allowed him to feel happiness and rest. I'm glad that I could see you again. The words couldn't describe how grateful he felt toward this man, but he never had a chance to repay him. He disappeared. Just like that, the only thing he could tell him was thank you. Despite the fact that it didn't seem like Ashborn needed anything more, his human morals were constantly troubled by it. He wanted to answer the man's goodwill for him in the same manner. And now he's got the chance. Despite the current circumstances, Ash could still experience what it was like to meet someone you've known for a long time. I feel the disturbance in you. Has eternal rest not satisfied you? Sung asked as he separated the hug from a shadowy figure. It's a long story, said the first Shadow Monarch in a frustrating tone. We have a lot of time here on us. There's nothing holding us back from using it. Ashborn looked around and thought about it. This place was the Shadow Monarch's domain, which can be controlled. The time wouldn't pose a problem. Relent fully, he nodded. Sung returned his nod, and with a swish of his hand, the environment around them changed once again. The tall brick buildings rose from the ground, and the roads began to cover the vast land. The sun appeared and the sky turned its usual blue color. All this was possible because of a wish of the Shadow Monarch in this realm. We can take a walk while talking. Jinwoo's proposal was accepted, and with that, the former and the current Shadow Monarch took a walk in the freshly built infrastructure. With the sun rising, the people also began to appear on the streets. Some were opening markets, while some of them just walked. On the other hand, Ashborn began to retell his story to his successor. Actually, I never returned to my eternal rest. It so happened that I found myself in a world where I had no control over things. Jinwoo attentively listened to every word that came out of Ash's mouth. It came as a surprise to Jinwoo to hear what happened to his predecessor. At first, it was just part of the dream of him being reincarnated as a human child and living a happy life, but yes, it was very short-lived. until I learned about the existence of fragments. You should know at least about this. If you are talking about the Cup of Reincarnation, I'm aware of their recent fate. Recent, huh? I see now. I presume it was much longer. Ashborn nodded at Jinwoo. So the fragments mess with time and space in general. Now the first Shadow Monarch understands why the rulers haven't retrieved the fragments. The flow of time is different in that world, and the fragments granted enormous power to beings who don't know much about it. From the beginning, I knew something wasn't right. Have you clashed with those beings? I have clashed with a few of them, but they aren't the main point anymore. The monarchs. I felt their presence across the galaxies, especially that one. I won't ever forget that bloody red aura. Considering what he did to me. Jinwoo raised one of his hands and removed the glove he was wearing. The terrible scar was left on it after the second clash with Antares in between the dimensions. You could have healed it, remarked the first Shadow Monarch. Jinwoo shook his head. I decided to leave it as a battle trophy. As they continued to walk through the streets of what now appeared to be the city of Seoul, Jinwoo invited Ashborn to an ice cream parlor. He had wanted ice cream for a long time now, so he gladly followed his successor inside. The duo took a seat near the windows, where they had a better view of the outside world. That's where they ordered the ice cream. Yes, it was a sort of roleplay, but Ashborn did not question it. Instead, he felt weird. The waitress just gave him the menu and asked what type of ice cream serving he desired. Ash looked at his appearance, then back at the waitress, and then at Jinwoo. His shadowy appearance wasn't normal, was it? He finally made an order and the waitress left them alone. Isn't it weird that they act so casually? Even though I know that they aren't real. His question was mirrored by Jinwoo. Maybe you aren't weird for them, but you are for yourself? Ashborn hummed at his response and didn't answer. Rather, he looked at his side to look through the glass window. The first Shadow Monarch saw his reflection there, and it wasn't a smoky mess. There he could see his face, the one that he had grown attached to. The face of the Leywin family's son. Ashborn Leywin, with his auburn hair and sky-blue eyes, which resembled his father's and brother's. Maybe because you haven't accepted yourself as something normal. What Jinwoo was seeing now in Ashborn was just the handsome auburn-haired boy. He understood what was going on with his predecessor, and he wanted to help him out in the situation he was in. There was a conflict in Ashborn, and as the Shadow Monarch, Jinwoo could feel it. This was happening unbeknownst to the first. At the moment, his mind was battling over whether his actions were right from the beginning. Does he have to tell others about his power to feel like himself? Or was it right to hide it from them? Maybe then he'd be a lot more prepared for situations like this. The person opposite was contemplating what to tell him. In the end, he decided to retell how he dealt with a situation similar to his. You haven't found yourself in the world where you thought you belonged. It's not about others that haven't accepted you, but yourself. You haven't accepted your being in that world completely, even though you like it. Nobody knew of him being the Shadow Monarch in his world. Aside from Jinwoo's wife and the police officer, Jinchul. I have some people who know my true self. They can support me, ready to console me anytime. I can use all my powers as usual around them, and they don't have issues with it. They know that I'm not a human like them, rather I'm unique, but they accepted the fact easily. Maybe you should have done the same, suggested Jinwoo. Ashborn leaned with his back on the chair. What if they don't accept me as I am? In that case, you could have made them forget it. Honestly, if you are close to that person, there's just no way they would turn against you. Especially when you've helped them so far. Ashborn agreed with his successor's words. They were true. But what can he do now? In this realm, it still feels like I don't belong in that place. So you belong to this one? Yeah, living your dreams must be beautiful. However, you don't seem to be in a hurry. Because there is still something that I must do first. I'm not ready for eternal rest. Jinwoo smiled. It was clear as day that he wanted to leave this place, but he was pressured by his own ideas, which were stupid, but at the same time, relatable for someone like him. For him to become the Monarch of Shadows, he had to pass through various trials that almost took his life. This man assisted him in the process. He couldn't imagine what it felt like to become human, adapt to that life, and then suddenly get back on his dark side to raise his power. Well, I am here to help you out at any time. You once trusted me. I believe you can do that again. Jinwoo finished his serving of ice cream and stood up. Ashborn looked up at him with a questionable look in his eyes. Ashborn. I value you and I will always. You gifted me with the life I have, and I'm very happy. You were that one person, unknown to me, who acted as my protector. So no matter what, I'm here to stand with you. Puff. The first Shadow Monarch's eyes widened, the smoke around him began to disappear, and his hands became visible to him. He was experiencing a different set of emotions at the same time. His blue eyes were staring at the smiling figure of his successor. The time he spent overlooking Jinwoo's progress, constantly helping him out in need by giving him some quests, and all the pain he delivered to him, yet this person is still grateful. The nostalgic memories resurfaced in his mind. How he nurtured the child in front of him, and how he technically raised him into the person he is right now. He felt proud and happy. It was nice to see that his doings have their fruits. A single tear rolled down from his eyes onto his cheek. It was a tear of joy. You were aiming for this from the beginning, weren't you? You brought me here. I knew I couldn't enter this realm a second time. With his human hand, Ashborn swept away the tear. To his question, Jinwoo nodded truthfully. He wanted to crack down on this character in order to help him out. So what are you going to do now? I have unfinished business. But I need help. Will you lend me a hand? Chapter 81. The sky was painted black, and the ground was all red. The once beautiful and rich land of Epheotis melted into lava that moved around like a river. The world was set ablaze, and there was nothing else that could stop it. Hurricanes with immense amounts of magic swept across the lands, destroying every last vestige of civilization. For a few minutes now, the blood was gushing out of Ashborn's chest. It soaked the soil and withered. Ashborn lies motionless on the ground, his face impaled on the scorched ground and no breath coming from his mouth. His human heart was still beating. It was slow, not strong enough to support life. But it was there. With this, we are officially ready for the conquest. On the same ground, Antares was standing proudly while holding the black heart in his hands. The magical weapon was still burning strong, and despite its current status, it was harming the Dragon Monarch in some way. There is so much magical energy in this thing. How did this bastard maintain it? The other two monarchs stared at the black heart with their jaws dropped. The magical item was burning in Antares' hand, and knowing how durable the Dragon Monarch was, this feat is unimaginable. Antares gave the two a side glance. He is strong, unlike some. He was a deceiving person, but he was going to be true to himself. The rest of the monarchs weren't even worthy of Ashborn's percent. Two of them were killed by the Shadow Monarch's vessel, who hadn't even properly awakened his power. They were arrogant, and their arrogance wasn't backed by their power. All the work so far was done by him. Antares brought them back, gave them suitable bodies, and even now, if not for him, they'd surely be dead. In the past and even now, he thought about dismissing them. But there was still his loyalty to the absolute being. And he created them as equal monarchs. Besides the gap in power, they had their purpose, and they were leading an army by themselves. His dragons were more than enough for him, but he had to admit that there weren't many of them. And in order to rule over everything, he needed the other monarch's authority. Of course, as he was the strongest of them all, nobody could rebuke him. Those monarchs just looked away, ashamed. Their pride was hurt. There is no time for useless bickering. Finally, the power of the cup is assembled and it's in my hands. Antares laid his hands on the fourth fragment of the cup before Ashborn could even attempt to get it. He did this with a little catch, but the point is that he has now also got the other three fragments. The cup of reincarnation? Isn't that the Supreme Being's tool that was used by the rulers? So it was in the hands of the Shadow Monarch? Antares confirmed their statements. That's how it was. But I guess the rulers messed up and the cup broke into fragments. Heh, their mistakes will cost them their lives. The Beast Monarch grinned in satisfaction. There are still threats to our goals. Ashborn wasn't the only one with the power of darkness. His successor is still in the corner of the universe, most likely already aware of our comeback. The chills run down their spines at the mention of the second Shadow Monarch. Legia encountered that person while chained with magic-absorbing chains, but the aura that surrounded that guy was no joke. He kept in mind that he wasn't a complete monarch at that time. The Beast Monarch grunted, "That one, won't he call for the rulers then?" "We can't be sure of that. The last time he defeated us was alone, without any help from the rulers. Ashborn had made a monster amongst monsters. Oh, I get it now." Antares glanced at the item in his hands. The Black Heart is the source of power for the Shadow Monarch. Well, for Ashborn, it wasn't the only one before. He was the greatest fragment of brilliant light. A ruler. Ashborn wasn't capable of defeating them. But how come his successor was able to? The answer was Ash himself. There was not only darkness in him but light as well. With only the Black Heart given to Sung Jinwoo, Ashborn. What is darkness without light? That's right. Even bigger and much more dangerous darkness. His successor wielded near infinite amounts of power, which was enough to defeat them, the monarchs. But what if the darkness merges with the darkness? Antares looked at the Black Heart with curiosity. "What are you doing, Antares?" "Something very intriguing and interesting." Cough cough. Someone at the scene coughed a few times afterward. The monarch's eyes immediately landed on the laying figure. They questioned how he could be alive with those injuries, but there was some magic in him. "Would you look at that, still alive? Why are you, the Shadow Monarchs, so persistent? Shall we kill him? I will, after making him watch how I use his power against him." With this said, Antares used his authority to lift his enemy into the air. He propelled the Shadow Monarch's head to stare at him. The blue eyes were open, but the vision in them was blurry. Cough cough. Ashborn continued to cough. The blood was coming out of his mouth with every cough. The blood was also streaming down his eyes like tears. Cough. As the last cough commenced, Ashborn was finally awake. He seemed lost, though. His eyes were darting around, and he had a hard time keeping himself contained. He had an open wound the size of a fist on his right chest. "You look awful." Antares commented on Ashborn's appearance. Silence. There was no answer coming from the Shadow Monarch. His mouth wasn't moving. There were barely any signs of life, except that the bleeding stopped. "Bastard still got it, huh?" The hole on the right side of Ash's chest began to close. Slowly, the flesh and bones began to regrow simultaneously. Antares still kept his authority on Ashborn in case of a surprise attack. The Dragon Monarch narrowed his eyes on Ashborn. "Is there such a strong desire in you that you want to see this planet destroyed with your own eyes?" His expression then morphed into a grin. "Do you want to see the family of Leywins killed in front of you?" Cough spit. Again, the Shadow Monarch coughs, but this time he spits the remaining in his mouth on the face of Antares. The Dragon Monarch froze. He touched his face with his fingers. He brought them in front of his face. Anger was boiling up in him. This was apparent by magic as his skin began to heat up and evaporate the red liquid on his face. Growl. Antares growled, "You still have guts." He squeezed his hand to inflict more pain on the Shadow Monarch. He didn't expect at least some kind of resistance, but even without magic, Ashborn's body handled the pressure. With his eyes, he signaled the rest to hold Ash instead of him. The others complied and got the hands of Ashborn quickly. Who would have thought that the Monarch of Destruction would be using someone else's power at some point? The Dragon Monarch brought the Black Heart in front of his chest. Everyone understood what he was going to do, and the thought of it was terrifying. The power of the Shadow Monarch and the Dragon Monarch. Was it going to happen, their merging? The black heart slowly floated towards Antares' right side of the chest, and in its astral state, it passed through the flesh. His limbs trembled as the black heart entered the rib cage. Gigantic amounts of magical energy were concentrated in that thing, and it began to spread across his body. His body was getting filled with magic, and the muscles were seemingly becoming larger. So much mana. Antares was shocked. This wasn't even the slightest bit close to the amount he thought Ashborn had. Antares had a hard time dealing with the mana surging through his body. So much that for a moment, his golden eyes turned purple. This scared Legia and the Beast Monarch, who thought that somehow Ashborn had taken over Antares. They had a similar appearance after all. Meanwhile, the Dragon Monarch had an internal battle in his mind. Why didn't he use it? This much mana was no joke, not even to him. Ashborn could have used it in a different way and killed him. He could have unleashed a large-scale attack to obliterate him, but for some reason he didn't. Antares required us to know the reason. Was it because of him? Antares lowered his sight to his belly, at the place of Manticore. That was the place where someone else's soul was shackled. Arthur Lewin's, to be exact. He didn't get rid of him because he had no way to take over this body anyway. Besides, he really needed to acquire the fragment of the reincarnation cup. Blending into the relic tomb with his vile soul. It would have been problematic. He kept Arthur's soul there for that reason. However, it served a second purpose. Ha ha ha. He laughed madly as he approached Ashborn, who by now was fully awake and kept his eyes locked on him. You really didn't use your full force because you feared the destruction of that soul. Using telekinesis, he pinned Ashborn down to the ground. Squash. The Dragon Monarch loudly pressed his leg on Ashborn's chest and soon began to apply more pressure. Crack. The bones cracked. It was frustrating to know that the enemy could have killed you, if not for the fact that you had a trick up your sleeve that you didn't know about. The nearby monarchs had no idea what happened this time, but the Antares presence became too agitated. They feared for their own lives. How is it? How do you feel when you see your enemy stepping on you? Or how does it feel to lose your power? Bang! Antares, with a loud bang, stomped on the Ashborn. The latter bore the pain and kept looking at his adversary with dead eyes. What's with him? The Dragon Monarch asked himself. That look on Ashborn's face was scary, but what could he do without the black heart? What could he be planning? Have you swallowed your tongue, Ashborn? Now that your power is gone, you can't do anything. Instead, I'm the owner of your power now. I'll use it for its initial purpose. I'll deliver the death sentence to everything. Including you. Surprisingly, Ashborn cracked a smile. Huh, funny. You are expressing this to a person who has triumphed over death twice. Decided to talk now, huh? Any last words you have to say before the darkness consumes you? Oh yes, I have something to say and show. I'm not sure if my successor delivered my message to you before. Ashborn grunted in pain and brought his hand to his pocket. He picked something from it and moved it in front of Antares. He slowly opened his fist slowly. A middle finger was displayed in all its glory. Arise. Chapter 82, Arise. Antares widened his eyes and jumped away from Ashborn the moment he heard those words being spoken. He quickly glanced around to see if there were any floating corpses or souls, but there weren't, so he quickly returned his focus to Ashborn. Legia and the Beast Monarch were nervously looking at the scene. A few tense seconds passed, but nothing happened. The Dragon Monarch's eyes were fixed on the grinning Shadow Monarch. The way Ashborn was grinning was very suspicious. What did he do? There was no sign of a shadow soldier rising, nor was there any of Ashborn's magic traveling the land. The only one that he could most likely call upon was a soul that was imprisoned in him. But that person wasn't dead. And what did you try to achieve with this? Antares asked the Shadow Monarch. Ashborn raised a brow. Oh, this was just a test. What did you test with it? That you couldn't use your power anymore? No, you are wrong. I found something about the Black Heart. Apparently, it won't comply with anyone else but its rightful owner. Right, I am the Audash. It won't pay attention to you, so that means the one who was never able to defeat death is you. Ashborn shrugged off all the dust on his clothes and removed all the blood accumulated on its surface. I'm the only one it listens to. What? I hate repeating myself, I said. And Terry's expression turned ugly. This bastard. He opened his mouth to charge up the breath of destruction and finally erased the Shadow Monarch. Arise. The Dragon Monarch stopped in his tracks. He couldn't unleash the attack, as if there was something stuck in his throat. He touched his chest with his hand, feeling something was unwell. What is this? He thought. Was something moving inside of him? Why was there magic moving from the Black Heart towards his stomach? Could it actually work? Even though he dismissed the idea, and Terry's feared that Ashborn might call upon the soul of Arthur, he made sure that nothing could steal his soul. Then what was he aiming for? He turned to face Ashborn. Those glowing purple eyes returned. Chills run down his spine seeing them again. The feeling in his chest worsened. Quah! His mouth let out either a scream or a roar. Those who were standing close by were very perplexed by this. The Beast Monarch wanted to inquire as to why the dragon was screaming at this precise moment, but upon observing his frozen eyes and the way he held his chest, the Beast Monarch made the decision not to. Who is this? And Terry's couldn't comprehend. Could he miss someone? Quawa! With another scream, the shadow exploded from his chest and the dark figure in the form of the dragon jumped out. It seemed like it was holding onto something burning. The Black Heart! The monarchs yelled in their heads, and without delay, they jumped right into the fray. It was already too late to stop the shadow from giving it to Ashborn. Before they could capture the dragon, it vanished from their line of sight. What did it do? The monarchs had no idea what magic was used by the shadow, but it allowed it to get out of their grasp. Flush! Swiftly, the dragon appeared over the Shadow Monarch and inserted the Black Heart into the right side of his chest. Don't let them escape! Breathe of destruction! Instantly, the Dragon Monarch regained his senses and sent a wave of devastating flames at his enemies. It tore through the land but never landed on its intended target. The Shadow Monarch and his soldiers had melted into the shadows already. Track him down, right now! And Terry screamed at his comrades. His voice trailed along with mana, covering the entire planet. The message reached the other monarchs split all across the world, and the explanation was not needed. The shadow soldiers, weakened, almost on the edge of disappearing. They slowly got back their power. Grab! While traveling through the shadows, Ashborn slapped away the hand of the dragon that was grabbing him. What is it, my lord? Go save your child. Arthur will hate me if Sylvie dies. But what about you, my lord? The dragon, Sylvia, cast a worried glance at her lord. Despite this being their first meeting in person, they knew something about each other, and they knew Arthur and Sylvie personally. She regrettably gave much more thought to her lord's safety than that of her child because she was the Shadow Soldier from now on. Thankfully for her, the Shadow Monarch also cared about Sylvie. This was an order, soldier. The new layer of armor appeared, replacing the old one and covering the majority of the body with a robust and ominous covering. The auburn-haired turned purple and defied gravity by floating upward like the sparks of a fire. The white Scara turned dark, the eyes and hair were now the only visible parts in the darkness. I will isolate the Dragon Monarch, as planned initially. Deliver the message and proceed with the plan. The Shadow Monarch's voice deepened, and Sylvia felt the power in him rise to newer heights. Even she could feel it, as there was an even larger connection between them, the shadows. Now go. The Shadow Monarch vanished in the darkness, leaving the female dragon alone. She soon followed her lord's example and dived into the darkness, on her way to notify the others. Outside of the darkness, the Dragon Monarch was furiously waiting for some intel from his subordinates. Bang! His anger was visible on his face, and he was also stomping on the ground ferociously. Do you sense his presence somewhere? His message traversed the land and reached the other monarchs who were scattered around the globe. Yet, none were able to satisfy the monarch of destruction. They only angered him more. TCH, useless. He created a small portal in front of him and brought out something glowing. It was the last fragment of the reincarnation cup. Antares placed it in the same spot as the black heart previously, even though he didn't experience the same pressure from this one. There was a considerable growth of power in him. His perception of time and space vastly changed. The King of Dragons could feel the changes that were happening, mainly, he could sense the remaining fragments better. He is close. Crack shatter. The space close to him broke down into pieces like a mirror, and the Shadow Monarch leaped out of it. He had his hand prepared to strike his chest, obviously aiming for the fragment. So he quickly moved his hands in front of his chest to block Ashborn's attack. Although that wasn't what the black-clad silhouette was aiming for. Grab. It was just a deception to lure Antares into a corner. Ashborn bear-hugged the red-haired monarch. Now you can't escape my grip. Damn you! They had already passed the ridge that connected to the space that existed between dimensions, and no one else had heard the terrible roar but them. There was nothing but absolute darkness around, similar to the world of eternal nothingness. Qua! Simultaneously, the Monarch of Destruction transformed into his dragon form. Ashborn was fast enough to escape the flaming giant. Even in the space where nothing existed, it seemed like the gray floor was shaking because of the transformation. Now, it's finally the time we can go all out. Ashborn didn't hurry to change into his giant avatar. Instead, he charged in like that. He was still waiting to build up enough strength to outlast his opponent. And in case I fail that. The Shadow Monarch glanced at his right chest. He was ready to use up the strength left behind by his creator. There would be a case he'll need to use it anyway. Antares might use it against him. Breath of Destruction. Antares launched his attack. In this environment, Ashborn held a great advantage. His dark appearance limited Antares' sight. The Dragon Monarch had trouble aiming his breath of fire because of the devouring darkness. Despite his eyes seeing through the darkness, it wasn't enough. The Shadow Monarch's armor was consuming every bit of light there was. The torment of fire followed Ashborn as he closed upon his enemy. He leaped forward, blurring under the gigantic dragon. Slash. A dark sword morphed in the hand of Ashborn, and with it, he struck. Antares predicted this and tried to avoid the blow. Slam. The attack hit him, but it was not enough to penetrate the thick armor of Antares. Only a slight scratch was left on the burning scales. Ashborn clicked his tongue. He is still the walking castle. No matter what, Antares, in this form, was an impenetrable mass giant. The size was only a benefit for him since it never affected his mobility. Ash feared that even if he transformed later, he wouldn't be able to handle the sheer strength of Antares. Kaboom! While Ash was considering other options, Antares had already found him and attacked him with another blow of his breath of destruction. The blast was met with a dark shield that manifested itself in Ashborn's hand. The constant stream of fire slammed into the solid shield, and the Shadow Monarch had trouble standing against it. Antares moved closer as the breath of destruction only intensified. He was already standing above the Shadow Monarch, and the fire was still going. He wasn't going to stop this attack as long as the Shadow Monarch was immobilized. Ash fell to his knees but still held onto his shield. He should outlast. Come on, finish it. Antares was strong, but he surely couldn't use Breath of Destruction forever. He needed some time to build up energy to use it, and even his power had a limit. Ashborn was waiting for a moment. PSHHHH. The Breath of Destruction stopped, and Ashborn threw away the shield immediately. Swish! Dang it! Antares slammed down his gigantic dragon claw on Ashborn. The loud bang resonated in their ears as the claws dug into the gray floor, or did they? What the? The Shadow Monarch stopped the dragon before he could get squashed. He used his 2 hands to directly block the attack, and fortunately, he was able to handle the slam. The small figure of Ashborn was holding the giant dragon. Even though it was extremely difficult, it's an achievement nonetheless. Ash put more strength into his hands using the ruler's authority. A purple aura surrounded his hands as he pushed harder. Even Antares was surprised by the feat of strength. How is he so strong despite his size? The dragon was flipped over, and he landed on the gray floor roughly. Crash crackle. Right after the crash, Ashborn moved almost at the speed of light, followed by the purple lightning. He brought his hand back. At that time, more lightning appeared on it, and when it was ready, like a spear, he threw it aiming at Antares' head. The dragon monarch raised its head. Crackle. A lightning attack went past him. He swiftly got on his fore and simultaneously aimed a new charge of breath at Ashborn. Bang! As the dragon monarch opened its mouth, the large fist connected to it and made it close. Ashborn rose in his giant avatar and tackled his opponent to the ground. Qua! Bang bang bang! The shadow avatar kept punching the dragon monarch. The scales deformed badly, the lava was gushing out of the skin. Bang! Qua! Visibly angered, Antares' bloody eyes landed on the Ashborn and let out another breath of destruction. Boom! Ash barely moved his head in time. The destructive fire blitzed past him and didn't stop. Grab! Antares' jaw was grabbed by the Shadow Monarch's 2 gigantic hands. He lowered his jaw so that it was aimed at his own chest. The dragon's eyes expanded, but it was too late. The breath of destruction landed on his chest. Chapter 83, Tank and Hockey were the 2 of 3 first-ever Shadow Soldiers that Ashborn got in this world. They were his oldest companions and also great assets in his army. Their strength was no joke, and even now, they were a great help to the army of shadows despite having stronger soldiers. But something happened, and the connection between them and their lord was lost. This was a devastating blow for them, as those who followed their lord from the beginning. They lost their strength and power so quickly that they weren't able to at least bid farewell. Thud. Hockey painfully landed on the ground, and the moment he tried to stand up, his legs gave out. His mind was a mess, as he couldn't make sense of what was happening around him. Flap. The purple weightless wings flapped for the first time in a long time. It didn't help the shadow, instead, it made him the center of attention. The violent flaps didn't go unnoticed by the ice soldiers who were created by the Frost Monarch. Nearby, Frost soldiers turned to the birdie creature. Pierce! Someone threw an ice spear at the wings. It hit right on the spot and froze the wings to the ground. Now Hockey was completely immobilized, with no strength to even call for help. His eyes darted to the place where the Frost Monarch was fighting with Winsome. The blurry vision could pick up the 2 silhouettes. One of them was on the knees, though. Standing was obviously the Frost Monarch. Pathetic shadows, finally you bugs have fallen. You couldn't kill those bugs yourself for hours, who are you to say that? Winsome in his humanoid form, cracked a grin and ridiculed Frost Monarch. The Frost Monarch said nothing, he couldn't retort those words. He'll most likely get more humiliated if he tries to find some excuse. From the ground, he brought up the ice. It rose quickly and covered half of the shadow's body. What? You finally realize how pathetic you are? Winsome continued to press the subject, angering the monarch. I'm nothing but a mere servant, always was, and you can't defeat me. You come here and entitle yourself the same way my lord does. Isn't this ridiculous? There's no comparison between you and my lord. You are nothing but a pathetic bug. The Frost Monarch gritted his teeth as he accelerated his magic. The ice already covered most of Winsome's body up to his neck. This is not the end. Mark my words, we have dealt serious damage to you. The only thing left is for the wind to sweep you out of existence. Before Winsome could finish, his mouth was reached by ice, and he couldn't speak anymore. He was completely out. Speak all you want, results will be the same. Bastard. With a cold voice, The Frost Monarch looked down on the frozen Shadow Soldier. For all the frustration he got from this particular soldier, he decided that it would be appropriate to get rid of him first. A mere shadow dared to talk to me like that. Know your place. The ice scythe appeared in his hand as he brought it down on the frozen dragon. Crack! It connected to the dome of ice and split it into many broken parts. Broken pieces landed on the ground. It's time for you to disappear once and for all. As the Ice Monarch said this, the broken pieces began to disperse into tiny ice particles that flew all across the land. The Shadow Soldier, the Marshal of Ashborn's Shadow Army, Winsome, had fallen and was erased from existence by the Monarch of Frost. You are the first of many more. Quite angered, the Frost Monarch blitzed to a different side of the battlefield. With Winsome, one of the marshals, gone, it didn't matter anymore, they could simply overpower them with an advantage in numbers. That is if they were capable of fighting. Even those marshals at that moment were as weak as the weakest in the Shadow Army. They lost their strength with Ashborn gone. Quaritia, you are still not done with your part. The Frost Monarch voiced his disagreement with the Plague Monarch's actions. I'm just educating the disobedient children of mine. Countless corrosive green spears rained down on the poor Baru. They pierced his tough skin, and it was apparent that he had lost his strength. The Ant King was, however, not intimidated by the mad expression of the Plague Monarch. The only thing Baru had on his mind was his liege's condition. My liege! He was still trying to get in contact with him. It was in vain. The ant was feeling like a child who had lost sight of his parents in the crowd. It was a terrifying feeling. What are you all doing? He screamed at the Shadow Soldiers in his mind. For what reason were they unable to even try to stand up? What was going on with them? Look, it is still trying. His attempts are futile. With Ashborn removed, the Shadow Army is incapable of continuing fighting. Right now they are a slice of dead meat, very weak, not able to even stand on their legs properly. My lord? Did they succeed in killing him? Then why were they still alive? Baru wasn't sure, but he could feel the slight flow of mana in him. It was very poor, but thanks to it they were still alive. The black heart was still burning, meaning there was a possibility of their lord still being alive. What is Baron doing? He was dealing with the most problematic shadows, but he still hasn't taken down the veil. What's the matter? The Frost Monarch asked. Quaritia shrugged. Most likely, he is torturing them instead of Ashborn. Oh, because Antares wouldn't allow it, would he? He'll prefer to do it himself. Quaritia licked her lips with a seductive smile. Well, I'd happily eat the corpse of the Shadow Dude. Old hag! Don't you dare talk about my liege like that. Baru screamed at the top of his lungs. His sudden screeching didn't surprise the monarchs. They expected the outburst from Shadow Soldier. Baru brought out his hand. This is what you will get. He had claws, not fingers, but he did exactly what you'd expect him to. The longest of his claws, the middle one to be exact, was shown at full display. Pierce! The spear made out of green mass fell on Baru's chest. I told you once to shut up. No, you shut up. What the Ant King was experiencing now was still nowhere close to what Agrona and Alder were going through. Crackle. They were under the constant stream of electricity hitting their shadow bodies. Their pain tolerance was completely neutralized. Their lord felt the pain from this magic. They'll feel a lot more than that. In addition to having their connection with Ashborn severed, their minds were going through a lot of things. Slowly your mana is getting diminished. The Shadow Bastard's mana may have gifted you great resistance, but it won't be enough to withhold the effects of my magic. You are being erased from existence. Slick. The long sword slid into their chests as Agrona and Alder mentally prepared themselves for another charge. Crackle. The sword glowed brightly, and electricity surged through it. With every second that passed, the duo could feel their existence diminishing. Your commitment to your lord is praisable, but I must tell you, some of your comrades have already been erased. The Dragon Shadow, to be exact. That's Winsome. Judging from your expressions, it must have been some notable shadow. Too bad, it's gone now. Wisdom wasn't just a marshal, he was a great friend to Alder, and learning this information for him wasn't pleasant. That's great. Suffer till your last breath. Crackle. The electricity sparks on the sword intensified, and the shadows literally began to burn because of it. Baron was laughing while looking at the scenery. It brought satisfaction to him to see how Ashborn's soldiers suffered. Agrona wasn't even sure about what they were fighting anymore. With the connection between their lord broken, there was no apparent reason to stay. Should they just give up? Agrona. He heard a voice next to him call out. The former Vritra head turned his attention toward his comrade. What is it? He asked with a weak voice. Alder shook his head and muttered, I don't think I can keep on. There was a sadness in his tone, and Agrona could feel all the disappointment it contained. What should we do? I'll activate the World Eater with my remaining mana. It should be enough to activate a large chain reaction between mana particles. Then what? It won't kill him, but we won't regenerate anymore. I will use all the mana I have right now. It'll be a much bigger blow. Agrona hesitated for a bit, but eventually gave in and blinked at his comrade. Alder understood and began the activation, going as far as to put the mana which kept him alive for this long. Do you still have the energy to activate a technique? Baron noticed their actions. He couldn't sense a lot of mana. Hell, it shouldn't be enough to even scratch him. He raised an eyebrow and directly questioned, What are you doing? You are too dumb to understand it. So I won't tell you. Through the pain, Alder muttered. World Eater was strong before, but it was nothing compared to what it is now. The violent mana particles clashed into each other and repelled chaotically. In a calm atmosphere with mana, the World Eater would have been able to destroy an entire country. But this time the mana was shaking. Every single mana particle, shaking and about to explode. He would destroy everything. He loved the continent, and everything that he could remember in his long life. The oceans will vaporize. Continents will melt and leave nothing behind. But it doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters anymore. He felt it. His king. He was dying. The land below him was already dead. The best he could do? Take the foes with him. Alder used every bit of energy he had left. His eyes shone brightly as never before. It reached its peak when it blinded everything surrounding it. This should be the final seconds before he will face eternal nothingness. He wasn't afraid, but disappointed. He was disappointed in himself. He was serving his king for such a short time. He wanted to serve him for eternity, but that was a blessing he shouldn't have received. The mana in the atmosphere began to shake. Small sparks formed around him, beginning to lighten up by every second. Even Baron widened his eyes upon seeing this sight. But it was then that he felt something or someone, was approaching. A mana that he was very familiar with, but also quite different. He slightly opened his third eye, but couldn't see the source of the mana, only a crack in space that shouldn't be there. Well, it doesn't matter. It's over, and he accepted it. Crack. Although it wasn't because of the World Eater. The barrier that they were trapped in cracked open and dispersed. A plume of black smoke enveloped the surroundings. The purple lightning struck the ground. No! Ashborn couldn't have defeated Antares. Baron screamed in his mind when the barrier broke. Shatter. The space shattered, opening the way for a portal. What's going on? Alder halted his attack. Agrona's eyes sparkled with hope. There was nobody coming out of the portal, and Baron couldn't sense magic either. So that was just a decoy? He voiced it loudly for himself. Hearing this urged Alder to continue his activation, and finally end his life with it, but... Tap! Someone gently tapped on his shoulder, and immediately the power in him rose. He looked back, expecting to see his lord, but it wasn't him. We haven't met each other in person, but I've heard a lot about you. I believe this is our first genuine meeting. Baron's wide eyes expanded like a pan. Ashborn's memories showed me a lot. While the mana around him was still shaking, it suddenly stopped. It didn't disappear like the last time he was interrupted in his spell, it just stopped shaking. You are. Baron trembled in fear. The person behind him, he now understood why the mana was familiar. It was the same mana, the same source of power, that his king used. It was the power of the Shadow Monarch. Baron, the person, turning his gaze towards the Monarch of the White Flames. I'm your enemy now. Chapter 84, I'm your enemy now. Sung Jinwoo pointed at the Monarch of White Flames. When he saw this, the latter trampled in fear. There was something about the human successor of Ashborn that made him even more terrifying than Ashborn. His achievements as the Shadow Monarch were terrifying. Without the aid from the rulers, he had defeated the monarchs and assembled their armies into his own shadows. He, alone, made the remaining monarchs nothing more than prey. And he hunted them down. The Monarch of the White Flames wasn't there. He was killed by the previous Shadow Monarch, but after he heard the stories of the other monarchs, he knew one thing for sure. Even if they defeated Ashborn here, the war wasn't over. That's why Antares wanted the Black Heart. He even seemed more worried about the new Shadow Monarch than Ashborn. And now, this person stands in front of him. If it wasn't for his pride as a monarch, he would have run away. He had to survive until Antares returns. Together, they would be able to defeat him. Baron couldn't feel the presence of an army in the shadow of Jinwoo, so he concluded that they were most likely already deployed. Belian, Igris, Baru. We have a lot of work to do today. The three figures emerged from Jinwoo's shadow. They were the current commanders of Jinwoo's shadow army. The Monarch of the White Flames couldn't do anything else but take a step back at the sight of the three shadows in front of him. The Beast Monarch once described them as gods of destruction. He didn't take it too seriously back then, but now he was forced to admit it. The power they possessed seemed to be equal even to his. A monarch. And with their infinite regeneration. They were dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. How was he supposed to get out of here? What are your commands, my liege? Belian and Baru, the Frost Monarch and the Plague Monarch, seemed to be in the same place. I want them killed. It shall be done. The two shadows bowed and disappeared from their places. Alder and Agrona, who had regained their powers, felt extremely confused about what was happening. The mana they received wasn't their lord's, but very similar. Jinwoo quickly gave orders to the last one, Igris, track down the others for me while I take care of this one. You may use help from Ashborn soldiers. For now, they are under my control. Agrona and Alder couldn't explain why they felt such a familiarity with this person. He was eagerly reminiscent of their lord. They are still confused, my lord. It is their first time. You felt like them too, Igris? The shadow soldier with long red hair nodded at his king. He could still remember how it was to abide by his initial summoner. It took him some time to accept Jinwoo as suitable for Ashborn's successor. What? How is this? Agrona muttered in disbelief. The power in him was returning, but not from his lord, but from the person in front of him. He weirdly stared at Sung Jinwoo with his eyes and inquired what was happening. Ashborn will need every ounce of strength he can muster in his battle. For the time being, I'll be lending you a hand. Jinwoo briefly explained the situation. Right after he stopped talking, the Shadow Monarch created pitch-black daggers and pointed one of them at the Monarch of White Flames. I've fought with your puppet. It's time to kill the real one, he said, and took a step forward. Baron felt chills run down his spine as the mana sparked out of the person. He suddenly felt a tremendous weight on his shoulders. His vision became darker and his mind raced uncontrollably to find a solution. Others. There was no chance to contact the other monarchs either. There was a creature who blocked the monarch's ways of communication. Sung Jinwoo successfully cornered Baron, and the monarch was hopeless. Baron manifested his dual daggers. He had to buy time. The second Shadow Monarch took a glance at them. Oh, I remember those, but they didn't do much damage. He recalled some memories of the Demon Castle. On the last floor, he received a lot of rewards, including 2 daggers from the Demon King. Although I switched them with Kamish Dash. Slap. The distracted person brought himself back to a serious demeanor with a loud slap. Agrona and Alder sweat dropped at this scene. Was this guy even taking this battle seriously? Burst. The speed at which Jinwoo moved forward instantaneously increased to an unimaginable level. In Agrona's eyes, he teleported and also tore apart the ground. Without Baron's instincts, his head would have been rolling on the ground for a very long time. This guy is too quick, thought Baron as he engaged his enemy in a close exchange of blows. Their daggers collided with each other, producing a loud thump with each collision. Still, this could be barely called an exchange of blows. Jinwoo obviously held the upper hand with his speed. Baron was just blindly covering his weak spots to avoid an injury. At this rate, he'd be exhausted and wouldn't be able to reach the nearest monarch. Baron leaped away, but he was instantly followed by his foe. I don't recall giving you permission to leave, Sung Jinwoo said in a cold voice. He was planning to run away, and if he was lucky enough, he would encounter at least someone else. The main problem was, will the monarch hold their own against more shadow soldiers? Baron only hoped so as he was chased back to the Frost Monarch and Monarch of Plague, who kept torturing Baru, found out about his strength coming back. Slick. The purple mass cut of the woman's hand before she could harm the ant. Querisha! We have a big problem, the Frost Monarch shouted. You think I don't know that? The woman screamed back. They felt the presence of something terrible. But they didn't know if it was the Shadow Monarch. Baron should have told them if Antares was defeated. The message never came, in the end. This bug got back its powers, Antares must have been defeated. Querisha couldn't help but assume. Otherwise, how would the shadow get back its powers? Scree! Baru screeched with much more furious intent and attacked the Plague Monarch. His claws dug into her flesh, and his mana constructs bound her, giving the ant a lot more opportunities to strike. The Frost Monarch saw an opening in Baru. The ant was solely concerned about Querisha and completely forgot about him. The air around his hand froze, and the ice spike emerged from his palm. Swoosh! Scree! Bang! The Frost Monarch was sent flying as someone punched him in the face. He balanced himself in the air and looked at who had attacked him. Huh? It was Baru? Scree? Baru was also confused. He stopped attacking the woman and turned his attention behind. There he saw Baru. He pointed at the ant. Who are you? The second ant also noticed the first and pointed back. No. Who are you? The two Barris were staring at each other in a similar manner while also pointing at each other like those Spider-Men from the meme. The Monarch of Plague thought it was a good idea to attack the ants while they were distracted. Soon she found out that it wasn't quite so. She flapped her insect wings and blurred right in front of the ants. The two Barris' eyes beamed in purple. Their eyes landed on the Monarch. Slash slash. In a well-coordinated manner, they acted like a seasoned duo and created insanely accurate slashes that opened up a window for a different shadow. Bang! Bellion loudly barged into a fight, his special sword already wrapped around Querisha. He quickly pulled his sword back and created an effect of cutting with his mana. Slick! The not-so-tough body of a woman was torn apart. It couldn't withstand the strength of the pull and pretty much just fell apart. You lowly bugs! However, her screams never ceased. Monarchs were spiritual beings, so they didn't require their mouths to speak. Instead, the mana itself traversed their words. These shadows! It couldn't be Dash. So one time wasn't enough for you, voiced Bellion with irritation in his voice. Baru, the first Ant King. I mean, Jinwoo's Baru was surprised to hear his colleague talk like that. For Bellion to show dissatisfaction was something, it was extremely weird. He never acted like that. You know what the consequences were of attacking my king. Baru finished it instead of the Grand Marshal, death to the enemies. They flew right into the battle. The Plague Monarch had very little chance of winning against 2 Ints. She was the weakest monarch, and even those stronger than him once fell to the martial-level soldiers. She couldn't even use her poison because the Shadow Monarch's shadows were immune to it. It wasn't the best matchup for Quaresha. Belian, he was a special one. There was a line between the marshals. You were either a marshal or you were Belian. He was the first ever shadow that rose and fulfilled the orders of his lord. He had strength, speed, endurance, mobility, the mind of a warrior, discipline, intelligence, and loyalty. And once his achievements were underestimated, he beat those who did that to the ground. I won't let even my lord move a finger to kill you. This was the breaking point for Belian. With the fierce desire to kill monarchs burning in him, he attacked. Stomp! The ground under his feet cracked as he jumped forward. The sword Belian held turned into a controllable whip again. It moved at the monarch like a snake, avoiding ice barriers in the process. Wrap squeeze. The whip was wrapped around the monarch's hand. It then squeezed it and didn't let the man use it. This guy is on an entirely different level. The Frost Monarch never had confrontations with this particular soldier, but he could instantly recognize him. This strength was definitely of the Shadow Army's right wing. Ashborn's former right-hand man. And now with him being here, it means that the true Shadow Army is here, or was it? Ashborn's successor definitely was. The spark of mana very far away from them is definitely his. It depends solely on Antares now. At this stage, he couldn't even light it himself. His arrogance vanished in this desperate moment. Even if they fought back, there was little to no chance at all. Slam. While he was distracted by his thoughts, Belian used the special sword to slam him onto the ground. He blurred next to the monarch and stood over him. With a click, the sword retracted to its original form. Swing freeze. Before the large sword could impale the Frost Monarch, he hardened his palm with ice and caught the sword's sharp edge. It still couldn't hold off the strength behind the attack, so the sword still struck his shoulder. Bang! Belian stomped on the Frost Monarch and bashed his face. He wasn't going to let the monarch even think of getting an opportunity to strike back. Do not call yourself a king with those powers. Belian almost spat at the Frost Monarch. Sung Jinwoo, however, was allowing the Monarch of White Flames to retaliate on purpose, so it was impossible to say the same about him. It was as if he was testing how dangerous this monarch was. In the end, he concluded, definitely stronger than the puppet. Crackle. Baron opened his mouth to shoot an electricity beam at Jinwoo. Unfortunately for him, the latter just cracked a smile and instantaneously disappeared from his sight. He was always so fast. Grab. Baron's mouth was grabbed and his magic cancelled. He couldn't even notice how that happened. He was overwhelmed, and he desperately thrust his dagger at Jinwoo's chest. Thirst cut. The dagger couldn't reach its destination. The hand in which he held the dangerous weapon was cut off by Jinwoo's. Slam. The Shadow Monarch pressed on with his hand and broke Baron's stability. This made the monarch fall on his back. Jinwoo was quick to act even here. Slash. Multiple cuts spread across the body of Baron. A second passed, and the limbs were completely separated from the main body. Jinwoo put one of his feet on the monarch's chest and held him there, as a captive. Slick. The double daggers also struck the monarch's remaining shoulders and nailed him to the ground. Now I know why they sent the two of you after Ashborn. Even then, it was a mistake. Jinwoo had to admit Baron was stronger than other monarchs, but Antares most likely thought that he wouldn't be able to kill a tired Ashborn. That's why he was accompanied by the Beast Monarch. Those who ever posed a danger were not you, it was Antares. I can feel it from here. Jinwoo looked up at the sky. To normal eyes, it would have been invisible, but he could see the flash of red and purple in the cosmos. Those were some violent flashes of color. There was a clash between the dimensions. Chapter 85. Their battle was something more than the world could handle. Jinwoo could still feel it, despite it being in an entirely different space. He chuckled. His battle with Antares was nothing compared to this one. Even the infinite nothingness that existed in between the dimensions was a wreck. It was violently shaken with every attack unleashed by the two adversaries. His hands trembled at the thought of joining that battle. It was a thrilling idea, but he might not be able to face the current monarch of destruction. Only Ashborn was capable of doing so, with him having something to counter Antares. The fragments. In the middle of their battle, it became apparent that both sides began to use the fragments in their possessions. It gave them something more than just magic. Now, they could directly control time, space, and existence. It became a hassle to predict each other's moves. Antares was not dumb. At this point, he was ready to use everything to kill the Shadow Monarch, including the same petty tricks he once hated. Ashborn was not an exception. This was a battle of survival where the survivor decides the future. Flash. Antares' eyes were blinded by a bolt of purple lightning that approached him. He chose not to tank it and transform it into his smaller form. The sparks of fire that exploded from his dragon form merged into a human. The lightning stuck past him and lit up the surroundings, including the Shadow Monarch. The great sword appeared in Antares' hand. Clang. Ashborn and Antares collided with their swords crossed. They were evenly matched, despite Shadow Monarch having more fragments. When it came to the power of fragments, even one was capable of doing the unimaginable. In this case, the Count just determined how long they would last. That's why they were both targeting each other's fragments. If one manages to take it out, they will have more chances. But unfortunately, there were no such prospects yet. The two greatly blocked or countered each other's attack. Only if they could maintain such seriousness and calm in this situation. A normal mind would have been overwhelmed. Ashborn's expression was especially calm. He was being attacked by Antares so fiercely, but he never once even twitched his face. His eyes were attentively locked on Antares as he kept analyzing his every move. Crackle. Antares' eyes shifted their attention to Ash's hands. One of them was emitting purple lightning. He had to rotate himself not to get his chest stabbed by Ashborn's hand. Swing. Ashborn found a way to expose his enemy's chest. He exerted more force on his weapon, and with Antares not having a stable foothold, he managed to incline it in a way. Breath of destruction. The Dragon Monarch sensed the danger and wasted no time. At the expense of his arms, he launched the destructive flames at Ashborn. It hit, but the latter was quick enough to create a shield to block the attack partly. The hot flames burned through his flesh as they rained down on his shoulders like lava. He was being internally erased, and Ash could feel it. His eyes landed on the Antares, who recreated his hands with the power of fragments. He did the same. It was a peculiar fight. Nobody screamed or groaned. No words were spoken at each other, but it seemed like they still held daggers at each other's throats. Even after receiving this much damage, they just shrugged it off and continued. Strong attacks were becoming useless, or so they thought. The breath of destruction wouldn't work as intended, only if it did hit the target, then it might. The complication was that with the help of fragments they could easily return their bodies to former states. This worked for both sides. I need to trick him. This was becoming a battle, not about power, they had plenty of it. This was about who would outsmart who first. Only one wrong move could decide the outcome of the battle. Who is going to risk it all to win it all was the question, but with such a cautious battle. Both monarchs used more power from their fragments than necessary. The ether back on the planet trembled, almost as if it resonated with its origin. The relic tomb was even shaken once. Did you feel that? Yeah, what happened? All those strangers in the relic tomb felt the ground under them tremble. They just thought it was an earthquake. Some even said so. Despite the obvious reason why they were evacuated, not many knew what was actually going on. Those who were in the course of actions were seated in a circle in the same villa Ashborn created for them. The lances were anxious about the quake. It happened for the first time, and it raised suspicion in them. What if this place isn't as safe as Ashborn described it? This was the first time. People are getting nervous again. Byron commented as he peeked from the window to see the situation outside of the villa. Bah, this was the first time ever. It was so weak that they hadn't even stumbled on their feet. Let them be. The nervousness will disappear soon. Byron just swept away the worry from the group. He was experienced in those matters. He had been a king for a long time, after all. Take care of yourself first, before you worry about others. You aren't in the best shape from this war. Just rest. The war between continents harmed everyone, including the lances. They worked harder than others. They had a white mana core, but they were still human. They had dark eye bags from countless sleepless nights. They still haven't slept since arriving here. Vyrion chuckled. You too, older Lewin. The old elf and Raynolds got pretty close in the relic tomb. They understood each other well. I barely managed to make Ellie and Alice sleep, but I can't myself. How so? I guess I'm just scared to close my eyes. As a parent, Raynolds' fears were understood by Vyrion. He had the same fears, and even now he hopes to wake up every morning and see his family in one piece. Years ago, he experienced what it was to lose someone from your family, and he wished that Raynolds wouldn't experience the same thing. He had 2 sons, but one was taken by the war. This scenario resembled him, but this time he was watching someone else's. Ashborn is a strong boy. He'll do what he must do. I'd have fewer things to worry about if he was my son. Wahaha. Vyrion joked to ease the tensions. Right, I'm really lucky. Aren't I? I just hate how he is suffering. Arthur, how did it happen? I wonder. Qua. Kaboom. I hope they are okay. Bang. Ag. It was only reaching its peak. They were literally burning in their respective colors. Like a flame, and Terry's mana was dancing around him. Ashborn's dark aura wrapped around him like camouflage, and purple mana streamed through him like veins. Boom! In an explosion, Antares returned to his dragon form, and so did Ashborn, to protect himself from the massive breath of destruction. He rose in his enormous avatar and clashed with Antares. Bang bang! Immediately, he went for the punch. Ash couldn't knock down the massive dragon. It was definitely prepared for this one. Scrap! The dragon's claws couldn't penetrate the dark armor. Antares clicked his tongue and lit up his own claws on fire. It was similar to Breath of Destruction, with the same effects, but just used the fragments as the source of energy. It was burning a bright purple. He expected it to penetrate the armor, but to his surprise, it couldn't. Ashborn also used the fragments to create a protective barrier over his body. It was covering him from all sides. Kaboom! Antares decided to check on how protective that barrier would be. He used the Breath of Destruction and amplified it with fragments. Usually, the blinding yellow color of the flames was now purple. Ash crossed his hands in front of him and moved the protective barrier. It now encircled him like a balloon. Boom! The blast of fire hit the barrier right in the middle, but now, instead of getting repelled in different directions, the barrier consumed the fire entirely. From time to time, the epicenter of the collision would kick out some crackles. The fire was entirely consumed by the barrier, and the avatar quickly raised its hand and pointed at the dragon. Crack 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 X. In multiple places next to Ashborn, the space opened with a crack, and pointy swords popped out of them. He adjusted their angle and pointed them at the Monarch of Destruction. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the swords were set ablaze by the same fire Antares had just attacked. The attack was launched, and the swords instantly reached Antares. This time the dragon could only move his head. His large build still posed a problem. Qua! Antares screamed. The swords hit his wings and erased them. The destructive fire began to spread across his body. Boom! Before it could burn further, he turned into his human form and began to run at Ashborn's avatar. His fingers stretched as the claws appeared on them. They lit up on fire soon after. The ground shook as Ash's avatar took steps. Antares jumped onto the Shadow Monarch, his fingers dug into the dark armor. "Come out, Ashborn!" The Monarch of Destruction shouted at the Monarch of Shadows. The fire on his hands intensified. It began to melt through the armor after some time of heating it up. Antares wanted Ashborn out of this armor. Bash! Antares moved away in time to avoid the giant palm crashing onto him. It was Ashborn who swept away the little silhouette from his chest. Crack! The gray floor underneath the red-haired cracked as he landed. His eyes instantly moved up to see the giant avatar of Ashborn staring down at him with its purple glowing eyes. Almost as if the eyes told him what was to come, he created another great sword in his hands. Shatter boom! The Shadow Monarch exploded out of the armor and moved so quickly that even his armor was swept away like a breeze. Clank! As soon as their swords touched each other, a great explosion happened, and both were thrown away by the impact. They regained their balance in the air and dug their feet into the ground. Ashborn! It's the time to finally dash. In this, Antares wasn't allowed to complete his sentence, and both took an explosive step forward. Clank clank! Their swords clashed, with an explosion after each touch. Their movements were evenly matched. Crack! With each of their attacks, the space next to it was beginning to crack. Through a little free space in between those cracks, the light could be seen entering. Even this place couldn't handle their clash. The foothold had no meaning anymore. Up and down were irrelevant. They were flying, teleporting around to attack each other. Clank clank! Die, Ashborn! Ahhhhhhhh! Antares screamed at his foe as he found the opening, and the black heart was exposed. His sword was closing in on Ashborn's chest. Grab! Ash grabbed the sword but realized he wouldn't be able to counter the force behind it. Instead, he averted it in a different direction. Slick! The sword struck his left shoulder and sliced through his bones like butter. With this, Antares was exposed, caught in a very nasty moment. Ashborn was ready to strike. Aga! A battle shout escaped his mouth as well. The dark sword in his right hand moved in the right direction at the right time, with Antares having no way to defend it. He thrust the sword with just the tip pointing at the fragment. The tip first touched the flesh, then there was a sound of bone crunching, and finally the fragment. It touched. Big bang! The big bang happened, which was caused by the dark sword that hit and destroyed the fragment. The light emitted by the gigantic explosion blinded Ashborn, and he couldn't see anything. Colossal energy was repelled from it, and with it, Ashborn was also thrown away. The cracks which appeared in this darkness finally began to shatter, and slowly the place where they began to be enlightened. By the sun? The explosion kicked him out of the dark space, and he was now free-falling somewhere else. With the blinding light gone, Ashborn noticed that his right hand was gone. His body armor was destroyed, and he had received a lot of burns. We are back. The same place where they teleported to the space in between the dimensions, now they were back there. Boom! Ashborn made a loud descent to the ground. He immediately got to his feet and turned to survey the area for his adversary. Finally, Ash's mind became more at ease, and he exhaled a comforting sigh. A little bit away from him, Antares was laid on the ground. He was desperately trying to crawl away. He was badly wounded, with his right side of the body burned by the explosion of the fragment. I can continue, he spoke through pain. Gritting his teeth, he moved toward the sword, which was close. He was about to get a handle on it, but someone stepped on it. Antares looked up to see Ashborn standing over him, and his expression was the same as always. Ha! Kick! The Shadow Monarch kicked away the sword so that Antares couldn't grab it. It's over, Antares, Ash said as he looked down on the crippled Monarch of Destruction. He no longer had the magic and the fragments to regenerate. He was now a defenseless lizard. so he could only chuckle grimly. Using his authority, Ashborn flipped over the Dragon Monarch to face him. "Do you have nothing more to say to your enemy?" Antares asked Ashborn after a few seconds of silence. Ash avoided looking into Antares' eyes. With his remaining hand, Ashborn thrust it into Dragon Monarch's stomach, where the Manicore was located. This was the same place where Antares and Arthur's souls resided. The Manicore cracked in half and began to dissipate soon. "I lost. Again. This is the end, isn't I? Antares' voice disappeared. The red eyes of Antares were switched to light blue, and the red hair changed color back to auburn. When he was sure that Antares' soul was erased, only then did he proceed to heal the Manicore. It happened instantly, and the core returned to its place. Now he only hoped that Gray's soul had remained. "Arthur?" Ash asked, but there was complete silence, or not, the heartbeat was present. His face was just in a frozen state and he did not breathe. "Arthur, it's not time for the jokes." Again, he warned but got no response. He had no other choices. Ashborn placed his hand over Arthur's Manicore and used the power of fragments. He intended to turn it back, Arthur's soul, back to how it was. Although with some complications. Wherever the intense yellow glow passed by, burnt flesh would regenerate. The bright yellow glow covered the shocked body. The charming right side of Arthur's face appeared once more. "Arthur, answer me." Ashborn again called out for Arthur. Again, there was no response, but at least the guy was breathing. Slap. "Wah!" The auburn-haired boy was abruptly awoken. His eyes darted everywhere, scared, and somehow he found himself in a mysterious environment. Everything was burning around him, so of course, he'd be dumbfounded. Huh. He noticed his hands. They were weirdly big for a 3-year-old. "What the hell?" he shouted. Thud. Ashborn slumped to the ground on his back and muttered, "It's finally over." The damn battle was over and Antares was gone. The Shadow Monarch turned his attention back to his brother, Arthur. "It's me, Ashborn." His own hair returned to old and the purple glowing eyes died down back to blue. "We had quite a problem, and you won't understand much, will you?" "Ash, wait, Ash. Lewin, right? Is this some kind of weird dream? How are you so grown?" "That's right. Ashborn just brought Arthur's soul back to how it was 10 years ago, meaning when Arthur was still 3 years old. And his confusion was a natural one. Thankfully, Arthur Gray was already grown up mentally. Ashborn, we are done." Another person appeared at the scene. Sung Jinwoo, Ashborn's successor. "And I see you have a problem. Mind if I help out with this one too?" The person in question nodded. Jinwoo gently touched Arthur's forehead. The latter felt something surge through his mind. Those were the memories of the past 10 years. Ashborn realized what his successor did after Arthur's eyes became watery and he held his mouth with a hand. His eyes were terrified. "How?" he asked his successor as his voice also returned to normal. "We are beings not bound by time and space, we are spiritual existences, and we can very well disrupt the flow of time, space, and existence." Ashborn looked at him with a deadpan expression. Jinwoo shook his head. "To be honest, I just found out about it in an accident. Sniff. Did this all really happen?" Arthur was crying, and his adultery didn't help him out. He couldn't handle it as the tears continued to roll down his face. He just viewed everything that happened from his perspective in the past 10 years, including this battle. "Ash. I'm so sorry." Arthur, on his knees, crawled to Ashborn and tackled him in a hug. "I don't know how that happened." He saw how he had pierced his brother's chest with his own hands. Tap tap. The first Shadow Monarch tapped him on the back and said, "It wasn't your fault. I know that for sure. Please sleep for some time, you really need some rest." Seeing the expression on Arthur's face soften and his eyes closed, Jinwoo picked up the boy in his hands. "You say it like you don't need rest." "I have something else to do." Jinwoo shook his head. Does this man ever rest? He asked himself, but denied it soon, as Ash probably never actually had a rest in his past and current life. For now, he'll just take the boy, Arthur, back to his family. Now, what does Ashborn have to do? Everything was pretty much done. Except for that, he still felt emptiness, as if something was missing. And maybe he was being selfish, but he decided to borrow the prowess of the fragments again. Why not? If he could. The yellow golden light spread over the area. From Ashborn's hands, very thin lines spread around like snakes. Then the space between them was filled with a darker shade of yellow. From a different point of view, nobody would understand what that was, but for some reason, Ash kept going. In reality, those yellow lines were vessels, bones, and flesh. The golden light took the shape of a humanoid first. When the skin formed, the body began to color in its normal colors. The hair was growing on the head and it took platinum color. The face. Of course, it was the face of a woman. This person's aloof demeanor gave away a lot about who they were. Sarasvritra. When gravity finally made up its mind to act, the floating person felt its effects. Ashborn quickly whipped up a blanket and caught the woman just as she started to fall. Considering that she was completely naked, he had to cover her. Sarah's eyes snapped open as she felt something touch her. Her sharp, dark eyes stared at Ashborn. There was a minute of silence. I see, I remember now. The same thing that happened when Jinwoo and Arthur touched did occur when she touched Ashborn. The memories reappeared in her mind. She was just calmer than Art. Are you angry? Depending on your response to my next question, I might be. Ashborn nodded at her and was ready to answer. Did your idea work out? Are my people safe? Her eyes stared into Ashborn's as her impatience grew. Ashborn took a deep breath and answered, Yes, it's over and everyone is safe. Saris drew a relieved sigh. Haha, I thought we'd fail. Ashborn said nothing more and dived into his shadow. With the monarchs gone, his army was free and returned to his possessions. A lot of Azuras still survived, and this time, they were freed from their shackles. Including Sylvie, who was reunited with her mother, but obviously, she couldn't believe it. Arthur would have to interfere in this. So they returned to the relic tomb. His successor, with the auburn-haired twin in his hands, was waiting just for him. Let's get in. Ashborn opened the portal and they finally entered his world of dreams. Saris was shocked, and Jinwoo was mesmerized. This place was beautiful. They were on a grassy hill at the moment, and from their point of view, they could see this gigantic place with the tower at its center. Jinwoo had to admit that this was something out of the dream. I have no words. This is like a fantasy game. Mind if I take a walk around? Sure. Jinwoo gently placed Arthur on the soft grass and walked down the hill. He was like a child. He played a lot of RPG games in his childhood, and they reminded him a lot. Especially the journey with the system, it was just unforgettable. He wanted to check it out now that such a world was right in front of him. Ash glanced at Saris. She comfortably placed her head over his shoulder. I'm glad that I trusted you, she said. At that moment, Ashborn felt accomplished. If the person he acted so rudely against in the beginning now trusts him, then it is definitely a sign of his progress. But, why would you waste energy on me? Saris was still confused as to why Ashborn would go as far as to get her back to life. I also saved Sarah, and she really wanted to see you. Oh, that girl, she is a special one. Thank you, I didn't want her to suffer even a little. Saris always seemed emotionless on the outside, but she deeply cared for Sarah and was taking care of her. She even gifted her with the artifact that concealed her appearance. But was that the only reason? I wish for you to be alive to see what we have achieved. To see the future that I'm going to build. Sarah stared at him, dumbstruck by his words. You wanted me to see it? She looked away from his blue eyes. Well, you knew of my plans since the beginning and decided to trust me. There are not many people who actually trust me. I care for people that help me." The woman's pale cheeks flashed bright red. "Don't say it like that. HM? But it's the truth though. Just forget it." The unknown emotions in Saris rose, and she felt the warmth. Somehow, this aloof woman was still far from knowing what he was experiencing. As this was happening between the two of them, the Shadow Army began to return to its lord. They walked through the gate together. Their number was diminished in this battle, but the strongest survived. "My liege!" Baru screamed joyously as he, together with some other shadows, ran up to Ashborn. Ashborn smiled at his army. They indeed did a good job. Most of them would not take praise from him, thinking they didn't help out much, but the Shadow Monarch had to praise them for their hard work. At the moment, it was the only thing he could do. Agrona, Alder, Baru, now already gone Winsome, Hockey, Tank, the Azuran soldiers, the ants, all those different mana beasts from the Beast Glades, and many more. They played a big role in this victory. For the final, Belian and Igris, those who were still with him even in this life. Both of them dug their knees into the ground loudly and lowered their heads as low as possible. It wasn't visible to Igris due to the mask, but Belian had tears in his eyes. They couldn't bring themselves to call Ashborn their king, due to it being Jinwu. It was unnecessary. Ash understood that. "Belian, Igris. You were with me the longest, but I could never apologize and thank you for what you've done for me." He tapped on both of their shoulders. "This might not be much, but I'm very thankful. I was very lucky to have capable people like you next to me. We don't deserve such praise." Ashborn only smiled. "I decide that. Now, someone carry my brother." "Right away, my king," said a specific shadow as it picked up the young man with auburn hair. Ashborn narrowed his eyes at the shadow. Yuto was a peculiar shadow, but he had been in Arthur's shadow for quite some time, so the Shadow Monarch assumed that he had grown accustomed to him. Knock knock. Several people seated around the table turned their attention to the noise that was coming. Someone was obviously knocking on the door, but who could have it been? Alice volunteered, "I'll open," but someone placed a hand over her shoulder and forced her to sit down. "You rest, I'll open." Ray was worried about Alice's mental condition. She could barely sleep for 5 hours, so all the time he did all the work for her. Raynolds walked out of the living room and approached the entrance of this giant villa. With a clank, the door opened. Silence. The auburn-haired boy with blue eyes awkwardly stared at Ray. He was in the hands of a dark figure. Next to him was a person similar to his appearance, with just dark hair, and he also held someone in his hand. There were 2 menacing shadows standing behind them, looking down on Raynolds. The awkward silence was broken by him. "We're back." Epilogue: 1 year has passed since Ashborn returned to his domain. It wasn't a glorious comeback. Most people were still desperate, and everyone still had hope in their eyes that they might see their friends and family again who were not evacuated. Some people even wanted to return to their homes. Ashborn had no choice back then. He created a screen everyone could see. He showed them what happened to their planet. The destruction that caused the flying continent Epheotis to fall on the ground. Creating giant tsunamis, the size of mountains, destroying everything that they once knew. Alacria and Dicathan are no more. And anyone who was left is dead now. A long silence followed after Ashborn showed the people what happened. After that, they began to cry. A sea of crying and desperate people. He genuinely felt bad for them. But he also knew he did the right thing. It was necessary to show them what happened. Hope is a good trait. However, false hope will only create more pain. Now he was watching the city he created in the relic tombs. The relic tomb itself was just 1 layer, but it was the size of a continent. He didn't think of a name when he created it, but after the people saw what happened to their planet, they started calling the city Ark. So soon after, it became the official name. The design was close to Xyrus's, but he made a few changes. Like creating separate districts for the different races. He knew that separating them would cause some trouble, but he wanted to make them feel comfortable after they lost their homeland. Also, nobody was forced to stay in a district. Most elves decided to leave Ark. They were used to living in nature. So Ashborn recreated Eleanor for them. It wasn't the same, but close to it. And the borders were always open for everyone. He expected the dwarfs to do the same, but surprisingly, they decided to stay in Ark. They always lived in the underground, and one reason for that was protection. But they didn't need that anymore. He even recreated the Academy of Xyrus as the main educational institute of this continent. But the schedule changed a lot. Xyrus was supposed to be a military academy. Kids learned how to fight. Now there was no need for this anymore. Armies did not exist, and Ashborn wouldn't allow any more wars in his domain. Now the academy was mostly about basic education and everyone could join. They finally learned how to build things instead of destroying them. Ashborn was about to intervene as he was reading through the content of the classes. They were still talking about their stupid cores, elements, and all that useless stuff. But he decided not to. They needed to progress by themselves. Something else changed in the academy. Good Sky became the headmaster once again, but Alder also decided to join the institute. So, contrary to before, it wasn't only human, dwarf, and elven knowledge that was taught, but also Azura knowledge. Some Azura kids even joined the academy after they heard about that. Someday they decided to make a melee combat class and a lot of kids were excited about it. And Azura volunteered as the teacher. His name was Cordry. After the first lesson, there were only a handful of people left. So the reason for not stopping the class once and for all was opening his lessons for outsiders. Even Arthur joined them. Ashborn laughed at him because he was supposed to teach melee combat, but after watching one of the lessons, Ashborn had to admit, this guy was top-notch. In terms of melee combat, he had never seen someone who was comparable in his long life. Only Igris might have stood a chance against him. There was also Agrona. He wanted to teach science classes. But well, he had to change his methods first. A lot of people were against it. They even forbade their kids to attend the academy. The solution? A big, fat lie. The official reason for the war was to entirely blame everything on Kezis. He was the one who was behind everything. And in the end, he summoned dangerous creatures into his world and caused all the trouble. Agrona only wanted to stop him. But the version wasn't only helpful for the academy. Several Vritra-blooded lived in Ark now. In the beginning, there was high tension between all the races. Even today, there is bad blood, but it's less and most people accept that everything was caused by a madman. His biggest surprise, however, was something he would never have imagined. He knew that his high-ranking soldiers kept their personalities after he erased them. After the war, he decided to not keep his army in his shadow, but let them live in his domain with everyone else. To his surprise, they actually adapted really fast. Even his low-ranking soldiers showed their own personalities. He never thought about that. His shadows were nothing but a mere tools for him in his past life. They were shadow soldiers in his shadow army. Now, there is no need for an army anymore. But after 1 year, they lived their own lives, talking in the city with other people. Some of them even returned to their families and friends, like Sylvia, who lives in Ashborn's villa together with Arthur and Sylvie. She is her mother after all. The father, Agrona, there are complications with him, but everyone is happy. It was weird for Ashborn to see his soldiers having their own lives. Maybe he was always in the wrong and his power wasn't supposed to be building an army. The only thing that didn't change from before was their undying loyalty towards him. In the beginning, he expected them to stay as close as possible to him. But he was wrong. Almost all of the beasts left the city and lived outside in the woods. His ants vanished one day. Ashborn asked Faru where they were, but he answered that they were preparing something. After only a week, Baru asked Ashborn to follow him. The ants now lived in a mountain. They made their own anthill. But it wasn't an anthill like you would expect it to be. They created roads, buildings, and even a palace underground. Even the dwarfs wouldn't have a chance against the structures. But the major difference is statues. In every corner, there was a statue of him. In the middle of the city, there was the biggest statue. A monument that even made the Statue of Liberty, something he saw in the memories of his successor, look like a small child. Even for the Shadow Monarch, that was unexpected. But he appreciated the effort. The palace was obviously also for him, and he felt bad for his aunts because he wouldn't spend much time there. After a few months, he decided that there should be an adventurers guild again. Also, Caspian needed something to do. So he recreated the Beast Glades and a different layer of the relic tombs only available for official members of the Adventurer Guild. But there was a major difference. He didn't want to let people die. So instead of dying, they lost everything and spawned at the beginning of the Beast Glades. In the beginning, there were a lot of brave people who decided to go for it alone. Because, well, they can't die, so why share the loot? That was before they realized that they would lose everything. So, after a few adventurers died and respawned in front of other people who were about to enter the Beast Glades, it caused some funny reactions. Because they were completely naked. After that, they began to take it seriously, and beast cores and corpses became valuable again. He also decided to recreate the Demon Castle with a system that his successor had once conquered. After all, everyone needs a hobby, right? His personal life changed a lot. For the first time in centuries, he didn't have to become stronger and fight. There was no need to strengthen his army, prepare for an upcoming war, or become stronger as fast as possible as he did when he first came into this world. So, besides his building hobby, he spent his days with his family. He didn't want to rule over people because the responsibilities would just annoy him. So he recreated something at the Helstia mansion in Ark for his family. He kind of went overboard by making it bigger than the royal castle, but who would blame him? Also, there wasn't just his family but other people he knew. The Twin Horns had their own area. In the beginning, they spent most of the time in the house, but it became boring for them, so they decided to become adventurers again and spent most of their time in the Beast Glades. That blue-haired girl, Sarah, also moved in. She now lives in the same villa as Ashborn, as the side Saris also lived there. The girl only knew Saris prior, but now she has also become good friends with Tesha. She has her own room. It's probably not suitable to describe it as a room, because every room in the mansion was bigger than the rooms in the royal castle, but whatever. After all, she likes living there as Saris is always there for her. Then, Ashborn enjoyed spending time with Saris. It wasn't so much in the beginning, but by now they talked on a daily basis. So, besides his family, she was the person he talked the most to. Maybe, one day, he will tell her about his past without holding back anything. She was surprisingly smart and wise for such a young, in his opinion, girl. About 6 months ago, Arthur and his long-eared girlfriend invited everyone they knew for some big news. Ashborn expected them to announce that Tesha was pregnant because he didn't know what the other big news could be. Isn't she too young for that anyway? Ashborn didn't know much about such things because he never cared, but also thought that someone who fought in a war, killed people, and risked their lives countless times, should be able to make such decisions by themselves. However, in the end, they announced that he and his girlfriend were now officially a couple. Ashborn and that old geezer, Virion, just shook their heads at the big news. What a waste of time. Shortly after that, something big happened. Saris and Ashborn have met in Ark. And the Saris horns weren't there. She said that she was using an artifact to hide her horns in public because a lot of people were still avoiding Vritra-blooded. Ashborn immediately destroyed the artifact and did something he tried to avoid all the time. He made an announcement by himself the same day and set some rules. The first, and most important rule, was that there won't be any discrimination anymore and everyone in his domain is equal. And Azura spit it out that he wouldn't be equal to lessers. In front of 10,000 people, Ashborn almost beat him to death. Also, he forbade the word lessers. Apparently, they call it the L word now. He made it pretty clear that this wasn't just a law, but an order. It was the only time he used his full authority. The second rule was something that was more personal. He still had a sour taste in his mouth when he saw people kneeling in front of other people, because it reminded him of the time when his family first met the human king. So, in order to create equality, he also forbade that. Obviously, that didn't count for his shadows. Even if he threatened them with eternal nothingness, they wouldn't stop. After all, you can't forbid a human to breathe. Are you happy? A voice interrupted him in his thoughts while he was sitting on a mountain near Ark. It was his successor. He frequently visited him. However, it became less because his wife was pregnant. He suggested giving them a small pickaxe as a pregnancy gift, but after Jingwu finally stopped laughing, he said that even in this realm he wouldn't be safe if he did that. It was nice to have someone he could talk to without any restrictions or hiding. Yes, I think so, Ashborn answered after recalling the last year. Author note: so, is this the end of the entire story? Hell if I knew. I'm satisfied with what I wrote and a lot of people seem to be enjoying it with me. I want to use this moment to thank all the people who helped me on this year-long journey. Without King James, I probably would have never reached this point. And by this time, I had grown as an author. That's for sure. I can feel it. For other authors, especially those I knew personally. Guys, finish it. It's an exciting feeling when you finish your own story, even though a lot of stuff from different works were used. It will give you confidence. Now let's talk about this fanfic. How did we reach this point of development? Why so many things I might have promised changed all of a sudden? Because I wanted it to satisfy me. Otherwise, it'll be all gone for. I kind of like how many people proposed their ideas and wanted them to be in the story. I added some I did not. They did mess up with my initial plan, but come on, they adjusted me to what it is today. I gave a lot of foreshadowings that this story was a crossover. There were only a few people who guessed that. From the earliest chapters to the middle of the story, then it became a lot more obvious. People might hate me for not making Sarah a love interest, but it'll be just dumb. Ick how I agreed to the Discord poll. The romance itself, with the Shadow Monarch, Ashborn at that, just didn't seem right. So, I settled with what we have right now. The fight scenes were good. I improved in that aspect. I believe it was suitable for Ashborn and Antares. If there are such people here, wondering what role the Supreme being played in this franchise of sorts. Some mention that it was evil, some consider it to be neutral. But definitely not in the way I described him in the beginning. That's the end of this tale. Thank you for watching and seeing this series through. Peace.